Hey yo, what it do? What it do? Good evening and good afternoon, and maybe even good morning to those of y'all tuning in from the west side of North America. Happy Easter and welcome to the grand finals of the winter circuit here at the DBD League. It's a matchup that I think most people expected to see in the winners bracket final, but it was a fumble in round two of the playoffs that sent Invictus down to the lower bracket early, where they would need to take down both Elysium and Ascent in order to earn their redemption against Umbrella in the lower bracket final to set the stage for today. Today, we got Invictus versus Praxis in best of seven action to determine a winter circuit champion. Of course, Praxis do have the protection of that Joker set, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. But before we do, this wouldn't be nearly as much fun if I was yapping all by myself here by the campfire. It's my pleasure to introduce our analysts for the day. We got Flightless and Snipes. Flightless, it's good to see you again, homie. How you doing today?
Hello, Q. I'm doing pretty good today. How are you?
Oh, living the dream. I'm so excited to get down to it. I've been watching a lot of the winter circuit on my spare monitor. I've been pretty busy these last couple of months, but I'm excited to get down into things and excited to have you here by my side. Now, Snipes, it's the first time you and I have gotten to work together. It's nice to meet you. Excited to get down to some grand finals action.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be working with you, and I've watched you host many of these grand finals, and so I'm excited to finally be working this alongside you here today, Q.
Now, fellas, I do know that we are very familiar with these rosters, but we are on the official DBD channel here on Twitch, and we may have some new faces in chat. So let's talk about these two rosters here for a moment, because these two teams, they come with a plethora of experience to the table here when we talk about competitive DBD. Now, Flightless, tell us a bit about this Praxis squad.
Praxis have been on a very dominant run this tournament. I can't lie. They have such a good record so far. So far, the only set they have lost was at the very beginning versus Team Winter. They won 3-1. Ever since then, the last two matches have been a clean sweep versus Blizzard and versus Umbrella. Two very, very good teams. Blizzard, probably the best team in South America, and Umbrella, one of the best teams in EU. Umbrella, in fact, beat Invictus 3-0. So dropping them into the lower bracket. So the fact that Praxis beat them 4-0 is a pretty good feat.
Pretty good feat indeed. Now, today they do square off against Invictus, a team that I feel like a lot of people in the community kind of regarding as the best team in the world right now. They are all Hollows League champions. Now, Snipe, tell us a little bit about the squad here.
Yeah, Invictus have been regarded as one of the top teams. We have Dan, who is just absolutely goaded on the Survivor side, and they picked up also Nightlight, Pedro, Rocket, Spitz, and Kexo. Some of the probably best ladder players we've seen. Rocket, a very well regarded as a 1v1 player, but they did get unfortunately put into the lower bracket, but they didn't give up. They didn't let that deter them. We just talked about them getting, 3-0'd by Blizzard to send them there, but they completely just dominated, and now they are here to, show them that they are number one. They just won AHL, and if they could win Winter Circuit back to back, that would just be absolutely showing them that they are number one.
Definitely be a good feather in the cap. It is worth noting though, their run through that lower bracket, they needed to go the distance against Elysium, Ascent, and Umbrella, a team that I feel like used to kind of dominate the scene, maybe feeling like the scene's starting to catch up to them a little bit, and maybe Praxis has the ability to take them down today. We know our squads going into the grand final here. Let's actually talk about our sets. I know we've been having him probably going across our screen as we've been talking, but as far as for today, we'll be starting off with the Dredge on Midwich, Blight on Ormond 2, Spirit on ARP, Wesker on Disturbed Ward. I'm coming home, baby. Plague on Family Residence, Freddy on Sanctum, and then Trickster on Coal Tower for set number 7. It's definitely an interesting set list, right? We start with the Dredge, a killer that was one of the highest 4K rates despite having the longest like first down average for the winter circuit, and to some high action play of the Blight, Spirit, and Wesker into a mix of different tests down the home stretch. I'm kind of curious when you look for Praxis here, Snipes. Do you see any of these sets that really stand out to you like oh, they need to hammer home this set or two in order to come out on top?
Honestly, I want to say it's the Dredge set. Start off strong. It's the first set. If you get that momentum and start really really strong and just build that, potentially going into a 4-0 or something. I think Dredge is the most important. Start off strong, continue your momentum, and take this home against the Invictus.
It is Praxis's pick, so I feel like dropping that would definitely be very detrimental for
Yeah.
them for sure. But when we look at over on the flip side of things for Invictus here, Flightless, when you look at our 7 sets, are there anything that really step out to you that is like, man, they need this one?
Yeah, honestly, these killers, I feel Dredge, Spirit, and Plague actually really go in Praxis's favor, mainly because their survivor side is really coordinated, while their killer side is just on a different level, aka Zaka and Bolotar, also known as Ward. They are extremely, extremely good. I do have to give Blight and Wesker to Invictus because they have some of the best mechanical killers in the entire game. And Pedro, being the killer for both of those, is really, really good, both in terms of his 4v1 play and his 1v1 play. With Freddy, I would say it's kind of a toss up. Both Zaka and Nightlight, who are the killer plays for that set, are very, very good. They have very good mechanics, which as a Freddy player myself, it's nice to see when Freddy's use the dream palettes often and not just the snare spam. But set 7, it honestly could go either way. I do remember somewhat recently, Invictus won a Trickster set, hands down. I remember, I forget what team it was versus, but their survivor side gave the other killer stages, and I believe Nightlight got like a 4K too. So if this goes to tiebreaker, it might be really rough for Praxis. So I think they're going to have to definitely, as Snipe said, build momentum with Dredge and hope to pull out a win on either the Mastermind or Nightmare sets. I think Blight 100% goes to Invictus. Praxis, Zaka is re- regarded as the best spirit in all of comp, so I definitely give them that. But Wesker and Freddy, as I said, it's a bit of a toss up. So Praxis is going to have to definitely pull out something.
Feel like as far as when you talk about trying to build up momentum, it's interesting starting off on the Dredge because it is. I know you had mentioned the survivor side, really strong over on that Praxis side, right? Flightless, and I feel like if you are on the Invictus half, if you can come in and disrupt that Praxis survivor side, because I feel like when we look at the survivor, especially that core over on Praxis, when it's good, man, Praxis is on fire, but when you start to see kind of that wrench thrown into things, you do have the ability to kind of turn the tides. If you are looking at that first set, what's the biggest thing that you feel like the killer coming in for Invictus needs to do to disrupt the survivors from Praxis?
It will definitely need to be getting a tunnel out super quickly because Dredge, like we said, is the highest 4K rate in pretty much all of comp. Even Blight sometimes can get outed. Dredge is very difficult because Midwich it's hard to coordinate because it's an indoor map. But unlike other stealth killers, Dredge has really good mobility, especially being put on Midwich where there's blockers pretty much everywhere. So if you are giving free hits and you are getting caught on your rotations and your heals, there's pretty much nothing you can do as survivor versus a Dredge. And it is it's very momentum based, I would say. I'd say if you have a very good start as survivor, you're on a path to get outs. Like from that point on, it's hard for the Dredge to kind of catch up. But if the Dredge has a good start, it's the opposite. Survivors are clawing their way back the entire time because he is just constant snowball.
That's nice. When you do look as far as over on the Praxis side here, right? Like a team that comes in with quite a bit of momentum. We did see our flight list say, they've only dropped like a set in any given map. I was kind of curious. You talked about Invictus and how strong they have been recently. The fact that we saw during lowers them getting more tested, do you feel that that is the field catching up to Invictus, or is that more Invictus playing to their competition?
I would say the latter there, Q, playing down to their competition, maybe a little bit. They got a little bit stumbled off of that 3-0 loss they took to Blizzard to send them to the lowers. And so they could have just been thrown off guard. Maybe they expected to win that set and, continue in that upper bracket. But regardless, they truffled through and they made it all the way here. This is a team that they have faced before, so they're very familiar with each other's games. I think we're going to see a little bit more standard of Invictus play here today and kind of what we know them for.
I feel like if there is one time that Invictus truly seems locked in, it's always on Grand Finals day. That's for sure. I know we were talking a little bit in the background. We won't get to predictions just quite yet, but I definitely always have felt that when it comes to a Grand Finals day, I'm never betting against a Nightlight team. That's for sure. I know we're starting to get players loaded in. I know we've got plenty of people in chat who are excited about checking out how this Grand Finals breaks down. If it's your first time through and you haven't gotten a chance to be able to jump up in the Discord, make sure you are jumping up in there. That's where we've got the cool maps that a lot of people have been talking about within the communities here recently. You can also get involved as far as for some of our community nights and fun things like that. We are getting relatively close to being able to take to our servers for map number 1. We're going to be off to Midwich, back to school. I am kind of curious as far as thoughts for you, Flightless. I know you had mentioned you feel like the Blight set really does go towards Invictus. Practice goes down 0-2. Is the Spirit set going to be enough for them to be able to make the turn and get back into things?
I think it definitely can be because, like I said, Zaka is known as one of the best comp spirits because there's just something about his decision making that just puts him above pretty much everyone else. Obviously, Spirit is a lot about sound. So if you hear a survivor, then you are more likely to catch up and get a hit and then obviously snowball from there. But it's the decision making that really puts Zaka out there compared to everyone else. And he just happens to almost make the best decisions at every time, it feels like. So if they are down 0-2, then that would be a really good turning point. And if they lose that set, then I have a very good feeling that we're going to be seeing a Joker card play.
And speaking of the Joker card, you just brought it up. How about we go ahead and talk about it here for a moment so it doesn't come up last minute later, Flightless. What was that Joker card all about?
Yeah, so the Joker card is a reward, basically, for staying in the upper bracket the whole time. And as we said, Invictus went down to the lower bracket from losing to Umbrella. Praxis have been up there the entire time, so they get the Joker. Meaning that in this best of 7, if Invictus were to win 4 sets, doesn't matter if it's 4-0 or 4-3 or anything in between, then Praxis can go back to any one of those sets that they lost. So, say they lose Blight and they think we can do better than what we did. Let's replay Blight set. And then, if they win that set, then the point gets taken away from Invictus and given to Praxis. So, if it's 4-3 and then Praxis use their Joker card and win that set, they then win 4-3.
Also a chance to be able to extend things, right? If it's, let's say, 4-2, changes it to 3-3, then you then do go on to that 7th and final set. It's definitely an interesting take. I know we have ran it a few times here in the past. I thoroughly enjoy it. It's much better, I think, than having a full bracket reset. I think having that little extra card in the back pocket for sure, nice to have. But I'm looking down at our clock here, fellas, and we're about 5 minutes away from having to hand this thing on over to our casters, Edgar and Metalbro here. So let's go ahead and start talking about predictions. And Snipes, we're gonna start with you. How do you see this thing breaking down over the course of these best of 7?
I think we go the distance. I'm going to be honest. I see this going to a full sevens set here. I think 4-3 Invictus take it. I just that's my prediction.
4-3 Invictus take it, passing over the Joker set, technically winning 5, I guess, in that case. Definitely, like I said, I don't bet against Nightlight, so I don't blame you there. Are you feeling the same thing over there, Flightless?
Normally, I would be. Like,
Yeah?
Invictus are definitely the favorite to win this, for sure.
All right.
But recently, because of Praxis's roster switch, for those who don't know, Zaka and Marco have left Praxis and are now on Elysium, but they are playing out
Mm.
this tournament because obviously you can't switch rosters. The other players have been playing out as a team in different tournaments, and they have been doing really well. Praxis recently beat Umbrella and Mercy in another tournament, the DBD ranked championship, and they were looking really clean. And they almost beat Elysium, in fact, which is Zaka's team. So I think Praxis might be able to pull out something today. I think this goes I think this goes 4-3 to Invictus, and then Praxis pull out their Joker card and then end up winning that Joker set. I that's my prediction for today.
Let's make it more spicy. If they had to do that, what set do you think they would lock in on for that Joker set?
I feel like out of these sets, they would probably definitely lose Blight. I think
Mhm.
because Pedro is just too good of a Blight. He's a different animal, and maybe Wesker. So I think Wesker they would probably replay because they are definitely not as good on the killer side because Pedro, like I said, is just a different animal.
Mm.
But their survivor side, I feel like they could definitely look at that and be like, no matter what result we got, we can do better. And I think they will replay that and lock in and end up winning.
All right. All right. Well, Snipes, Invictus is ready to come out here on the survivor side to get things started off. I want you to put yourself in the captain's shoes. Give me a little 20, 30-second pep talk here for Invictus before we get things started. What's it going to take, or at least like tell us what it's going to take to come out on top.
I think they're just gonna, stick to what they're known for, their pride, their like just how they play. They're not gonna worry about their opponents on the other side. Yes, it's a opponent they've struggled with potentially in the past, but I think they're just gonna play their game and do their best to, win out in this grand final.
All right. All right. Flightless. Praxis is looking to get their first DBD League event championship. Come out on top here from the winter circuit after 5 rounds of Swiss as well as our playoff bracket. How do they do it?
I think just don't get tilted on survivor side because it can be easy. You make mistakes and you're like this result that we got that caused us to lose or almost lose should not have happened. So just keep in mind that mistakes happen and don't get too ahead of yourself. Just play your game and play it well because you know most likely that your killer side is going to get a good result. So just make sure that you have faith in your team, and I think definitely Praxis can do that.
All right, all right. Well, I guess I might as well give my prediction. I'm not going to take the host way out of just moving on. I'm going to roll with Invictus as well. I said I never vote against Nightlight, not on a big day like today. I think I got to roll, kind of like you were saying. I think as far as for Invictus, they are probably going to force Praxis to guess something between Blight, Wesker, maybe Freddy. Give me a Wesker as far as for them running it back on that as well. But you know what, chat? Ain't no more time to talk about it. It is indeed time to be about it. Winter Circuit has been fun, but it's time to crown a champion. It's best of 7 here between Praxis and Invictus. We're going to go ahead and get down and do what it do. We're off to school at Midwich here for the Dredge. Let's go ahead and send it to Edgar Metalbro.
Thank you very much for that, Q. And we're looking forward to this first match of the Dredge set starting here in just a couple of seconds. But yeah, a lot of good information coming out from both Flightless and Snipes regarding all of this information. And once again, pleasure to be casting here. But I am not alone on the casting desk today. I will be joined by the one and only Edgar the Ruiner. How are you doing today, my friend?
There are a few better days to be casting a match of Dead by Daylight, we'll put it like that. The two best teams, they are top two. There is no debate as to that. The only question is who's number two, who's number one. That's exactly what we have to figure out today. And Zaka, one of the best players in the world, some would say the best player in the world, going to open it up on the best killer that we have statistically in Dead by Daylight. The analysts were talking about it just now, but yes, for anyone who is new here, Dredge has our highest 4K rate. It is once in a blue moon, no matter how good the survivors are, that you're going to see anyone get out. Normally the survivors like to play very stealthy, very safe at the start because the snowball potential of this killer is so extreme, but not going to be the case at all. Zaka seems to have found someone. It's Nightlight at this pallet over here. Tries to run away. Is going to make it to this very strong pallet by the stairs with some good distance. The problem that you have with Dredge on this map, one, the mobility, two, the stealth, number three, his power, despite being so simple, it's not like the mid-witch loops are particularly complex, right? They're pallets placed in the middle of some stuff, so you can outplay them all very easily. Right now, however, survivors are definitely eluding the killer for quite a while. However, another god pallet. Both of the god pallets downstairs spawned in this matchup, and now they're both gone within the first, 30 seconds of the game. In the early game, it can be so easy to throw those resources. Later on, when someone desperately needs to not go down, maybe it won't quite be so simple.
Absolutely, and that's some really good information as well for everyone at home, is the fact that Dredge has the highest 4K rate in competitive DBD. And you might be wondering, well, isn't he like a lower tier killer? And you'd be correct, but the reason why is because A, the balancing favors Dredge more than the survivors, and the map pick as well is also very beneficial to the Dredge. With a lot of lockers around, it's an indoor map, it's quite small, lots of things really go into the favor of Dredge here in this set. But looking at the survivor side here, you might be questioning whether that's true or not, because the survivors of Invictus have some very good gen progress for this first chase here. It did last quite some time, but we'll have to see what Zaka's going to do here. I'm looking at this build that he's got. It's going to be Ruin, Undying, Corrupt, and Eruption. No Pain Resonance on the board for Zaka here. And looking to be actually utilizing Ruin, no Sloppy as well, in this set here.
Hey, about that Ruin, Rob. Yeah,
okay. It's gone now.
So basically you don't have perks now, which is a bit of a problem. The early game is the most important part of any game of Dead by Daylight, and any competitive player will tell you that. But of course, you do take a little bit of time off the generators. Even if Ruin isn't actively regressing the gens, it is going to take some time away from getting the gens done. Some teams have different priorities in the sense of they actually don't want to cleanse Ruin until they go into 3v1 because of the time it would take to get rid of it, especially with an Undying on top of it. But Invictus know the game. They know, like, there's no stopping a 3v1 against a Dredge. There's no stopping a really awkward situation. What we're likely going to see here is we actually have two survivors. When you have two survivors, you can actually get a save more often than not, even if a trade comes out. But in this case, it really isn't. Zaka is going to do his best to body block Spitz. There are so many injured survivors around, and they all seem like some fantastic targets. Why wouldn't you go for them? They're right in front of you, because they would not be valuable hook stages. Kexo goes down in the corner, but that's because Spitz kind of stuck in a predicament. Dan's sticking around, perhaps for a bit too long. There's potential that the Invictus survivors could give a lot over to Zaka right now, and you can hear the bell looming. Nightfall's going to be coming in imminently. Dan is down. What's happening with these survivors right now? Because Spitz is still around. Is Spitz running away to go get healed by Nightlight, trying to pick up Dan, or just going to another corner entirely? We have a lot of survivors on the ground right now, so this is seemingly a pretty chaotic spot for Invictus to be in. However, the second hook not onto Spitz, and if he's able to get fully reset without being found out by the killer here, this, as odd as it sounds, will all be worth it.
Yeah, fully agree with you there. This is a lot of pressure generated by Zaka in the early game, but not really committing to a tunnel out here might be a bit of a predicament here for Zaka. But either way you spin it, honestly, this is still quite a lot of pressure. This is 3 hooks at 3 gens remaining. Also to mention as well is the fact that Spitz was hooked on 2 different active generators. So like a lot of gen progress was not able to be capitalized on as much, and 2 hooks are up right now at the same time, which is just great for Zaka. Now, looking at this, we have Nightlight here coming in for the pull onto one of the survivors, and Spitz will probably be making his way in at the same time as well, once Zaka's attention is distracted by Nightlight. This is still a very good position. Both survivors are off their gens right now, which is really, really good for Zaka.
Yeah, you have to wait out Nightfall before you do anything, because otherwise they're going to be so quickly injured and it's going to be so easy to come through. Spitz eats up the injury at the exact moment Nightlight comes in. Keck goes fade, Spitz goes down in the process. So that's the kind of dual action teamwork that you like seeing from Invictus. It's going to Spitz is now a stage closer to death, at least. Dan and Kexo up seemingly okay, but at least better than they formerly were. But look at what all this is doing, right? We have a survivor hiding, we have survivors resetting, we have survivors positioning for unhooks. What is the one thing that the survivors need to be doing in order to get themselves out of here? What would that be, Robert?
That would be doing the generators. And right
and
now,
how are
it
the
is...
generators right now?
Well, the only one with progress just got kicked with Eruption, and I think it had about like maybe 40% on it. It wasn't a ton. Very good hit tank by Nightlight, by the way. But right now, like, the game has completely slowed to a stop here. It is very, very good pressure here from Zaka to capitalize on all of the resets happening, the fact that he was able to get 2 different hooks in the same spot, and this is just insanely good pressure here for Zaka. He's got a Death Hook survivor at 3 gens, and he's in chase with him right now, and this is just phenomenal pressure right now. There is a body block here coming in from Dan, but I don't even know if that's going to matter too much. What a greed by Spitz there.
We got the
What?
pallet.
Oh.
Dan tried to
Oh.
drop the pallet on the other side. It didn't seem to work. Now Spitz is going to be dead sooner rather than later. Going to be placed on the hook very, very quickly. So now we're in the 3v1. There's still 3 generators remaining. Not entirely sure what the survivor's been doing. You know, Dan was hovering around trying to hit tank, trying to assist Zaka, and because of all those injured survivors, now we're just back into Nightfall anyway. We say that 4K2s, 4K1s are so average, so expected for a Dredge. You know, 4K3 coming in quite imminently as Nightlight is forced off the most progressed generator. The only injured survivor's really not going to be long in this chase.
Yeah, this is looking quite difficult for Invictus to recover from right now. But, I mean, it's all up for grabs, right? Because the match isn't over until it's over. That's something that I always try to say because it's usually pretty true. Like, there's always a potential for something to turn around. We do have a generator here in the library with about 90% progress. It's getting very close to completion, and we have only 1 perk. Now, we also have a generator here down by the bottom side exit gate with a lot of progress as well. So, again, it's not over until it's over. Really nice Remnant play here from Zaka. Just dropping the Remnant immediately and swinging through the pallet. Really good mind game. Pretty much like doing nothing as the mind game usually works out a lot of the times.
This is another generator which has a surprising amount of progress onto it. And Kexo also working on the relatively progressed generator in the library. So surprisingly, you know, the ability of Invictus to just magic up gens out of nowhere is going to be a good one. So perhaps a 4K3, not particularly likely. 3 generators have been completed now. And there is 1 more in the library that could be done, but you don't get anything more than that. That's a complete guarantee. Even trying to secure that final generator in the library is a bit of a tenuous one. Generator briefly blocked. You want to apply another eruption to it. Obviously, at this stage of the game, you'd be relying on your Ruin Undying to get work done for you, but when you're on indoor maps, the totem spawns can be relatively telegraphed. They're quite consistent, so the survivors, especially when you played on the map as much as these survivors have, that if they want to get rid of them, they will, and it's not going to take them all that long. Now this puts Zaka in a really weird spot. You know, he's desperately trying to hold on to this gen. Provided that Nightlight and Kexo are still injured, Nightfall's going to charge up a little bit quicker, and that's obviously your cleanest way of monitoring the generator. The fact that you can TP to the locker right there, and then you're going to get information on if any survivor is, you know, even slightly around you. But of course, you have to wait for that to happen. And you see some juicy looking scratch marks, which of course are very tempting to go for. Meanwhile, Nightlight and Kexo reset. You go for the only uninjured survivor who called out the fact that you were going for a TP. So essentially, you've not made a lot of distance. If anything, Dan's made some distance on Zaka right here.
Very, very true. Dan held some really good check spots here at the stairs, expecting Zaka to TP, and he did. And then a second TP coming in, which did give Dan a lot of distance, but here's the good news for Zaka here. Yes, that distance did come in from Dan, but at the same time, this zoned Dan right back into his gen spread. So this is actually not a bad spot at all to be in. This is kind of like right in the middle of the gen spread. Perfect spot for Zaka to take it down if he's able to capitalize on it. But right now, Dan is not looking to give Zaka an easy chase. We are going to find our next chase at the piano room, but yeah, and this is like a death trap palette. If you play this, you should fully expect to take a tag here.
The Reset, Nightlight, and Kexo are split on some generators. So, yeah, obviously, despite the fact that it feels like it, you can't be in all places at once as the Dredge, right? Zaka will have to commit to one of these gens and one of these chases, and unfortunately, you just can't really stop the other one going. The question now, because you just forced Kexo off of the library gen, and you're actually able to teleport through, get a really nice tag. Has Nightlight left his generator in order to pick Dan off the hook? If so, 4K2 is still very much doable. If not, then Nightlight's going to complete that generator, essentially sacrificing Dan's life, because the injured Kexo certainly isn't in a position to get a clean save, in order to just leave it there and at least guarantee yourself a good result. It's a little bit of a risk-taking exercise, and we actually interrupt Nightlight in essentially the worst-case scenario. The gen is so heavily progressed, injured during Nightfall on account of that purple add-on, the Tilling Blade. Blindness, hemorrhage, mangle is going to be applying to the survivors. So it's a horrible day to be a Invictus survivor right now. And, you know, the Zaka 4K2 still looking pretty good here. That would put the rest of Praxis in a fantastic spot to open up our day.
Absolutely. Very, very true. Now, we are going to hold the Remnant here at the... oh, wait, actually, we committed to the Eggs Gate. That is actually a rough spot to be in. This is like a guaranteed down, and there it comes in. We are going to get the down onto Nightlight at the Eggs Gate and slug this as well, so we can find another survivor here to chase. Seems like we found someone that Zaka's not super interested in at the moment. He wants to get eyes on all survivors so he can shut this game down as soon as possible. Zaka definitely recognizes he's in a position to end this game right here and right now, and he's looking to play into that. We are going to get some regression out on the board here and maybe see about shutting this down at 4K2 or 4K1. Either is definitely possible. We might be out of kicks on the library gen, by the way. One of the double-edged, it's a double-edged sword running eruption. You run out of regression events sooner than you normally would, but you get a lot of value out of the regression. So definitely a very good perk to have as Dredge.
I mean, if you think about it, yeah, every kick is essentially 2. Right? What is Zaka doing? You cheeky little man. Just trying to put between these gates. You're actually able to charge up the last bit of the Nightfall just a smidge quicker by staying in these gates, and recognizes that as the priority in this spot to track down the survivors. Nightlight, again, caught in a horrible spot. The pallet here was used donkeys ago. We're going to hop into the locker. Nightlight's not doing this because, you know, he's an idiot. He's doing it to buy as much time as possible, even the slightest extra second in the locker, forcing Zaka to grab, put on a hook, maybe drop anything that's going to allow Kexo to complete this generator over here, and it is going to be done. Zaka tried really hard to stop that last gen being completed, but unfortunately not quite able to do so. And Kexo had been waiting for Zaka to TP over before completing the gen to waste as much time as possible. So now, even in the 3v1, this is just a testament to Invictus' patience and their focus, that they're still almost able to get every generator completed, even with 3 survivors left, even against our pound-for-pound strongest killer in the tournament.
Very true, very true. We have eyes on Dan as well. We know he's down there working the gen. Looks like we're actually going to drop down. I think Dan actually got a comm that he was going to drop down, so he was ready to leave the gen at a moment's notice, and was able to do so pretty safely. Zaka has eyes on all 3 survivors right now, knows where Dan is, knows where Kexo is. Nightlight's not going anywhere anytime soon, and kind of just waiting for someone to kind of make a slip up here, because the game can really snowball with that in mind. So right now, Zaka is definitely content on holding this. He sees the opportunity to 4K1, but Invictus is obviously not trying to let that happen too easily. They want to fight for a 4K0 or for outs, but I don't know if that's doable with the amount of pressure Zaka has on the map right now. I think that it's entirely doable that we see a 4K1 or 4K0. It's looking more like a 4K1 right now here.
Dan's generator just doesn't have quite enough progress on it for it to be threatening. especially because there's no pallet in this room. Dan's down. Keto's going to be gone for this world pretty soon. This mill generator, it's got a good amount of progress, you know, about the 60-70% mark now. Keko is maybe going to try and hide, maybe going to try and greet the generator. There's only so many options that you realistically have. Instead, you're just going to give the killer a little bit of a run for his money here. So the 4K1 is exactly where we're going to end up, which, you know, considering the start for Invictus, especially with the shenanigans, we'll put it, that occurred with Dan and Spitz earlier at that pallet, this is not bad for them. This is a very, to put it bluntly, drawable condition. I'm sure that the analysts have a lot to say about the potential of a draw and what that means for our competitive matches, should we so get to it. Don't be surprised if this one ends up in a draw. 4K1 is about the win condition that would happen at. But as Kexo gets taken into the all-consuming void, which is a harsh way to treat with someone who's just lost a game of Dead by Daylight, we're going to send it back to the analyst who's going to talk about that. They're going to talk us through that last matchup a little bit and maybe tell us about how things might go when Invictus take their turn on the killer side. So take it away, gentlemen.
Yeah, definitely interesting seeing a 4K to get things started off here at the DBDLeague Winter Circuit Grand Final. We did kind of forebode that it is one of the more deadly killers over here, and well, kind of interesting, I think that really stood out to me. A killer that comes in with, you know, the hex builds, and then all of a sudden, down to just one perk in what felt like a flash, still able to find a bunch of success there, Flightless.
Yeah, losing Undying and Ruin as fast as he did was kind of detrimental, especially when we saw that Jin upstairs in the library was completely out of kicks due to the eruption. You can only get 4 eruption procs on a gen before you no longer have any regression events on it. But normally you see indoor killers like Dredge or Ghostface bring something like Sloppy. And this time, Zaka didn't. He brought Corrupt, Ruin, Undying, Eruption. Obviously, really good slowdown. Pain Res is really inconsistent on Midwich, so most competitive killers don't bring it. But he brought Tilling Blade, which essentially gives him Sloppy anytime he hits a survivor in Nightfall. So it's almost like he's playing 5 perk Dredge. And because of that, I think he gained a lot of pressure at the beginning. And he was able to get 2 people on hook at the same time. And obviously the survivors not wanting the game to be a 4K3, they had to go pool, meaning Spitz ended up trading and going Deathhook at 3 gens. And then because obviously, you know, Dan hates non-Portuguese players, he had to sandbag his teammate just to get him dead at 3 gens.
Fine. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I also felt like though we did see, I mean, Zaka doing a really good job, despite the fact that this Invictus roster, their survivor side, yeah, relatively known as being pretty strong, doing a great job of being able to build up a lot of pressure. I know you and I were talking about that in a bit. You seem pretty impressed yourself, Snipes.
Yeah, they did really, really well. I mean, yeah, we had a little bit of hiccups in the, mid game where we did see Spitz leaving the trial earlier than we probably expected, but they played that 3v1 extremely well. They were able to get down to 1 generator remaining. They died at 3 gens remaining. So getting 2 in the 3v1, especially against a killer like Dredge that can put so much pressure with teleporting around the map and applying that sloppy via the add-on, but still they were able to manage it and they almost actually popped all the generators, but they did end up getting 4K1. So this is a very, very common Dredge result. I wouldn't be surprised if Invictus come out here and Pedro meets this win con, and we could be seeing the tie con, which is really, really exciting. We have an Armageddon tie con. We have the teams decide their win cons, so they could say we can get out with all generators completed, and then the other team would say, oh, we can only do 1 generator remaining. That team that said they had 1 generator remaining would play survivor side and try and meet that win con. It's very, very exciting, and it's been really fun to watch.
It has been a lot of fun to watch. I know we had even heard our casters mention they felt it was tieable as well. Are you feeling the same, Flightless?
Yeah, when I was watching that game, when Spitz died at 3 gens and then we had stages on every other survivor, I was honestly expecting a 4K2 at worst, maybe a 4K3, but at least a 4K2. So the fact that the survivors were able to clutch up, have good chases, have good rotations, not give Zaka any free pressure, they were able to get down to that one gen remaining, and that's even like a common result for a killer like Blight. So a killer on this set, this could be easy for Praxis to beat, realistically. They can definitely get outs. Like Dredge is not a killer that, considered mostly by other comp players, should not be getting 4Ks, but he does due to the survivor mistakes. So I can see it going either way, honestly. I think Pedro can definitely get more than a 4K1. I think the survivors can definitely get less than 4K1. I definitely think they can tie. So this is like this is a pretty common result for this set.
Well, I mean, Snipes, we were just saying that this squad did such a good job of building early game pressure. And then all of a sudden, I guess, or sorry, the killer did such a good job of building up early game pressure. Where did it change where the survivors were able to get such a tieable condition out of it?
I think just some of those chases end up, going too long as far and as well as, teleporting to some of the wrong lockers, maybe not recognizing that, these survivors could be working different generators. Plus, we talked about that 8 regression event, library, that that gen being able to not be regressed anymore. It was super detrimental to the killer. And he can't go over there because that's basically just giving up maybe potentially another generator. If he didn't pressure out some of the other survivors, I think we could have been seeing even outs against Dredge, which would have been absolutely insane considering, the situation that was before us.
Blightless, what is this survivor squad that's coming out here going to need to do to be able to meet that same result and for Praxis to potentially force this tie here?
They I need one of two things, preferably both, but a good start and good rotations. Because, like I said, a good start on this set really sets the survivors up for a good game. But Dredge isn't like if you have a good start, the game's over for the Dredge. He can definitely still do something on this map. But the issue is that the survivors make it really, really difficult for him. So being able to have that good start is going to be huge for them to have momentum to at least tie. If you have a very long first chase, say 2 gens pop for the first chase, then you should never be getting 4K2 to 4K3 like from this situation. So as long as they have that, we can at least see a tie. I hope. But if they can have good rotations and not get caught off guard once you eventually get into the 3v1, then we can definitely see at least a 4K0, maybe even outs from that. So it's not impossible for either side, but I definitely think that going into this, the tie is probably the most likely thing to happen.
You feeling it here, Snipes? Is this getting tied up, or is Invictus stealing this first set?
That is so tough. I do think we do see a tie here. I feel a 4K1 coming. As much as I would like to, say that Invictus is going to steal this set, I think this one's going to lead into a tie, and I think this is going to show, how well, these two teams are. They're both top 2 teams right now, and so I think it's going to be a tie.
All right. Well, it's time to see if it's a second or maybe even a third trip that is required for Midwich in order to figure out who wins set number 1 here for our grand finals at the Winter Circuit. So let's go ahead and take ourselves another trip back into the fog and hang out with our casters, Edgar and Metalbro.
Back to school. It's exactly where we all want to go, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, it was a really strong start that we saw come out from Zaka. It seemed that Praxis would be put into an absolutely fantastic spot. Unfortunately, it was not to be because why would it be? The Invictus Survivors really banded together with some great teamwork. So we ended up with an eventually quite middle of the road, I would suppose. A quite middle of the road result. There is a little bit of a delay in getting into the game. We'll keep you updated on that one as it goes. We're going to have to talk a little bit before we get into that. Just some issues loading in, so no real problems there. So I'm going to ask you, Rob, because we can't really talk about what happened there without ignoring the elephant in the room. Why did why did Dan decide to throw a pallet onto Spitz's head? Or at the very least, what do you think the idea was? And then how did the execution differ?
That's a great question. I've been thinking about this. I was wondering, like, what was Dan thinking with that play, right? Like,
What
was
was
his
Dan's
decision?
plan, I guess?
Yeah, what was Dan's plan? And I'm thinking he was trying to play for the stun to keep Spitz alive, expecting the remnant teleport, but Zaka never went for the teleport. He just dropped the remnant, and Spitz was caught out in a bad position, and Dan was not able to get the teleport or get the stun onto Zaka post teleport because he never teleported. So I think that's what happened, honestly. But obviously, it was a pretty massive fumble that definitely had a big impact on the game. But even then, I think the fact that the Invictus survivors were able to reach 4K1 just shows that they were able to kind of hold their own in the 3v1 against a very good Dredge player. So it wasn't I think as game ending as I expected it to be in the moment, but it definitely still had an impact. Like I think it could have been 4K0, maybe even a couple of stages out, but I still think that this would have been a high stage or possibly 4K result, regardless of that having a play in the match.
I mean, think about what would happen if that stun was successful and we were hyping us up saying, wait, Dan, you're actually a genius and this is a crazy play. And then we're able to delay Spitz's tunnel out for even longer, especially given the margin that we had on those final gens. They were extremely tight, extremely narrow. So I wouldn't have been too surprised if they got completed with that. So, a little bit of it's something that Flightless was saying in the break. Dredge really profits more than most killers off of survivor mistakes, and I think we were seeing that one. But then also, let's not pretend that that's not a testament to Zaka anyway, right? Invictus are not a team that make mistakes very often, so when they do, as rare as it happens, you have to squeeze every single ounce of value from it, blood from a stone, if you will. And Zaka was getting all of the blood out of it today, so it was a decent recovery from Invictus, all things considered. But it leaves us at a very interesting middle ground with with a first, in the first instance, a bad survivor start and then a bit of a survivor fumble, thinking, okay, well, this is over and it's a 4K2, leading into Invictus reminding us why they have after today we'll see, but arguably the best survivor side in the world. And I think that's kind of always been their shtick, right? If we're talking about these teams more generally, while we have some time to discuss them, Invictus, Pedro and Nightlight are fantastic killer players, and there is no doubt about that. No one is going to sit here and say, no, they are bad killers. Invictus's strength is in their survivor side. Because Nightlight and Pedro, they're top tier killers, but they're just top tier, right? And I would argue that there are a couple of killer players who, pound for pound, are stronger than them. But for so long, their survivor side was just miles ahead of the competition. They were so much more coordinated. They were so much better in the 1v1s. They were so much better in the 4v1s. They still have, I think, some of the best survivor players in the world. And I still think they are the best survivor team in the world. But over time, that gap has really narrowed. And Praxis is a really interesting case. For people who are newer to competitive Dead by Daylight, we appreciate there might be a couple of you watching as we are on the official Behavior channel. Thanks, Behavior, by the way. Praxis they're not new players, but they are a relatively, I say this in the stand of competitive Dead by Daylight, relatively new team, right? The Praxis kind of super team, I guess, formed just a few months ago. And actually, this roster, I think this is the last time they will all be playing together before some of them go off to separate teams and go their own separate ways. Not all of them, but just some of the individual components on them. And they formed together, and suddenly, your top two was always Invictus and Elysium, right? But now we have a new one. Praxis, they made our last finals of All Hallows League. Granted, they did lose They did lose to Invictus, but it wasn't a particularly one-sided affair. Now they made it back to these finals. They've already defeated Invictus in this tournament. It's not impossible that they can do it again right here, especially because a lot of these killers really do favor them. You would favor them in the Dredge set. You would favor them kind of the longer and longer we go on in things like a Spirit set, etc., etc. I think that we're gonna be going the distance here, and I think the Praxis could cement themselves as world beaters. This is kind of their last hurrah. I say that like they're fully disbanding. They're not. They're just losing a couple of key pieces and then carrying on.
Very, very well said, Egder. And as we get ready to load into this match here with Pedro from Team Invictus on the Dredge versus the survivors of Praxis, that being Ward, V1, Zaka, and Overdose, there is a bit of some high stakes on the line here with this first set. We talked about it earlier on the analyst desk about the first set carrying the momentum for the rest of the matchup here. And taking a look at this build that Pedro's got here, where you got a build in the same vein, but with a couple of differences here. Namely the Pain Resonance inclusion here instead of Undying to protect the Ruin Totem. And I think that I do kind of like that change here. We are going to find the first chase here onto Overdose, who's going to be playing this downstairs room palette. And we actually had some really nice double back caught there from Overdose, and should be able to make it to the pallet. Now, I remember someone mentioned earlier that Dredge has a pretty slow first down timer, but on the flip side of that has the highest 4K rate in competitive DBD. That's going to be ruined gone, by the way, and this first chase is definitely taking some time here.
You can't even avoid that here if you're Overdose there. The moment that you don't get the stun off onto Pedro, it is only a matter of time, and you can only eke out seconds and seconds. See whether you're going to get the strong pallet downstairs. Yes, you are. Note that these were used incredibly early by Invictus in their matchup. Overdose maybe going to try and replicate that one. Also note that Overdose is running right into the corrupted gens. This is fantastic for him and the rest of the team. It means that they're going to work on the gens on the other side of the map, completely uncontested, completely free. In the meantime, Overdose again going to try and do so much! The hit comes out with a perfect time for Pedro. You're able to get a little bit of aura by stunning up the killer, but I would argue there is more aura in having your opponents firmly dead and on the floor. We are going to complete the first gen before the Pain Resonance pops. Pedro looks around and seems to be too happy about that, but at the very least, Ward's Generator does get a smidge regress, and now the Nightfall's going to kick into effect and darkness is going to reign.
Very, very well said. I like darkness is going to reign. I like that a lot. Okay. Yeah, so Ward's got a lot of progress on his gen. One gen already popped, and I think we're in a better spot here with Praxis's gen progress compared to Invictus. Right now, with more gen progress on the board, and we actually don't call off where the teleport is coming from. We should be able to make it to the pallet in time for our endurance off hook, but now we have to play a pallet that is, I would say, a bit unsafe for Dredge. But that doesn't matter too much. Zaka is here to eat the remnant and just barely misses. That almost actually worked out for Pedro very well, but we actually make the window in time. Pedro drops remnant, and the gen progress is absurdly good right now for Praxis. They are in a very, very good spot.
Overdose with a crazy heads-up play there. Sees the break coming through, vault back through the window so that you can get into the kind of central area of the map. Otherwise, you would be stuck over by the exit gate, and it would only be a matter of time before you died. You can buy a lot of time in that corner. Barely not going to make the vault. That one surprises me. I really thought that Overdose was going to make that. Zaka took the hit and was able to get reset, and we're able to get some progress onto some extra generators. Remember that Pain Resonance would have been used on Overdose, so aside from the Eruption down, it's not going to be any extra regression coming through on that count. Survivors want to, it sounds obvious, but get as much gen progress through as they possibly can in this downtime, especially because now Pedro, without many injured survivors, it's going to take a hot minute for the Nightfall to come back online. So you have some time to work with here. There's no Malthinker's Skull or anything like that in play, or anything that's going to make Pedro charge it faster. The Dredge's power spike has since lapsed, so Pedro's going to be essentially playing a little bit of M1 gameplay until the Nightfall can come back up. Overdose is hooked in the basement. Which is a little bit cursed, because how the hell are you going to save that one without giving up the life of a couple of members of Praxis? I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of let Overdose die here. V1's holding the chase pretty well and actually plays his pallet beautifully. Forces Pedro away without taking the injury. This is huge because V1 might need to take a hit in the not too distant future either. Are we positioning V1 to trade here? Just to run into the basement. We're actually positioning 2 survivors to do that. Overdose doesn't have much time left, but V1 takes the injury. Zaka body blocks. You couldn't ask for better teamwork from these survivors. They played that absolutely perfectly. Overdose going to sit here to tank a hit. Sure, Zaka is going to go down, but Overdose can make distance. Nightfall isn't charging up anytime soon. If Pedro commits to Overdose, V1 comes back and picks up Zaka off the floor. Meanwhile, Ward's about to complete the 4th generator. Praxis are putting on a masterclass right now. We even lock the nearby lockers just so there can't be a quick TP back. This is ridiculous Survivor gameplay.
Oh, easily ridiculous Survivor gameplay here. We are definitely going to... almost so good. Almost so good for Overdose. That was such a good heads-up play, but Pedro is, quite frankly, pretty intelligent when it comes to a lot of these mind games and whatnot. He recognizes there's a chance that maybe he hopped in the stall or something happened, so he always is able to check it out a little bit. So that was actually really well played by Pedro. Overdose had a really good shot to make that work, but Pedro caught on fairly quickly to the play at hand. And we are going to see our first death at 1 gen remaining. Now, the question is, how much gen progress is remaining on these last 3 gens here? That is the real question. And that will kind of... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. We're seeing Ward start a gen pretty much fresh, and then there's 2 other gens as well, which I don't think have any progress on them. So, yeah, I think you're 100% right, which is going to make this 3v1 difficult for Praxis. But I'd say they still have an opportunity to see this possibly getting to 4K0. But right now, Pedro is, able to shut this chase down onto Zaka fairly quickly and finds the last 2 survivors. Oh, this is looking scary right now, Edgar.
Pedro's going to try and play this one as carefully as possible. You have a big opportunity here. Last thing that you want to do is let it slip. Ward goes to the pallet to try and stun Pedro out. Doesn't work out, but V1 has already, at least should have already rotated over to Zaka for the pickup. And Pedro knows this. Okay, we have a little bit of snowball potential here. 1 injured survivor, 1 survivor on the floor, 1 still healthy survivor. V1 has to take a hit and run the hell away. Pedro's getting some crazy lunges here. We do pick up Zaka off the floor, but we are in desperation mode. Everyone, I say no one's going to make out of this alive. Pedro wished to swing completely, and we do actually have an opportunity for our survivors to live a little bit longer. The generally strong pallet not there, but Pedro obviously so concerned about the gens. The survivors, they don't need to play for their lives. They just need to play for a generator. And this super strong pallet still up. There's the opportunity to play around. This is the Dredge, but it's going to take you so long. Pedro might as well just break it anyway. Pop an eruption and buy time for the survivors in a predicament where, there was real snowball potential. Now you just need a bit of a reset, a little bit of discipline. Pedro's not going to be able to find these survivors because there's no nightfall on. They should be able to... They already have safely reset Zaka. V1 not going to be so lucky, but Ward could get a reset as well. This is strong stuff from Praxis.
Very strong stuff, I'd say. We are going to find our chase onto V1, like you mentioned. Still injured from the last chase. And right now, there's still a chance for a snowball. But, man, V1 is just, displaying some really good pathing here. Not giving any free tags here. But having to play 50-50s, it's unfortunate. That's just what's going to happen at some point. But we are going to teleport. Wait, was the basement intentional, I wonder? That's an interesting place to teleport. That's going to lead to a lot of distance gain here from the Survivor side. But since we're in Nightfall, we get our power back up pretty quickly. So I guess it doesn't matter too much. We are going to find our next chase onto Zaka, who is healthy. Pedro wants to make sure that we aren't just, keeping people healthy in the... Whoa, what? Oh, that is so unfortunate for Pedro, falling off the staircase there and not being able to get the injure there. It was quite unfortunate. We are going to go ahead and follow this up. And the slow boat!
Zaka made so much distance off the back of that. By so much time forward in V1. I don't even think they need to reset right now. If they really want to, they can bully out a final gen, but they have the discipline on their side. They know the stakes. They know the cash prize that is on the line, and they can taste money right now. So they're going to reset themselves. They're going to play this a little calm, a little measured, maybe a little calmer and measured than we are right now, but how could we not be? These survivors are playing out of their damn minds here. You know, Overdose has been hooked 3 times. No one else has gone even remotely near a hook from the Praxis survivors. You know, Pedro's Nightfall is about to expire. V1's still alive and now in a chase, in a admittedly uncomfortable spot on the map, but because the resets came out earlier, you can just run away right now. We're going to look at that one when we can, but V1 and Zaka still very much on the field, still very much alive. V1 has been discovered here, has gone down with the intercept on the teleport. I wonder where Zaka is in this entire equation, right? We should be seeing another pain res come out onto V1. This could be a bit of a disaster for the Praxis survivors here.
Bit of a disaster indeed. I mean, the pain resonance is a very big tool for the killer in the 3v1, and now being in the 2v1, this is looking pretty tough, and that's just gonna be the 4K1 secured, it looks like. Now, there was a disconnect in the background. We'll wait for some information on that, on what's happening and what's gonna be the decision here regarding that. But either way, right now on the surface level here, it looks like this is going to be a 4K1 secured, meaning a tie condition is met for both teams, and we'll be moving on to the Armageddon tiebreaker system. Why don't we go ahead and pass it over to the analysts so they can talk a little bit about what the tiebreaker system here is. Thank you very much for casting me, Hector. Let's pass it over to the analysts.
Don't you tell me how to do my job there, mister. No, yeah, actually, we should probably talk about that since we do have a 4K1 on hand. Unfortunate DC, but hey, we do have a something in the back pocket, you could say, for some good old ties like this. I know you already talked about it a little bit, Snipes. Flightless, how about you break it down for us one more again? For the folk, and let us know what these Armageddon tiebreakers are about.
Okay, so for the Armageddon tiebreaker, the survivor teams, they both wager what result they can get. So say Invictus say we can get 4K1 and Praxis say we can get 4K0. The tougher win condition will then be played. So that means Praxis will be playing for a 4K0. If they get 4K0, they win. If they get 4K1, they lose. Or say even if they say 6 stages, 3 fresh is our win condition. If they get 6 stages 4 fresh, they lose. There is no tie. There is no replay. It is a pure and simple 1 win, 1 loss. That's it.
All right, so while we figure everything out in the background, as I do see some conversations are being had, let's kind of talk about that last trial that we saw going down. I felt like Praxis had a lot going on right for them early on. Obviously, we'll talk about the DC again once everything's figured out there. But I mean, they got what was it there, Flightless? 4 gens before the first elimination?
Yeah, that was just incredibly well played by the survivors. Now, obviously, Invictus had a bit of a different game going. They had 2 people on the hook at one point, but the survivors were able to just delay the tunnel out for so long that it ended up making it so that Pedro had almost no pressure. They were having 3 people in chase, like pretty much in chase, occupied at all times, with Overdose being tunneled out, Zaka helping, and then V1 helping out every now and again, and Bolitar also being there for the heals every now and again. And the other 2 were just able to work on gens. So the fact that it took so long to get those tunnel outs and those hooks meant that Praxis were able to just pump out those gens. And then once they got into 3v1, it was looking dicey at one point. I won't lie. The survivors were getting caught off guard a bit, but the lack of sloppy really, really helped the survivors be able to get pickups, get resets, and then Zaka's chase on that clock tower was huge for them. Zaka not getting tagged there really switched the momentum back from Praxis into Invictus, back to Praxis very, very quickly.
Yeah, it was crazy, right? Because we saw obviously the ruin got cleansed relatively quickly, unlike in trial number 1 where it was protected by the Undying. There was a pain res that was brought in, but opted not to use it. Pedro did, right? Instead, just kind of, continued to slug. And I couldn't help but wonder, maybe overextending a little bit there. I'm kind of curious your thoughts, Snipes.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to that, not taking sloppy butcher, which is a very, very common thing we see on Dredge. And I think sometimes we get into a little bit of, automation where we expect we have sloppy, and so we're in that mindset where I'm going to slug and apply this pressure. However, there was no sloppy, so Pedro wasn't able to exert all the pressure that he's probably used to, and that just allowed the survivors of Praxis to reset constantly. The chases were lasting quite long. We saw some really, really strong pallets up into the end game basically, and I think that was just very, very pivotal for the survivors of Praxis. Not having sloppy, being able to reset, and being able to just get back on those generators as quick as possible.
And now going to be tough too, because those same survivors, I think, of course, we're still figuring out as far as who's wagering in the background. But if it is Praxis's survivors that now have to come back out here and play again on the front half of things, what does the conversation have to look like, Snipes, to make sure that they can come back in here on the tiebreaker and still come out on top?
I mean, we saw a little bit of a rough start, so I mean, we could be seeing, them, Pedro getting a better start, and that would be really, really unfortunate. I mean, it all depends on who makes the better win con, right? We could be seeing Zaka come back out on killer instead of the Praxis survivors. So it is all time will tell.
Whiteless, for you, man, I know we had talked about, especially with feeling like Blight does relatively favor Invictus going into things. Now that we've got a tie, I mean, do you feel like it puts more weight because of the fact that it's a tiebreaker, right? Like if Praxis drops this, it's one thing if you just drop it 4K1 versus a 4KO, but in the fashion that you do, it would be such a tough place to recover on the mental then going into the Blight, right?
Yeah, they would be understandably upset because in my opinion, that was probably going to be a 4K0 maybe outs. I definitely think so. There was too little pressure on the killer side. There was, I think, like no injuries at that point. Uh, the gens were high progress, high regression events, so there wouldn't have been that many kicks left, and they were pretty close to being able to win that set. But because of the crash being not definitive whether it was a fault of the game or the player themselves, there's no way to really know. So at the point the game ended was a 4K1, we're going to have to go into the tie because of that. So the survivors are definitely going to be, I definitely think, kind of upset. So, I mean, it really changes the momentum then.
Well, we are still investigating in the background whether or not we are advancing forward with a tie or a restart. Of course, with this being the grand finals, we do want to make sure that we have all the I's crossed and the T's dotted. So, how about this? While we get things figured out, we are going to take ourselves a very, very short break. Should only be a couple of minutes. Again, we just want to make sure that we have everything on the up and up. So we are going to take a very quick break, and on the other side, we'll be bringing you guys that tiebreaker. Oh, no break needed. All right. That's easy enough. Well, then we're going to go right into our tiebreaker here. So I guess for Flightless and Snipes, I guess question for you guys. Um, do you feel that the 4K1 becomes what you put up as your offer here, or do you go with something else, Snipes?
I think, yeah, I think the 4K one is just, it's expected to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if, maybe Praxis comes out with like a 4K 0 because they were looking so strong. They were applying so much pressure. Their team coordination was on point. I think that I think they give them maybe 4K 0 or even better result than that.
What's your thoughts? What's your bets here if you're one of these two teams coming in fightless?
It's difficult because like we said, Dredge is the highest 4K rate in comp, the highest 4K in on gens as well. Like we've seen crazy things like 4K 3 even on this set before. So it is really difficult. If you go too low, then you give yourself a really tough win condition, and there's definitely a chance that you don't meet it. And if you go too high, then you also give the chance for the other team to have a tough but doable win condition. So it's all about the mind games. I definitely think that 4K 0 is probably uh the best gamble to do, because if you get 4K 1, that's common, but it's not like it's impossible to beat, you know? So I don't know. I think 4K 0 is definitely the best because all you had to do is pop all 5 generators. You don't care about stages. You don't care about kills. You just care about getting all those gens done and moving on. And I think that's probably the best result.
Well, we do have the wagers going on in the background. We were wondering what they were going to be. It looks like Invictus actually wagering 9 stages for fresh. So they're wagering that they're going to get some people out the door here, fellas. So I guess initial thoughts as far as that goes here, Snipes.
Wow. I complete opposite from what I was expecting, honestly. Invictus actually feeling very confident going into this, which, you know what? I respect their decision, honestly. So because, we did have that body block, that little bit of a sandbag from Dan in that mid game. And if they were able to extend that chase even further, maybe there was outs, in that trial. But maybe that's how they feel. So they are going to be playing Survivor, and they can only give up 9 stages for fresh. That means if the killer of Praxis gets 10 stages, that would secure the win on their pick set.
Just want to confirm as we do have our teams switching on into the lobby in the background now that we have officially confirmed that Invictus will be coming in on the Survivor side. I know we've kind of been talking, was there going to be the restart? Was there not? Essentially, since we can't, not enough evidence was able to be supplies via, crash reports and things in the back. You do just basically have to count that player that DC'd as an elimination. So those 3 stages get counted forward and basically we move forward. So unfortunately the onus of needing to prove things is on the survivors. It's generally why we recommend having even if you're not streaming, like recordings and such in the background, just in an in case scenario. So unfortunately unable to supply enough evidence means we move forward with the tie. Good news is it's not like you lost the set. You still get to run things back on the tie, and we are getting ready to head into things here momentarily. So I guess my last question, as far as for you, Flightless, who's coming out on top of this tie here?
I was saying that 4K 0 would be the safest option. Now, Praxis didn't agree with me. They said 4K 1, and Invictus definitely didn't agree with me because they're saying outs. Now, they did cover their tracks with getting the fresh stages on there. So if you get 4 freshes, then it doesn't matter. It's still a win for Invictus as long as they get 9 stages or below. But I think if Invictus are this confident, as long as they don't make the mistakes they did last time, I think they can definitely do this.
All right, short answer here, Snipes. Yes or no? Invictus pulling this thing off on the rebound, or is Praxis taking their set?
Absolutely.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get ready to take another trip on back into the fog. We mentioned there was a potential of a third set. We are indeed getting it off to Midwich one more time. Let's go ahead and take another trip back into the fog.
All right, thank you for that, analysts, and of course Q as well. And as we load in here, Invictus has given themselves a very, very difficult win condition here of 9 stages for Fresh. Not going to be easy to do, and Zaka's not going to let them have it easy at all. So we are building up our Nightfall here pretty early into the match, and bringing pretty much the exact same build, looks like. I don't see any changes, actually. And we find Kexo here at the God Palette. One totem already gone, one remains, and we get some nice value out of this God Palette. Now, Egder, I gotta ask you, do you think that Invictus has an opportunity to seize here to make it to that 9-stage 4 Fresh win condition?
I really do. When they were on their Survivor side, yes, things didn't go well for them. Yes, they made their mistakes, but they still had a fantastic late-game recovery, which ended up in a pretty decent result for them. And to be honest, Kexo almost did some juicing at that pallet over there. Not eventually working out. Some distance is going to be made, but ultimately wasn't a bad match for Invictus whatsoever. Now their early game already seems to be pretty solid, though this is a very tough loop to play against the Zaka's power, who hits the 360 no-scope into Kexo, obviously. Hooked around tentatively, in case there's anyone who could be interrupting, but that's not going to be the case. In the meantime, the survivors, so they got rid of the Undying, so it explains why the gens aren't massively progressed, but also, well, when all said and done, the gens aren't massively progressed, and the Ruin is still up, so provided that you're able to continue to force the survivors off these generators, it is going to be significantly better. 1 minute 10 seconds was the time that down came in, which is about 20-30 seconds faster than the prior downs that we've seen. So while that does not seem significant, that is an amount of time that can make a lot of difference in these matchups. We see the TP that did come through from Zaka. Not aggressively on tonight, like back to the hook. So Dan and Spitz are just comboing up on some separate generators right now. Obviously, when Ruin is up, you're very hesitant to be getting off gens if you absolutely do not need to. So they are going to complete 2 gens at the expense of putting Kexo's second hook stage. Everything is now going to rely upon this tunnel out, right? Because you know that Kexo will probably get unhooked when we go to second stage, right? At the very least. We also know that there will probably be an attempt at a tunnel out. The survivors have to do everything realistically within their power to just not let Kexo die, because if they do, then they're a bit cooked, and then suddenly that 9-stage win con looks very silly. Kexo goes to second stage, one more hook onto that man is deader than a doornail, and now the Nightfall is online as well. So Nightlight forced off of the most progressed generator, still an injured survivor against a killer that can now get killer instinct on you at just a moment's notice and psyched out at this pallet. I mean, do you want to collect a quick hook here? No, you want to return right back to Kexo, who's just been taken off the hook, so you can TP back after the unhook comes out. Follow Kexo through, Nightlight still on the floor, and guess what's still up? It's Ruin. Granted, Kexo has another strong pallet, both of those on the bottom floor used now. Zaka, TP's up, but that locker has already been locked. Good wherewithal from the Invictus survivors, so now they can make themselves a little bit of extra distance here. Kexo just going to try and run as fast as little legs will take him all the way into the corner, but I don't think that Kexo is particularly long for this world. You can use this relatively strong pallet, but you know, you are zoned out. We saw exactly what happened earlier when we tried to outplay this. What is happening right here? Kexo diggies away. Okay, well, Kexo takes the W button, sticks his finger on top of it, and now we have a friend here. We have Spitz who is in. We lead him directly to an injured Nightlight on their gen, however, which is certainly a tough time. We take the injury onto Spitz so that we can proc all of those stats effects. We TP through. Spitz takes the down anyway. This is more time being bought for Kexo, but it is also another survivor on the ground that the Invictus survivors are going to have to account for. And does this actually allow Kexo to make a lot of distance? It allows to make distance to Dan, which might be good enough for the time being.
So this is definitely going to be some really nice altruistic plays here from Invictus, but at the same time, like you mentioned earlier, Ruin is still up, and this is spreading injuries for when they go to the 3v1. If Kexo can last long enough, they find Ruin as well. Nicely done, Kexo. We are gonna see a potential for very nice, good remnant eat from Kexo. Gonna last a little bit longer now because of that. Makes it to this other pallet here, and should be able to make a nice play here. Does have enough distance to make it back around. So Kexo not in the worst spot here. Looks like Zaka's just waiting for his remnant back. But yeah, it looks like Invictus survivors are currently getting resets. Oh, and Spitz not here in time to take the down, but Zaka's actually going to slug this to play for Spitz down here, it looks like. Wait a second. This is actually buying a lot of time right now, Edgar. It looks like we're going to send it for the pickup. Spitz not here in time for the pallet save, unfortunately. That's going to be Kexo gone. But one gen remains for that tunnel out. Spitz still injured, but that's the only injury going into the 3v1. It's not the worst case scenario in the world here, Edgar. Invictus survivors have an opportunity to make the 9-state full fresh happen. They need to capitalize on it. They need to make it happen. Otherwise, they will take the loss here. All right, as we find our next chase onto Dan, looks like we're just trying to switch over to Nightlight. Can't capitalize on a hit just yet, but we do actually return to Dan here with another teleport, and do find this chase. We are going to be able to drop the pallet, but this is 50-50 as Dan is going to take an injury. But I will always say the best injury to take is after vaulting a window or a pallet. So that way Zaka can't easily capitalize on this chase. But right now, with 2 injuries in the 3v1, we're trying to get everyone injured. We know that Dan is trying to work the Ruin Totem and get rid of it. Because right now, 3v1 with Ruin active is going to be extremely detrimental. So we need to be very careful. Oh, wait a second. Dan vaulted back into Zaka after he ate the Remnant. That was unfortunate.
Tough work from Dan. It's a weird situation because remember, you're not playing for a 4K 0, you're playing for outs, right? That is markedly different for the survivors. So they can't just full send it on gens, they have to play so safe, and now we only have one survivor who's still standing, that is Nightlight, who has gone over to pick up Dan, but in the meantime, Ruin is still up, and that's still just free regression on these generators. Now we're able to get some progress with a hook onto Spitz, which is a tough, tall task for the survivors to have to deal with. I wonder if they're going to be able to deal with the predicament that they have put themselves in now. Like, they need to get rid of this Ruin Totem, but I think that this is known to Zaka. Zaka knows how important it is to hold on to Ruin now, so we're stuck in this weird game of trench warfare of the survivors not really prioritizing the gens, but just prioritizing the Ruin Totem instead, right? And now we're going for this like last second play. Nightlight finally getting on that totem, but it's been doing a lot of damage. Spitz here to take a hit. Here to take a down, actually. Right, doesn't have the Metal Man charged up yet and doesn't want to give over fresh hook stages, I would assume. So takes it down, is going to get hooked up. Now does have the Metal Man charged up for a future body block opportunity, and the Ruin is gone. So now Zaka doesn't have any perks aside from the Eruption, but now, because Ruin's been on these gens, you can now start kicking the gens. So you now have a new lease on life of regression. Is it as strong as Ruin? Arguably not when you're on Dredge and you can pressure out the gens so effectively, but it's still something. And, you know, we are definitely on a timer for the Invictus survivors right now. Spitz will be able to take a nice hit tank with Metal of Man, but still very much in a to-be tunneled out sort of position.
Now, I do think it's worth it to mention that Eruption is a very, very good regression perk, but I do think that the ability that Dredge has is very synergized with the passive regression value of Ruin. So I think it's really worth it to mention that I completely agree with you, while I still think that Eruption is a very, very good regression perk. And right now, it looks like, yeah, Spitz is completely fine with taking this body block hit because he has Metal of Man active, and I don't think that Zaka actually knows that. They are going to take that injury onto Spitz with the Metal of Man, and that's going to buy him a lot of time. Now he's going to have to go interrupt Dan with Nightfall becoming active right now. We are going to find this this generator with like 70-80% progress, and Invictus is truly on track to make this win condition happen. It was looking very difficult in the beginning, but right now they're in a pretty fine spot, I'd say.
Nightlight was trying to hide there, right? Was trying to take advantage, knowing like, hey, he's gonna have to go and chase someone eventually, right? We have like the clown car of survivors all just coddling around this generator. Eventually, something's got to give, and that is going to be Dan's life. Doesn't quite make it to the pallet, and we have an eruption through on the gen as well. So Zaka can breathe a brief sigh of relief. This is now going to be the 6th hook, the 3rd fresh one as well. Remember, Zaka needs 10 stages for fresh for the victory here. 9 stages for fresh would still be a victory for Invictus, right? We get an immediate pick, and Spitz is able to make this pallet, but you know, this is a dangerous, dangerous place to be in. If we go down here, now we're a little bit cooked, right? You take this hook onto Spitz. There is no reason not to, right? Because then you can just find Nightlight, cam to death, you're completely fine, right? Spitz is now dead, you're in the 2v1. Zaka is in a fantastic spot now. Again, in the late game, I mean, the survivors are making it close. They complete that gen anyway. Zaka wouldn't be enough here. You need to find Nightlight or something. This is such a tense situation. Even in the end game, this can still go either way. It is so difficult and so desperate for the survivors right now. And we found Nightlight in the...
Wait!
We don't...
Iron Will just... I think this just won the game. Wait a second. Nightlight needs to make it over to this exit gate. Dan needs to take the down. Otherwise, this is all for naught. And he's doing exactly that. This is going to guarantee the win if he's able to make it out. Wait a second.
Oh my god. What are we doing here? Dan is down. Dan is down on the floor. Nightlight is zoned back into the map. Dan's gonna try and crawl out. If Zaka gets Nightlight down here and kills him, that'll be exactly 10 stages for fresh, which is specifically what you need. Nightlight's gonna try and go for some Spider-Man acrobatics play to get back to the exit gate. There is a hole in this room that you can drop down. You need to drop the pallet and then try and buy as much time as physically possible. But we just full send it through the pallet by the skin of their teeth. It took a tiebreaker. It took everything possible. But Praxis are going to win this one on the very, very edge of things. And with a little bit of luck, you can, you know, get a real victory here by finding Dan as well. But the death onto Nightlight will be barely enough. My, oh my, that one raised my heart rate a little too much. And yeah, Dan not crawling out, so he's going to be hooked as well, just to guarantee the victory, especially for Zaka. Not leaving any doubt in that one, but Jesus Christ, you didn't have to play with our hearts like that, Zaka. What was all that?
Yeah, what a ridiculously close endgame here. But, you know, as much as I'd love to talk about it because of how exciting it was, I think I'd rather send it over to the analysts because they're going to dissect this for us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pass it back over to the analyst desk.
You know, I was a little worried going to overtime with the tiebreaker here that maybe it might end up being anticlimactic, but man, did it deliver a banger. Here, 3 trials in, set number 1 finally done, and it came down to literally, I mean, pixels almost there at the end. If that body block had come through from Dan, you're able to get the 3 fresh out. That turns things completely around. Praxis ends up pulling things off, though, and I guess my question to you, Snipes, it felt like there was a lot being sent Zaka's way during that Kexo tunnel out. Do you feel like maybe overcommitting on the survivor side, despite the fact that they knew Ruin was up?
I mean, Kexo put on an absolute phenomenal performance with some couple jiggies, just completely outplaying Zaka on some of those tiles and getting so much distance, and then the body blocks coming in as well. I mean, I think the survivors played it beautifully. I think if, you know, Zaka decommits from that tunnel out, then we can talk about maybe even more outs. This is really, really 3v1, getting the 3v1 as quick as possible is very essential, especially in the Dredge set where, you know, you're relying basically on survivors' mistakes, and Midwich being such a compact map, a lot of things can happen. A lot of things are just running through your mind. Where am I running? What pallets do I have? Is he teleporting? Is he faking it? Very, very interesting. But I mean, Kexo, phenomenal looping, and then able to get to that end game. What a first set. This is a first set of potentially 7. This is just what you want to see on the grand final stage.
Well, Flightless, you said that 4K0 was probably the best bet for a win con. Turns out you were right, but man, I mean, it felt like the ruin saved the day.
Yeah, as always, Flightless again is right about everything.
Okay, okay,
But yeah,
yeah.
that ruin did ruin them once they got into the 3v1. Had that 3v1 been delayed like any longer, because if you remember, Spitz was about to come in for that Superman ass save and get that body block and just barely missed it. So had he been there on time, that genuinely was looking like maybe, I don't know, a 6-7 stage, something like that. But
6, 7.
hey, but they didn't quite get it in time. And then that ruin still being up for as long as it was really, really, really hurt their progression. Because in the 3v1, it is so much stronger than in the 4v1. Like it's exponentially stronger. So them getting that close, even with that, is really impressive. And Nightlight, had he been even on just the correct side of the map, where he was a little bit closer to the gate, or had he sent it even a little bit earlier, that could have been a completely different story. We could have been looking at a 9 stage 3 fresh, meaning that their prediction on the 9 stage 4 fresh would have been a perfect prediction to get Nightlight out and win the set. But unfortunately, they didn't quite meet it. So now we go into the second set, and Invictus have all the momentum.
Well, Praxis have that point on the board. Starting off with the first set. It's off to set number 2, and this is the winter circuit after all. I guess we might as well head off to Ormond number 2. It's the Blight for set 2, and it will be Praxis out here on the Survivor to get things started. Let's go ahead and send things back on over to Edgar and Metal Bro and take another trip back into the fog.
I just want to take a second on behalf of everyone here at DBDLeague to apologize for Q and Flightless and what they just did. We don't actually invite them here. They just kind of like got into the VC and like they're just saying things now and they're just yapping, and it's really it's making us all feel quite bad. So we will now ban them from any future event and you will never hear their voice again. I hope this helps. Anyway, speaking of helping, Pedro's going to be helping himself to a lovely dose of Survivor right now, specifically in the form of Zaka. Not going to be too happy about losing that last set, so plays so starts playing Blight, immediately gets a hit, and Blight sets are just explosive, right? They really are. We do get a beautiful stun on Zaka. Here's the thing, for people who haven't watched as much competitive Dead by Daylight, even the world's best survivors still, like, get smoked against Blights, because they're going against the world best Blight. This is not new information, right? This is a sub-minute first down that's come in, and like it's kind of undisputed that will happen. What matters most is who gets chased and where you get chased. Specifically, the first survivor that has been chased is Zaka. Zaka has decisive strike, so if we try and aggressively tunnel out Zaka, then Pedro's gonna note that time won't be necessarily in his favor. Preferably, you have V1, who is the deliverance survivor, also going for the unhook. Obviously, not always going to be possible, but if you can, that's going to make things even better, because then ideally, V1's the next person to get hooked when Zaka is dead. No one else has to come over. It is about trying to take inches and turn them into miles from a Blight, right? Because you have to try so hard to get any ounce of value against this killer as the survivor side, that even these small victories in your perks are going to mean a lot. I really like how against our highest tier of killers, you're essentially playing like a class-based game almost, right? You have your rescuer, you have your healer, you have your person who is a target to Dire. You know, like it's a nice thing to see. V1 utilizes sprint burst to get over, and even if it's a trade, is going to be more than okay to unhook for this deliverance. And we don't even get that hit! Wait a minute! That's tough. Okay, well now Zaka's made a healthy amount of distance. It's going to be broken. So, and that's on account of the Forced Penance, which is a certainly off-kilter perk selection from Pedro, but not a horrible one. We are now going to chase Zaka all the way to the ends of the earth. But again, Zaka has the decisive, so you can buy time here anyway. We slow vault to the other side of the pallet, and it actually works to psych out Pedro. So again, really getting every ounce of value that we can from the survivor side.
Very true, very true. And returning to our chase over here onto Zaka with the decisive strike still on the board. Nice V1 tech coming out from Pedro. Outplaying a jungle gym is no easy feat. But
I find it very funny when you say V1 tech and V1 is just there.
He's just like right around the corner. Hey, I invented that. Nice. We are going to get the tag onto Overdose after its slow vault onto the pallet. Pedro suspects that DS is in play, so he's going to do a little bit of slugging. And yeah, that's good. It's going to lead to DS running out. But we do also have Unbreakable. And I question if that was the right time to use it. We do make the pallet actually, so it's not entirely all for naught. We might make it back to this pallet. We do actually make it in time. A nice attempt from Pedro, but Zaka just reacting very well here. Does still have balanced landing. Should be able to make it work, especially with genetic limits in play, only affecting him when first injured. But that's going to be a down coming in. Very well played by Pedro. But look at the gen progress. We're at 3 gens remaining with only 2 hooks on the board. The second one coming in just now. And of course, Deliverance is also up. So that is a survivor that cannot be hooked no matter what.
It might be a little bit of a far cry when you see how quickly the first couple of gens progress against kill like Dredge, even though, yes, Dredge does 4k a lot, gets nasty endgame scenarios generally. But it's a bit of a change when you see Blight and you're thinking, oh wow, these gens are not done. I can promise you, this is actually pretty good for the survivors. It's not perfect. They, of course, could be in a slightly better position, but, you know, having 2 gens done without anyone dead, with Zaka still having a decisive strike on the board. So even if Pedro is able to get a quick down onto Zaka, it's going to be fine anyway, right? You're still able to buy a little bit of extra time. 3rd generator completed as well. This is really strong. Overdose has come in. Is going to trade himself out. Takes the unhook.
Whoa. Wow.
Onto Zaka. We try and go around. Doesn't quite work out. Yeah, doesn't quite work out. Zaka makes it over. Is able to drop a God Pallet to buy some extra time and utilize the bounce landing to get away. The exhausted, not kicking in. Of course, genetic limits only applies mid-chase. And now we're seeing exactly what we can make of this one. Zaka continuing to make a little bit of extra distance. Of course, hot on the heels is Pedro, but Zaka playing around these rocks beautifully, and then makes it to a pretty decent pallet over here. Of course, provided you can play the long side of it. And let's be honest, it's not like Blight particularly cares about the strength of your pallet anyway.
And once again, greeting the pallet, now playing the rock right next to it. We are going to take it down. Is Pedro going to take the pick, though? No, he's not. He's going to leave Zaka slugged a little bit longer just because DS is such a big threat to Blight here. And look at that. They're about to finish all 5 gens.
Hang on a minute.
What?
They were working these gens like crazy, and no one's dead. No one is dead for this final gen getting completed. V1 has the sprint burst to get away, or at the very least make it to a pallet, because that's the most that you can do here. You know, V1 still has the Deliverance, so this might be like the worst survivor to chase. It would be an extra fresh hook, would be better for the scoring, but then V1 can just remove himself from the hook with no real issues. Overdose is on the hook. It's likely that Ward is working on an exit gate. No, Ward has actually reset Zaka, so now the tunnel out is gone completely. This is fantastic survivor gameplay. This could be a forgone 2-0 for Praxis. Again, like, Blights don't play as well, and then V1 just straight up jukes the man instead, and does it again, and again, okay, and not again, is eventually going to die and atone for his sin. But again, he's going to just be taking himself off the hook anyway, while all the other survivors are reset, and they're going to be 99ing the exit gate closest to V1, so, or just straight up opening it as well. That's probably going to work out too. I mean, this would be an absolutely fantastic result. It is able to force a little bit of movement off of the very nearby exit gate though. But again, Deliverance comes out, so now V1's going to try and sprint to the other side of the map. Only has the endurance for the 10 seconds. It's not like Blight struggles to catch up. So, you know, it's possible that we eke out a couple more stages. You know, how good can these blocks be? Pretty damn good. Ward is just holding him there.
No
Ward just held him
way.
there like a crying toddler. Oh my god!
We
I
just
have
saw
never.
4 stages on
Cyberbullying.
Pedro's Blight.
We just saw cyberbullying of the strongest killer in the game. We just saw Praxis absolutely cyberbully Pedro. That is ridiculous. Analysts, tell us about that one. I do not want to. That is a match that is going to haunt my dreams if I am Pedro.
That man has a family and he got absolutely violated at the exit gate. That's crazy to be able to get that many stages out the door, especially against a killer of the name like Pedro here at the DBDLeague. I guess there's a lot to break down here in a very little bit amount of time. Snipes, the first thing that really stood out to me, I don't know. Maybe I've been out of the loop for a little bit. It felt like Pedro's build, not what we usually see on the Blight.
Yeah, what a build that was. I mean, genetic limits has been seeing a lot more use because it does deny a lot of these stronger exhaustion perks that we see in these higher tier sets. That one's not really too crazy. That can deny overcome if they are running it. Denies life, just more distance. While Blight doesn't necessarily struggle in the catching up department, it still helps a very big deal. But yeah, Force Penance, very interesting as well. Also, I want to talk about the Survivors builds real quick. Usually we see you unbreakable on the Deliverance Survivor. This time we saw on the Decisive player, which I think is so smart. You recognize that the person's the obsession, they're going to be getting that tunnel out. So you're going to leave them on the ground for the 60 seconds or so, which is going to allow the unbreakable to happen. But I mean, what a play from Praxis there. They just played absolutely phenomenally.
They definitely played pretty phenomenal. I mean, Pedro usually, I mean, again, one of the best in the business, felt like playing a little bit differently there at the end, and can't help but wonder if, or not just at the end, but playing a little bit differently over the course of that trial. Can't help but wonder if it helped lead to the results that we saw there, Flightless.
Yeah, normally there's a pretty well accepted and common strategy when versing Blight. Normally you have first person in chase, and it's a very strong killer. In my opinion, third best 1v1 in the entire game behind Spirit and Nurse. But very, very good mobility as well. So what you typically have is you have 2 survivors work on gens on the other side of the map away from the chase. And you have a chase, and then you have the deli player stealthing for the pool. But in this case, Praxis decided to 3 split gens, get progress on a ton of different gens at the same time, and then V1 used the absolute most of Zaka's hook stage, the full 70 seconds, to wait for that pull. So that way they get about 70 seconds worth of gen progress, and he doesn't go second. So it was really well played from them. And usually Blight is like really, really strong results in comp, especially recently. And Suffocation Pit, which is his most common map, he's usually about 4K1. On this map, he should be out. Like, this map is very big and still pretty strong for survivors, even though it's Blight. But the fact that it's 4 stages, 3 fresh, is a very, very good result for the survivor team. And they played that end game phenomenally. Them being able to body block Pedro and basically kidnap him next to that tree was a game changer.
Was indeed a game changer, but there is a phrase I feel like we hear from time to time. It's Invictus doing Invictus things, and they will indeed need to do just that as we take back to the server for Ormond number 2. Otherwise, they do run the risk of going down 2-0 in this best of 7. Let's go ahead and flip the sides and get down to it and take another trip back into the fog.
Alrighty, thank you very much for that, Q. And yeah, that was a very, very exciting first game here with Pedro on the Blight. And now that we're switching sides here, we have Ward on the Blight. Now, personal experience here, I'm not too familiar with Ward's Blight. Well, we've seen Pedro before, and he's one of the best Blights in the business. But Ward, I'm not too familiar with. I'm hearing that he's pretty solid, and I mean, well, there's also physical evidence as well. That was a pretty nice flick. We are going to give that on to Rocket. And following this chase up, we're at the snowplow here. Nice V1 tech coming out and lands the flick. So getting that first down in pretty quickly into the match on one of the best 1v1 players in all of competitive DBD is no easy feat. So finding that first down, Spitz looks like the only one with any real gen progress. Dan just starting one, and Kexo looking to probably move in for the save here at some point. And of course, looking at this build, Egner, what do you make of this build? It's very interesting.
I like the Infectious. It's a good snowball potential. I believe I was talking with one of our other casters, Tryon, about this a while ago. A lot of Blights will add in extra regression. So something like a kind of weaker regression slowdown perk, such as a Dying Light or something akin to that, right? However, this is kind of the chaotic option where if you are good enough and confident enough, you can snowball into something crazy. Obviously, you know, the idea of it is you can chain it into down after down after down. Even then, if you don't, it's still some good information, right? If you get it down, you don't hear any screams, it's like, okay, well, no one's near me. And then you can make a bit of a judgment call about what to do next after that, right? Really impressed. Obviously, we've only seen one chase, two if we count that little dalliance with Kexo over at the pallet. But, you know, there are so many Blight players that would go for just, like, simple bump logic on that anyway, and that just was not what we saw at all. We just flicked around the corner twice. Rocket just goes to second stage, and the Survivors let that happen. It's not really like anyone's even positioned for an unhook or was trying for it. They let that go. Spitz is going to have to be the one to come in. Has the deli, has the will make it. This is definitely your unhook survivor. I don't know if Rocket is our decisive survivor. We'll have to check that in just a moment. But, you know, Warp seems very in control of the game right now. You have a survivor who is about to be dead very, very shortly. I wouldn't even be surprised if you just, like, go for... You just straight up ignore the endurance and just try and delete this man from the lobby. Though instead there's a wild Spitz here to take chase instead.
All right, taking the injury onto Spitz. Does have Deliverance up now, and I think that Rocket going second there was absolutely necessary for the remainder of the teammates to get any real gen progress on the board here. That down came in too quick, and with no gen progress on the board, it was necessary that Rocket win second, and that's exactly what happened. Very nice juke from Spitz. What a spin on towards Blight. Now, I will say, even though I had no experience before this match on towards Blight here, I'd say he's doing quite phenomenally. Another V1 tech coming in. We do have to bump logic this rock here a little bit, unfortunately. And looks like we find someone else at this rock filler here as well. Kexo also here, looks like trying to work this generator. Board stops the kick, get Eruption up on the board. And of course, if we're able to get down here soon, Infectious will give us some value in some fashion or other.
I feel Ward is overcooking a bit here, right? Yeah, it clearly has a very flick-heavy style of Blight, but, you know, maybe overcooking it. Spitz in the corner should have been dead a long time ago, if we're being honest with ourselves. Instead, this is an uncharacteristic amount of time being fought for someone that is not our tunnel out. Now, yeah, Ward does not need a tunnel out. Ward only needs 5 stages, or 4 stages for fresh, right? So this isn't terrible for him to play, but, you know, being forced into regular M1 gameplay, like, you're the Blight, you know? Like, this really isn't your shtick. Like, it's good that you have such a relatively straightforward win condition in front of you. You now get your 3rd fresh hook. 2 more stages will secure you a victory outright now. But, like, that was a lot of time that Spitz fought. Arguably enough for a miracle recovery to come out from Invictus. And again, Spitz just delis himself anyway. So it's not like Ward was able to get, like, much in the way of pressure on the other survivors by that hook. Just an extra stage to the tally. He's lucky that the stages count for so much right now.
Very true. The unfortunate... Oh, what another nice juke here coming in from Kexo. Every survivor pulling one off onto Ward right now. And it's absolutely necessary. We are 1 hook off from the tie condition being met if we hook Dan or Kexo. And that would be very, very scary for the Invictus survivors. But I wouldn't be opposed to another tiebreaker set being played. We are getting some nice gen pressure here. But once again, Infectious Fright making an appearance here as we down Spitz. And this will be the 4th hook. Not the tie condition being met, though, because this is 4 stages 2 fresh compared to 4 stages 3 fresh in the last match. Excuse me, sorry, I had to sneeze. I didn't want to sneeze on the while casting. So anyways, taking the tag onto Dan, who is here, by the way, did get caught out by Infectious. And yeah, right now it's looking very scary for the Invictus survivors. They are staring down the barrel of a 0-2 in favor of Praxis right now.
Yeah, and Dan is completely trapped in his corner here, right? We know that Spitz is in the lobby, but Spitz is the one that does things on the Z-Wall, Dan, all right? You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. It's going to be a confirmed victory for Ward and the rest of Praxis right now. They've done a damn good job of recovering here. Given the start they had, given the fact that Rocket died in about, like, 2.5 seconds, it felt like. But they aren't able to replicate that going further and further into the game. I am interested to see whether they continue to get out. Ward is this is kind of the issue with the kind of flick-heavy playstyle. You can get juked, and it's not all that difficult to do. Now Kexo is cooking, is now turning into like a prime ladder player, but it's a bit too late, you know. It's good that none of Ward's chases so far have been onto Kexo, at least no substantial chases. We don't get the blind, so it's going to be a down eventually. We secure our final fresh hook. This is all just for a little bit of show right now, ladies and gentlemen. And hey, you know, breaking down your opponent mentally by just continuing to by just continuing to get the kills and get the stages onto them, right? That's a good strategy. Why beat them when you could just straight up demolish them?
That's always an option on the table. It's always in the cards, right? But you know, whether or not it gets pulled off, it's not always too obvious. We are gonna. Oh my goodness, that bump logic was disgusting from Ward. We get the down onto Rocket here, who is death hook. So this is gonna be a kill at 1 gen remaining. Now, mind you, the win condition has already been met for Praxis. They only needed 5 stages, 3 fresh, and they are currently at, I believe, 6 stages, 4 fresh. So right now, definitely already taking the win. So anything here on out is just both teams playing to get the best result possible. We do get it down onto Kexo with a pretty nice flick coming in from Ward. Honestly, a really good Blight player, I'm noticing, with no experience here coming in from any previous matches. This is pretty impressive from Ward.
Or at least not much tape that I've personally seen. Right, this is not someone who's playing Blight for the first time. Let's put it like that, boys. Nice vault from Dan. It seems like Spitz is on the distant generator, should get the final one done. Dan is doing a good enough job in this chase of just buying as little time as he possibly can, and Ward is going to commit to his hook as well, not going to get any inherent regression out of it. So at the very least, we're able to get another generator on the board for the survivors here, but like this is it. And the survivors know this, the killer knows this. Okay, 2-0. This is not a spot that we see Invictus in, I'd say ever. That would be an exaggeration. They did obviously lose to Umbrella in the upper bracket 3-0. So it is a situation we've seen them in before, being 2 down, but it's not common, right? It's very rare for a team often this dominant to be in such a predicament, right? So all eyes are on them for the recovery, because you know they can do it.
I feel like Ward was given a challenge to hit as many V1 techs as possible. I feel like that was just on the board somewhere. Like Zoc was like, okay, Ward, you have to hit as many V1 techs as possible. And like he's just been like almost every single injury or down has been a V1 tech. It's very interesting to see. But either way, I'm going to go ahead and pass it back over to the analyst to talk about what happened in this match, because I'm sure there is a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I gotta say, honestly, if that trial was trial number 1, I would feel a lot better going into the back half of the set. I mean, very winnable from either side, it feels like. I mean, it felt like that was a very strong trial on both halves of the server. Unfortunately, though, Flightless, for the side of Invictus, I think just came in a little too far behind the 8 ball here.
Yeah, them having such a quick chase at the beginning is not like, it's not unexpected. It's Blight. You definitely have the potential for a very fast chase at the beginning. And then letting Rocket hit second, even though it's a 4-stage tie condition, it's not like a terrible decision because they knew they needed gem progress above anything else. And they did eventually get the pool, and Bolitar or Ward didn't even tunnel. So it actually didn't end up hurting them that much. It's just having your win condition set for you changes the way you play a lot. So Ward being able to know, I don't have to 4K. I don't have to do something crazy. I just need to play clean and get at least 5 stages. And I win. So it's not like he was going into this thinking, "Oh god, I'm going to lose." Oh no. He was probably very confident. Even though Pedro is considered the best Blight and Ward's Blight isn't that known, he is still really good at the killer regardless. And them just having so much momentum really helped them winning the set, and I didn't expect it. This is a really big upset in my opinion.
Crazy thinking Snipes all of a sudden we're going into the spirit here. Praxis up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, this is so much momentum for Praxis here, up 2-0. This is their pick set as well, so this is what they are expected. And Zakas being such a well-renowned Spirit player, this is going to be a rough patch for Invictus. We are going to be lucky if we get maybe 6 or 7 sets this match, but let's get into this game here.
Yeah, let's get down into it. Only one way to see if Invictus can pull things back. Every run starts with 1. Let's go ahead and take another trip back into the fog.
Everyone does start with 1, but this is not the one that you want, I can't lie. So sometimes you say, oh, I just want the easy matches and the easy kills, and you have to go up against Zaka's Spirit. Whatever happens with who wins this, Zaka is the best Spirit player that we have. And I say it's not particularly close. It is, but it's convincingly Zaka, right? Guy's an absolute freak of nature. I've seen this man just like mind control survivors. He knows exactly what they're doing before they do, right? So Zaka's likely going to pull off some ridiculous gameplay, but of course the survivors are going to know about that they have a little bit of wherewithal. They're not stupid. So Zaka has spotted out survivor here. Kexo, you can't eat the injury, and I believe that there's nothing that's really going to stop that injury happening. Actually, through the pallet and the blind as well. Wow, that's fantastic work. Now Zaka should be phasing through reasonably quickly. Kexo not going to be able to make this pallet before the injury. I stand corrected. It's going to be making the pallet before the injury comes out. We drop the item to make the noise as if we're vaulting the pallet. Then we actually vault the pallet. We're doing some pretty good juicing right now. It's all about the uninjured hit, right? Because the longer that you can delay that, the better. The moment you're injured against a spirit, you're found at the highest level. It's that simple. There's very little that you can really do. We go from one side, go to another side, but, you know, the power of Spirit is turning every loop into a 50, basically, and in this sense, it just doesn't work for you, right? So, Kexo gonna hop the locker.
Wait! Prox Lucky Star!
Yep, that's what I was thinking as well.
Genius!
Prox Lucky Star is gonna now be hidden.
What?
Just walks it down into the basement, and Zaka is dumbfounded. Bro is like, where did he go? Where did my man vanish to? He had the hand of Vecna or something akin to that. Nah, this is freaky. What a way to start a comeback, huh?
Oh my goodness, Hector. That has to be like one of the plays of the century in competitive DBD. I did not see that coming at all. What a like 200 IQ play from Kexo. Really making the use out of like some of the perks I would like not imagine you to get any value of on like a set like Spirit. What a play, man. That denied so much pressure for Zaka early in the game here. And quite frankly, I was going to make a joke about about you mentioning that Zaka's like convincingly the best Spirit in competitive DBD. But like quite frankly, I was going to say Zaka's been a Spirit, a very, very good Spirit for a long time. So I guess you could say it's not a phase. But
bro, come on.
What
come on,
I was completely derailed by that play that Kexo made. That I just like I was also dumbfounded. Not just Zaka, I was dumbfounded as well. Insane play.
Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, I mean, what a hell of a way to start things, huh? Now Zaka gonna hop right back into the chase, trying to run down Spitz. Again, I mean, if Kexo can juke like that, Spitz is one of, like, the top jukers of all time. That's kind of his shtick. That's kind of the gimmick, right? Eventually is going to be forced out into the injury. You don't have Lucky Start, so what kind of weird shenanigans are you gonna pull here? I'm guessing a balanced landing play, and you try and get to the pallet. You actually succeed. Zaka doesn't get the swing through. So, you know, we're delaying. We're still buying a good amount of time. Zaka's just trying to hold Spitz in the corner so that you can eventually phase and then just, you know, force a reaction from Spitz. We finally get the first down. That is slow. That is an extremely slow first down compared to what we normally see coming out from our Spirit players, right? 3 minutes 50 seconds is the time on the board. What is normally like 1:30, right? So, God almighty. I mean, Kexo has already made a mark on this game. And, it allowed, I think we're about 1.5 gens to be done for our first hook stage. And Dan is just running it straight down for the trade as well. No fear whatsoever.
Yeah, and this is just phenomenal from Invictus. And quite frankly, this is what they need to turn the tables around and get the ball rolling in their favor here. And let's see if it pays off, honestly. This is a very, very disgustingly good early game from Invictus. They are absolutely thriving right now. And they need to keep this pressure going on, otherwise it can spell disaster for them. Now, right now, Spitz is taking chase to the bottom side of the map, and Zaka is completely content to stay here. It looks like we're actually gonna. Okay, all right. Let me fill some people in the audience here on why Zaka waited for that. Spitz is one of the players here who is most well known for hitting some very, very good dead hards. And now Zaka, I'm sure, was convinced that Spitz would play for dead hard there, but not going to use it. Looks like he doesn't have dead hard on, so definitely going to be a perk we're not going to be seeing here from Spitz. Now, the unhook is going to come through bottom side. We are going to see 4 people. And so Spitz has all the distance and all the time and the health state to make it topside here.
Zaka's still controlling these survivors pretty well. Obviously, an injured Dan is going to be a nice target to get, but the dead are even better coming through there. So we're able to get a bit of a new lease on life. Exhaustions are one of your only real lifelines against the Spirit, so you're going to utilize them wherever you can. Now we force it right back over to this tower, which so far has not been the luckiest for the Invictus survivors, and they're going to continue to not be. Dan going down the corner buys as much time as humanly possible. Again, even if Zark has to take another second or two to get over to a hook, this is all the more time for the survivors, right? You know that Nightlight's working again. It's likely that Kexo is as well. Spitz, the potential tunnel out, is in a very fine position, you know, completely healthy. We're actually going to whack 2 gens out at the same damn time. So, yeah, right now Invictus really running circles around Zaka. They're not letting him get a tunnel out. They're not letting him get easy downs as well. There's some unfinished business that Zaka now has against Kexo. But again, Kexo makes the read correctly, drops a pallet on the correct side, forces a break, and, you know, might be forcing an injury here. Wouldn't be surprised if Kexo just jukes it out again, but no, finally eked up an injury. Again, Zaka is nowhere near a tunnel out right now, right? You know, Dan is broken, but on the other side of the map, Spitz is completely healthy, right? So you have to go for a fresh onto Kexo, which, you know, at the very least will be a pain resonance, but, you know, what's better than a pain res? A whole dead survivor.
Very, very true. And right now, yeah, I mean, like, honestly, I think that Zaka's in the right mind here to switch gears and play for fresh hooks. I mean, Invictus has 1 gen remaining, and they do have some progress on the board as well. Nightlight is fully expecting Zaka to come to his gen, which he is absolutely right. That is exactly what happened. And right now, yeah, I mean, like, this is a moment where we need to play for freshes. Playing for tunnel out here will result in Invictus completing all gens. Nightlight gets the stun, plays for live, gets hit through it as well. What? That is ridiculous that he got hit through live.
Yeah, and then tries to psych out, but it doesn't work. And now we're in a little bit of a confused predicament, right? Someone else was luckily there to get the unhook onto Kexo, but you would assume Nightlight goes for it, but then you have kind of like the weird one-upsmanship of Zaka thinking Nightlight's going for the unhook, so Nightlight doesn't go for it, and then Zaka being like, well, he thinks that I think he's going for the unhook, and then wraps around the side. You weird mental gymnastics that tends to happen when you play against a Spirit. At the very least, Zaka has gotten a fresh hook onto every survivor, so Zaka isn't going to 4K here, or at least it's not likely he's going to 4K, but he's not really playing for it anymore. It's a switch up of styles, and provided that he can get a significant number of stages on the board, and then, you know, hopefully eventually a 1 or 2 kills out of that, it will be making the best of a bad situation. And by a bad situation, I mean one of Kexo's making. Zaka just really hates Kexo after that initial play, basically.
Wouldn't you?
And Mr. as well.
I mean, like, honestly, I would too. That was just ridiculous tomfoolery that worked out extremely well for Kexo. And the down does come through. So another stage coming on the board here for Kexo. We are looking at, it looks like 7 stages for Fresh at the moment. And getting this hook bottom side, that allows for the time for the top side gen to be completed. And right now, it looks like Zaka, does he even make this hook? That's actually pretty far away. I don't know if he makes this hook. He's going for basement as well. I don't think he makes it.
What? The skin of his teeth. Oh my god, one more skill check. Kexo is off there. I mean, Zaka knows the limits, right? This is a double-edged sword. There's next gate right there, right? Like it is right there. But no one is on it immediately, right? Which, of course, is a problem. Kexo wouldn't be fantastic if Kexo dies here, because that'd be 2 extra hook stages, but no matter what way you slice it, someone on Invictus is probably going to die, right? They can play for a, you know, save from the basement, but, you know, they have to all do it, and then, you know, they have to get to a faraway exit gate, and they'll be injured, and it's in basement as well. Like, it's not impossible, and if any team's going to pull it off, it is Invictus, especially because you look at the other exit gate, it's actually really not that far away from Shack. Obviously, there's the one right next to it, but the one they have open is not too far either. So survivors want this, and they're going to, by the look of things, play for it. But, oh, and they've actually progressed the most nearby gate as well. You can hear it going off. So now there is a nearby gate to go to. And, you know, we should see a slow drip feed of survivors going into the basement. They have to be very wary of Kexo's timer because there's not much left onto it. And Kexo actually does just die. Dan will get out, so no harm, no foul, I guess. But, you know, at least they didn't throw that situation horribly. Final result, when all is said and done, is going to be, I believe...
8 stages for Fresh.
Yeah, 8 stages for Fresh. Could be better, could be worse. I'm wondering, I think we do expect a Spirit to... I think we do expect a Spirit to hit those 4Ks more often than not. But ultimately, Zaka made the best out of a bad situation. And I would like to pick the host and our analyst brain on this one. So go ahead, take it away, fellas.
Yeah, definitely intriguing as we were able to take off to ARP here for... What was that? Trial technically number 7? Well, technically number 8, because we did have the tiebreaker, but we are starting off set number 3, and it was intriguing. I think started off I mean, we got to talk about the Lucky Star play first things first, Flightless.
Yeah, they basically had every perk like positioned perfectly for every chase. Kexo, not only does he have Lucky Star, he had Fixated. Fixated, other than Iron Will, is probably the best perk versus Spirit because if you run, you're breathing louder. There's a little technique when you're done sprinting. If you spam your crouch button just a couple times, you essentially reset your heavy panting, and it makes it much harder for the killer to hear you. And then, obviously, if you keep walking after that, it's much harder to get found. Then Kexo uses Lucky Star. Now, I thought he was going to get in the locker for head on and try to play for that and try to get away. Then he insta-vaulted out, realizing that Zaka was just breaking Shack, and then stealth straight into basement, which is a perfect play. That bought them so much time and made the first chase like almost lose the game for Zaka. Like that was a pretty good start for him at the very beginning, but then that chase just ended his whole career. Then on top of that, Spitz, as the caster has pointed out, is very, very well known for having low ping and getting his DHs off. And Zaka thought he would have DH. Dan is actually kind of known for having not the greatest ping. And so the fact that Dan had DH as well really, really bought them a lot of time. So that's why they were able to get such a good win condition for this set.
I do gotta say though, it felt like for as good of a start as the survivors had, I mean, it definitely felt like our killer did a pretty good job of bringing things back, right, Snipes?
Yeah, played that phenomenally. Zaka getting a lot more stages than he probably bargained for given that start. You know, there was a few stages, I think, that were handed to him. But regardless, still a very solid result on the survivor side of Invictus, a stage 4 fresh. It's kind of that middle of the ground where, could be worse, could be better, as the casters were saying as well. Very well played. And now we get Pedro to redeem himself. We didn't see the greatest performance on the Blight. Now, Spirit, they're down 0-2. They have to take a set away, or they're going to be looking at a match point here for Praxis.
It would be insane to think about the chance for Invictus to potentially need to reverse sweep. I mean, we had said that there is a chance that Praxis could be needing to use the Spirit to prevent Invictus from setting up the sweep. When we started things off at the start of the day, I don't think anybody really thought that we would be at a point that heading into the back half of Spirit here on ARP, Praxis could very well be looking at their third straight set win. It is going to be up to the survivors, or for the survivors of V1, Zaka, Marco, and Ward, be able to come out and top that performance that was just put forward by those Invictus survivors. See if Invictus might be able to put up their one set thus far. It is going to be all up to Pedro, as we were saying. So let's go ahead and kick it back over to our casters and take another trip back into the fog.
Hell of a situation to be in for a player like Zaka to not have had such a dominant matchup against the survivors. But again, don't let the first two sets of today fool you. Invictus are no slouches. You want to see proof? Just go to the DBDLeague website, look up the Hall of Fame. You'll see a lot of Invictus, a lot of Eternal. They're essentially one in the same. And apparently they're pretty damn good at this game. Now they're just getting the opportunity to really show it off. Pedro on the killer side, however, this is where it's going to be interesting, because we have seen obviously fantastic killer gameplay, but also fantastic survivor gameplay coming out from Praxis so far, right? The early game is generally very slow. Pedro kind of has a perfect split. Something that we don't talk a lot about is the makeup of this map, Azeral's resting place, right? It is very choke pointy, right? This center of the map is a bottleneck, and both sides are separated by this essentially bridge in the middle, right? Trying to cross that bridge is very difficult if the killer does not want you to. The killer has eyes basically everywhere, and we could be stuck in a bit of a risky position if, I believe, V1 and I believe Marco are actually trapped up in the corner. V1 going to be running through here. We don't get that hit. Okay, that's massive, because this actually allows V1 to make some distance. And we get a stun as well. Okay, V1 not just a yapper, but coming out to play today. Gonna try and tempt Pedro. Hey, come over to these corrupt gens. Come to the very corner. Allow the... Oh my god, Pedro, what's happening here, dude? That was a crazy good hit to get. But now has brought the killer all the way over to this other side, and in essence allows the full rotation to come through, right? Ward is currently getting rid of a totem. You might notice there aren't any hexes that Pedro has. That is because Ward likely has inner healing, and so can utilize that for a pocket heal later on in the trial. Pedro gets a first down much quicker than what we were able to see before, right? I'm going to say this one, I'm estimating about a minute and a half or so that we came out, even despite V1's best attempts to do some juicing. The most important part is V1 was able to at least bring things over to the other side of the map. So, you know, we do have a silver lining, right? But also we've now found Marco, and this is where the kind of slow collapse can come through. You know, was Marco the one planning on going for the save? Is Marco just going to die now because you're injured against a spirit? Like, what are we really playing for here? And arguably, you could just be running him right into V1. Yeah, beautiful lunge there. So Pedro able to secure yet another fresh hook. And we've also seen the For the People play come out. This is going to help V1 in the sense of not being able to get tunneled out, but also Ward is now injured for an inordinately long amount of time. Remember, Pedro does not need a 4K here. A tunnel out would be helpful, but, you know, provided that you have the pain reds, provided your regression's good, it's not mandatory like it usually is.
Now, I will say honestly, you might be wondering, well, you know, Zaka tunneled out last game. Why is Pedro not tunneling out this game? And that's because he's playing for Freshes here. He can honestly play for Freshes pretty fine and meet the win condition, in my opinion. It's not because the win condition is that easy to meet, but honestly, I've seen Pedro get far better results playing for Freshes rather than playing for tunnel out. A lot of cases, honestly, that's been pretty true. And I've actually been proven wrong when I thought Pedro should have tunnel out before. And right now, seeing that Pedro's playing for Freshes, I'm kind of inspired to think that this is going to be a really good result for Pedro. Now, we do get the hook here topside in on a Pain Resonance, so a little bit of gen slowdown coming in, and it's going to be slowing down the gen progress here for, I believe, Zaka's gen. So right now, it's looking... Actually, no, it's going to be Ward's gen, looks like, with this almost completed generator. So... definitely Pedro is in a pretty solid spot, I'd say.
And Ward can also now get a self-reset with the inner healing that we procced earlier. Does Zaka go for a last-minute save here? That would kind of be the best situation. You'd be able to, you know, utilize as much of your... You'd be able to utilize much of that time as possible. Marco does unfortunately go to second. V1 does have the bounce landing, but Pedro's able to intercept it anyway, so now your exhaustion is all but wasted. V1 playing a little aggro here because you have to pressure out this top side. Look at how harsh of a 3-gen this is, and Pedro is in control right now. You know, Zaka has gotten the unhook, but Marco's not going to be able to get out of here easily. We get the will make it play, however, so we actually get the full heal. And that's actually a good distractor. While V1 was in chase, we make the most of the situation. Zaka unhooks Marco. Pedro swings at the voice in his head. Happens to the best of us, big fella. And then, you know, you're able to fully heal Marco. Again, even if there's a 2-tap that comes out, it's slower and it takes more time. And V1 has also been reset by Zaka, again, utilizing the will make it. This means that V1 and Zaka are in good positions to try and pressure out this 3-gen on the top side of the map. And Pedro, still, like, not that close to his win condition, all things considered, right? Still has, you know, at least, like, 5, maybe 6 stages to go.
Very true, very true. We do see Zaka and V1 here by this hill gen top side. And yes, V1 is exposed. That is a little bit scary. Looks like Pedro did want to kind of play for that, but lost the opportunity to. Marco is still here and needs to be careful. Otherwise, wait a second. That's going to be the down onto Marco. The 3v1 should be starting here roughly in a few seconds once Marco is hooked. And this is a very good position for Pedro to be in. He definitely wants to start this 3v1 off as soon as possible. And it starts now. So now we're going to head over to this hill gen, I imagine. Definitely want to put some pressure up on the board onto our Praxis survivors, and it should be quite doable. V1 is going to be ready to use the down training.
Okay.
But wait, what?
They just do it. Okay.
Pops the gen. I didn't realize they were both here still.
I mean, that's a solution. You know, everyone has a plan till you get punched in the face. If someone grapples you to the ground, just get up. And we were talking about, oh, well, there's this 3v1 we're going to enter into this 3-gen. And then the survivors are like, hang on, I've thought of this crazy new idea. Why don't we just do the gen? And it's like, wait, why didn't anyone else think of that? So now the 3-gen is broken. Yes, you're in a 3v1, but the survivors are very split. You only have 4 hook stages to your name, 2 fresh, so it's not like you're guaranteed a victory here, even if you're in this 3v1. And there's also, like, V1 just has to keep waiting for balanced landing to come back online, and then suddenly that hill gen is pretty free. You know, Pedro now knows Ward is working on that gen on the bottom side of the map, but, like, what can he do about it? He's so far away, and there's all these other generators which are now unaccounted for that the survivors are splitting up on. You know, it seems almost elementary to them at this point.
Very true. So right now, I think it's worth being said that Pedro needs to get a down and a hook onto Zaka, and then he needs to hook Ward. Otherwise, this win condition will not be met. And with the ever encroaching endgame here, I don't think that's going to be easy to meet. We do get the down onto Zaka, so right now we are on track to meet that tie condition, but I still think it's going to be extremely difficult to meet that. Looks like V1 is going to be on the gate and starting it immediately, and this could lead to the gate being completed very, very quickly. Obviously, Pedro's going to head straight for the bottom side, but Spirit is not the most mobile killer in the game, and this gate's going to be opened. It looks like Praxis is going to take this 3-0.
Yeah, they're going to get out. They're going to get out here. You're just not fast enough. And, you know, the size of the map, sometimes it helped you as killer. You know, you're able to hold those choke points, intercept things so neatly. but not in this instance. What did they put in Praxis's breakfast today? Reigning champions of All Hallows League and the last winter circuit are about to be deposed of, like, in 3-0 fashion. I want to send this over to analysts to break this game down, because this is like, again, let's not pretend that Invictus were slouches on their survivor side, right? They had a damn good performance against a damn good killer, and then the Praxis survivors beat that somehow? Like, was this Praxis playing up? Was this Pedro having a disappointing game? Analysts, tell us a little bit about that one, because I'm totally lost.
Yeah, crazy to think about. I feel like a bunch of gen rushers is what we just saw on our screen. I'm not sure what you're feeling here, Flightless, but it just seemed like those gens were absolutely flying.
Yeah, they were very good on their splits and their rotations for gens. And like gens are not as easy to do versus killers of these calibers as people think. It's not like you know you just find a gen and you just sit on it. You have to choose what gen to sit on, when to sit on them, when to leave, like what position to do, etc., etc. There's so many different factors. Like you don't want to do a gen in the middle of the open, for example. You want to do one with something nearby. If you have balanced landing, maybe that's a hill. If you have live, maybe that's a window or a pallet or something. And that 3 gen was pretty strong. And Pedro has a pretty good build for 3 gens, Dragon's Grip and Eruption. It's a very, very, very strong combo on Spirit. Dragon's Grip is excellent for both info and being able to get those into downs, because Spirit's phase doesn't count as an M2, it counts as an M1. So he put Dragon's Grip Eruption on that gen over by that hill, and then injured V1 through his balanced landing. So what V1 did was he went and touched the gen and got dragons off of it and stopped the regression. So then after he stopped regression, he left, and Pedro was too busy on trying to get his tunnel out. So that gen wasn't regressing at all that entire time. Zaka gets pull, heals up the survivor, I think it was Marco, and then goes straight to the gen with V1 and just stacks it, and then pops before Pedro can even get there. So that was extremely well played from the survivors, especially the fact that Bolotar or Ward was on the other side of the map the entire time working as separate gen. So it was very good rotations by them.
Well, here we are, Snipes, getting ready to head into set number 4. And Praxis has all of the momentum, and their survivors who have been looking so darn good will be the ones starting things off on Disturbed Ward on this Wesker set. How you feeling right now?
It is very, very one-sided, although the matches have been close, so not really one-sided, but one-sided per se on the scoreboard right now. Praxis 3-0 up on Invictus. I don't think this was going to I think this is a shocker to most, but still a lot of pressure on Invictus here. Pedro coming out onto this 4th set here. Wesker, a very heavy chase killer. A lot of mistakes can be made with these bounds, especially if you're not careful with the familiar with the how tight you need these bounds to be, is what I was trying to say. But yeah, Praxis got to be feeling good right now going into this up 3-0.
Well, it is Invictus's map pick, or killer pick, I should say. So maybe feeling a little confident as we do go off to the Disturbed Ward. I'm coming home, baby. Going to the crib. Going to the crib. Starting off set number 4. Let's go ahead and send it right back on over to our casters, Edgar and Middlebro, and take another trip back into the fog.
All right. Thank you very, very much for that, Q, and our analysts as well. And we are going to be loading in here to the first Mastermind match here of the set. And we have Pedro on Mastermind versus the survivors of Praxis, that being V1, Ward, Zaka, and Marco. And man, the stakes are high. If Pedro can't manage to get a win condition, he'll be staring down the barrel of a 0-4, meaning that Praxis takes this win pretty cut and dry. So we're going to be up to match point here for the remainder of the sets here. And Pedro is looking to make a big impression in this match here. So definitely going to be a very, very big one going forward here. Now getting a pretty solid dash hit onto V1. Definitely looking to make a big impression, like I said, here in this match. And this is, I think, one of the best shots that Invictus has going into this, I would say.
Yeah, Pedro is a freakishly good Mastermind player, right? So if anyone's going to be putting up a good performance, I know a lot of pressure is on your shoulders as the prime killer player for your team. Like, you kind of have to live up to that level if you want to be champions, right? If you want to bring the chase over to a good spot within the corrupted gen split, as we like to see. Pedro, of course, did go for that dash just now, but not quite being able to clear the first corner when you get the drive by M1 instead. Oftentimes against a killer like Wesker, it's not just the power itself that's going to cause you problems, but the threat of it as well, right? Now we get the key question. There are 2 pain reses nearby. Is Ward going to be able to complete this gen before the pain res goes off? I'm going to say no, actually. Not quite going to be enough progress. He's really trying to force that one out. No. So there's an opportunity if Pedro is a little clever on the game sense, or perhaps a little lucky as well. Could try and stop that gen being completed, but ultimately it's not going to matter too much. Marco positioning themselves for the unhook while Zaka is being pressured out at the main building. You're in such a dangerous spot, you know. Zaka has to play this kind of risky. He does have a strong palette to play around, but eventually just leaves. And yeah, when you have a killer with a power that strong, leaving generally works for you. Only in the indoor environment, though. Again, Wesker doesn't take too kindly to you just holding W away from him. And that's the thing. He has a great 1v1 at the loop. He's able to hit you with a great 1v1 if you try and run away as well. And, you know, Zaka slammed up. We're going to see another injury come out. V1 not actually getting reset in this entire process. I'm not sure whether we're trying to play for a tunnel out here, and Zaka's just presenting themselves as a target, or we are fully committing to fresh hooks for Pedro here. Doesn't necessarily matter, because Zaka, again, threat of the power is forcing him to some weird positions, and not taking the vault there, losing the 50 means that the lunge can just come through from Zaka sorry, not from Zaka, from Pedro instead. We do have a wild Marco kind of running around in the corner by this hook. Zaka, of course, going to take him over to the pain res instead for some good regression. But right now, this is a fairly even Stevens kind of game. Preferably your second hook would be onto V1 instead of another fresh onto Zaka. But, you know, if this is how things are going to go for you, you can't complain too much.
Very true, very true. We're going to go and pre-drop this this main building pallet here. And gets the tag onto Ward. What a nice tag from Pedro here. And, of course, going to get some regression up on the board here with the pain resonance. But, of course, we have Pop Goes the Weasel in the back pocket here for another really nice regression. Now, yeah, we're going to go and leave that chase here from main building and pressure out Zaka. So looking to get a second stage up on the board on one of our survivors here. And actually, in the position to get it, we do get the down as well onto Zaka. So a second stage now coming up on the board here. And Pedro is in a pretty okay spot, I'd say. We do have what looks to be 2 different gens with really high progress here. It might be 1 gen being doubled, actually. It is 1 gen. And then V1 has another generator with about 50% progress. So I'd say Praxis is in a good spot here. But Pedro is on a pretty good path to set a pretty decent win condition, I'd say.
Yeah, has shifted the tunnel out focus slightly. Zaka maybe a bit of a more tentative target to take on instead. Ward going to be fully infected, likely going to want to get rid of that as quickly as possible. Of course, it's something that you often forget about until it happens, and you realize quite how debilitating that infection is when you eventually get into a chase. Pedro feels confident to leave this hook a little bit, but of course it's always like a boundary thing, and how far can you reach out? V1 is on this remaining gen in this corner, is going to complete it, but is now stuck in the corner against Pedro. Pedro, however, doesn't take it. V1, I think, called on me, and so there's like, okay, that's our cue to go for the unhook. Pedro, again, this is the mind games that we're talking about, immediately turns around. Zaka's not been able to make that much distance. Is going to have a shack with a strong shack palette remaining, but that's reliant on him playing this tile properly. And with these like straight edges in these corners, this is one that Wesker can play around fantastically. And I think Pedro himself on the Wesker just said it best. Not an ideal chase from Zaka. And yeah, that's our kill coming out. 2 gens remaining. So it's a strong start. You even have a little bonus extra fresh hook onto V1 as well. You know, you're feeling good about this one for Pedro. This might be what you needed to get back into the swing of things.
Now here's the thing. We do have a good amount of regression, progress on the board here for Team Praxis. So it's not like they're going to be going into this 3v1 with a lot of pressure on them. Now, Popgoes the Weasel is going to damage this gen with quite a bit of regression. So Pedro not in the worst spot here. Both gens have some decent progress, and we are going to find a ward here at this 4 lane. So right now, Pedro looking to be in an even better position with another fresh hook potentially up for grabs here. And, oh, wait a second. Very good positioning here from Ward, not allowing for this down to come in so easily. We are going to make the pallet, it looks like, and pre-drop it. And we actually get the down with a masterfully well-played mind game from Pedro, getting the down onto Ward. So now we can go ahead and get this hook, and another Pain Resonance is ready to be used. And even actually so close by, so not very much time being wasted here, Edgar.
And that's a lot of confidence as well. Note that we didn't even allow the second charge of the power for Pedro to charge up. Was just confident, yeah, I'll do this in one. Just, like, shoots it straight in, like Shaq. He wasn't particularly good for the 3-4 line. I'll work on my American sports references later. Too British for that. But no, Pedro's going to walk around the rest of the map instead. Notes a high progress generator, but that's still regressing. So could hunt for another one. Of course, Popgoes the Weasel going to provide an immense amount of value, especially on a killer that can control a tight kind of knit of gens quite easily. You know, until Skull Merchant, where Wesker kind of was the 3-gen killer in a sense. If Pedro's able to play around that, I'm certainly not going to complain about it. You could also just play to, you know, down and kill the survivors as well. Always a reliable option. Bold move from both of a weird game of chicken played out between V1 and Pedro there. V1 was the victor, just about being able to get that stun and then pass background to this pallet. But when you're forced to play the pallet by itself, it's not particularly good anymore. Pedro still having a pretty good time. And we get the throw into the corner. Now, this is a disaster. Pedro bought the Jewel Beetle for a reason. So this is just a straight-up 2-tap in the corner. When you throw a survivor on Wesker and they get injured, they really don't make that much distance, and you recover so quickly that in a spot like that, the survivor's just dead. There is physically nothing they can do. So V1 did play the tile quite well there, but it still ended in essentially an immediate execution.
Yeah, I'm sure you could hear a very audible "uh-oh" from me because I recognized immediately. Oh boy, this is looking bad for V1. That's gonna be a 2-tap. We are gonna vault over the Shaq pallet here instead of breaking it right away, and we do get the break right afterwards. Following afterwards, we see Ward vaulting the Shaq window as well, so he's not going to let himself be zoned so easily. We do have Eruption up on that high progress gen, and right now it's looking like Pedro's trying to see what else we can find. We do see the reset attempt coming off from Marco and V1 actually. Fresh hook in Marco, and then a dead unhook survivor in V1, and trying to hit over the wall, but not gonna land. So Pedro actually has to leave this, fearing this gen is going to pop, and he actually interrupts it in a pretty good amount of time as well.
I mean, you have a lot of gens which seem to be at least on the precipice, or could be going the way. But you also have all the survivors injured in a horrible spot. And Pedro is fine to get this hook onto Marco because it would be a pain res, and that would be an amount of regression you are comfortable giving over, right? You know, V1's trying to force progress onto the gen, but, well, now the gen has just kind of blown up.
Oh,
right?
wait a second.
Actually, it hasn't. There's another gen with more progress than that one. What have these survivors been cooking in the background?
Either that, or this generator is out of kicks. I think. No.
Well,
it is another
definitely
generator.
not out of kicks.
Wait a second. What? No, that's crazy. How do they have this much progress on the board? These survivors are insane.
And we forced the kick here. It's not going to be pop, just going to be an eruption. Of course, the pain res did come out on that earlier. V1 is stuck here and is hindered.
What?
Why did V1 turn into a trampoline? Okay, all right. Pedro not going to be too pleased with that one. He's going to return back over to the other gen instead. What can we get here? Marco's going to try and make distance. Does have his own infection ticking up. Could become a factor sooner rather than later, right? but is taking this chase in a really good spot away from both of the heavily progressed generators. This might be a little bit of acceptance from Pedro that he cannot keep both of these in check. The remaining survivors committing heavily to these gens may be a bit of an admission that they cannot necessarily stop Pedro from killing them. Like, they might not get any outs, but it's not going to stop them just grinding out these gens for as long as they humanly can.
Wow. So right now, a lot of progress on the board. We have 2 survivors slugged. It looks like Pedro's just going to take this kill onto V1. With Ward still alive, he's probably going to be either on the gen or going for the pickup onto Marco. Looks like Marco is the option that Ward's going to choose. Probably a smarter one in my opinion. If you play for the generator, it's like you're resigning yourself to a 4K1 or a 4K0. And this pop goes the Weasel coming in, and now a 2v1 being forced onto the survivors of Praxis here. This is looking like it's going to be either very high stages or a 4K, and I'm actually thinking it's going to be the latter with how Pedro is playing this. He's making a pretty strong comeback here, I would say.
I mean, comeback is a way that you could slice it. I think Pedro had a fantastic start. It was a recovery that the survivors were trying to make, but Pedro was able to snuff them out with just getting, very efficient chases, and obviously having a little bit of help in terms of the gen spread, but of course being able to take down most survivors. You get forced into a vault situation like this against a Wesker, you're going to die. Ward going down, I would now call that a very disturbed Ward that we're looking at. And Marco just going to try and run away. Back over to Shaq. Don't laugh, that wasn't funny. Gonna go back over to Shaq. Pallet here has been utilized, so there's not a lot left in this one. 4K1 that we're going to see. You would expect Mastermind to put up good results, but a killer that can get a lot of stages, but often we do see outs from the survivors. So Pedro definitely getting a little bit of that swagger back in his step here.
Oh!
Nice check spots. Getting a little bit of swagger back in his step here. Securing a 4K1. This is strong. This is really strong work from Pedro. The guy is nuts on Wesker, and I think we've just demonstrated why.
This is absolutely phenomenal here from Pedro. Definitely needed a high result like this. 4K1 on Wesker. Definitely looking a lot better, and I'm sure this has got to be a bit of a second win morality boost for Invictus here. Because right now, Praxis is sitting up match point. Any loss in any set coming up will mean the win in the entire matchup for Praxis. So Invictus definitely needs this second win coming in here from Pedro's 4K1, and they need to start taking some more sets in the future matches. But the good news here, either way you spin it, is this will mean another set coming out here from both teams here, but we still have to see Praxis's killer side. This isn't resigned to a win just yet, but it is looking very favorable for Invictus. Let's go ahead and send it back over to the analysts really quick so they can dissect this match and see what it has in store for our 2 teams.
Yeah, definitely feels like at least one more set is on the horizon. The Mastermind, I know the casters were talking about it. Definitely not our worst killer here at DBDLeague, but does generally allow some outs. Matter of fact, the generally only averages about 5.75 hooks per game. So to be able to get the 4K with a generator still remaining quite the performance there. Flightless, what did you see working as far as for our Mastermind?
It was honestly mostly the chases. Like, the chases were much better this game than they have been the last few. Like in the Dredge set, the Blight set especially, and the Spirit set. So I think that Pedro is definitely feeling the pressure from knowing that if he gets a bad result, then that is a likely 4-0 for them. So he definitely had to lock in at least a little bit, and he definitely did, for sure. So the fact that they were able to get a 4K1 from this is actually kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. The Mastermind is not that good of a killer, even on Coal Tower, which is a relatively good map for him. So on something like Disturbed Ward, although the pallets are relatively weak and most of the tiles are pretty spread out, the map is huge, and Mastermind's mobility is not as good as some people think. So him being able to pressure the map kind of has to come from the chases as well as the perks, and Pedro used both phenomenally.
Yeah, to piggyback kind of off of that, the gen pressure, they were able to pop some generators rather quickly. We saw that double on main kind of in the mid game, but those chases were ending really fast. And I think that just goes to show the expertise that Pedro has, not only on the bounds of Wesker, but just M1 chase in general. Some of those pallets we saw, very good mind games coming out, and Pedro just reading it perfectly. So able to, get those chases ended very quickly, allowing that pop to come in and the eruption as well. But pop goes the weasel, immediately taking off. A big chunk of that generator was huge, plus the pain res as well on top of that. Things can start to add up very quickly. And holding a bit of a 3-gen kind of Pedro did. And with those bounds, you're able to close that distance just a little bit and with the recharge. So really, really well played. That's definitely what Invictus need if they're going to attempt for this reverse sweep. Now they get to play the survivor side, which they've been relatively strong on.
Well, at the start of things today, I feel like everyone was pretty well on the same page, anticipating this matchup to pretty well go the distance. Yeah, maybe things were split, whether it was favoring one side or the other, but I don't think anybody was anticipating a sweep. There's a chance, though, that just as good of a game that Pedro had, who else to have an even better game on Disturbed Ward than Ward themselves? So let's see if the Invictus survivors can prevent the sweep as we take another trip back into the fog.
Don't let this one be a foregone conclusion, right? This is still very much on the precipice. Pedro put in a fantastic performance. On the face of it, I'm going to say that the Invictus survivors should get out and they can extend their life in this. But that's the amount of pressure that we're talking about. One survivor mistake, one lost 50, one misplay, and it could all come crashing down for them. Now, of course, the same does apply to Ward as well. We're going to see exactly what he can make of the Wesker. Again, we were very surprised at his Blight gameplay earlier. It seemed exceptionally strong. So hopefully on Wesker you can get a similar sort of vibe from it. We're going to find out Dan instantly. Not going to do a lot. I do know a lot of the West players. Brutal Strength used to be sort of base kit, but I feel like the killers have either preferred to just move over to the slowdowns, or they've gotten more comfortable playing around some of the trickier pallets that they just don't find necessary. It does help that on this map, a lot of the filler pallets are straight edges as well, so the ability or the need to get rid of them is diminished slightly. Regardless, Rocket's still having a pretty good chase, but eventually going to be forced out. What? Doesn't get injured, so now we have a problem that we're in. Ward got the worst of both worlds. No throw, no smash. You still have Rocket healthy and gets up to this God pallet at the top of main building. Meantime, you know that the Invictus Survivor is going to be more than happy to crank out the gen. But Ward has a look around, realizes, oh, I'm in the gen spread right now. Rocket wasn't quite able to make it over to the corrupt gens for chase, so, goes into the gen split. Now is going to be able to force out the survivors a bit. Repressed Alliance on the gen means that Eruption isn't going to be able to be applied for it by Ward, but you do just take a relatively free M1 onto Pedro instead. The problem is, we're still very much behind schedule for what Pedro was able to put up earlier.
Very true, but this down looks like it's going to be coming in here pretty shortly. Let's make this pallet, which we don't. It's very, very close, though, and could have gone either way, especially with some of these players and their ping. It's been very close a lot of the time. Now, we do get this down coming in here. Not too deep. Yeah, that's going to be unfortunate for Ward with some decent gen progress on the map here. Now he's going to want to look around the map and get some regression in, especially with Pop and Eruption up on the board here. And with no Pain Resonance able to be used yet, definitely wants to use his other regression perks for some nice regression. And right now, yeah, with the hook coming in, definitely going to be some decent gen progress coming out here. We do have a couple of gens being started here, but Rocket's got about 40% on his generator, and another one, I believe, was started and had to be abandoned for the moment. And it looks like Dan's going to be making his way in for the save, or he's going to be caught in chase. One or the other here, I think, is going to be likely.
but the dash doesn't go far enough. So we're able to get an unhook, and like I say free, you do get injured for it, but it's not a trade, it's not a tunnel out, it's not a lot of anything realistically. So about almost the best case scenario you could really ask for. Nice body block. Dan has unfortunately simply exploded. But again, that's not your tunnel out. So you're kind of okay with this for Invictus. You know, it's far from ideal, but, you know, the chase comes on to Pedro, and Rocket's done with his generator. It's going to be able to pick up Dan anyway. We slide right by Pedro, not able to get a tag, but... There's no walls there, little bro. You can get hit through that. You hug it a bit too tightly, and you end up paying the price. This is the kind of thing, like, you only know this kind of stuff with, like, years and years and dozens, if not, like, hundreds of hours on these killers and playing on these maps, right?
Now, mind you, Pedro tried to do the exact same thing on a different tile in the last game, and it didn't land. And then Ward gets it on the garden tile. That was just ridiculous. So now we do have Pop Goes the Weasel up and ready to go. Spitz is about to complete his generator. Dan has more progress, but just missed a skill check, by the way. That is rather unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, with Pop Goes the Weasel up on the board, he can definitely get some nice regression out on the board. But, of course, Pedro is on second hook and needs to have a fantastic tunnel out chase. Otherwise, this is going to be very difficult for the Invictus survivors to do much of anything. Now, it looks like Rocket is going to be coming in for the save, and Spitz is also here as well. So they need to make a very coordinated and really solid double unhook here. It looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to eat a couple injuries, so now everyone on the board is injured right now. But we do still have a shot at making this win condition here, Edgar.
Pedro, be very scared of this tile. Be very scared of this tile, Pedro. Run away, please. Knows it as well. Gets over to one of these more awkward rock pallets. But the problem with this awkward rock pallet, it's not the strongest for the survivor. It's not the worst either. Can be played around, but you know, preferably you need a stun here. This can sort of just be bloodlusted, right? And I think that's what's happening here. Maybe taking one too many swings around the merry-go-round. Pedro trying to crawl away as far as humanly possible just by every extra second. But the tunnel out happens. I don't think Pedro can stop another generator being done for a tie, right? I do see this going to a minimum for TieCon. Invictus don't lose this at this stage. They've made enough good early game progress. But this is not necessarily a guaranteed win for them, especially because you look at this 3-gen setup that Ward has. It's not the best, but it's pretty good, right? You have Shaq, and then just a short hop over the map. You have 2 gens essentially kissing each other. It's really not bad for him at all.
Very true, but one thing I will say that is definitely in favor of the Invictus survivors going into this 3v1 is that they are all healthy. We do get the stun with a Shaq pallet as well, so Rocket walking out of this without an injury and makes some really good distance. So we actually are in a still okay spot here. Now we do get the kick onto the Shaq generator. Pop pretty much being, I'd say, next to useless on that generator because it had like, I don't know, like 10% progress, if anything. So we do stop it pretty much back to 0%. And Eruption is now up on the board on that generator as well. So not all for nothing, but pretty much a useless pop usage there. We do have other generators with progress as well. So right now, with no injuries on the board, no threat of Eruption being immediately inevitable, we are looking to be in a pretty okay spot for Invictus.
Yeah, and the survivors are splitting up pretty well. They seem to be very elusive. We just can't quite track them down. So like we're looking to see exactly what we can get. This is about the best place that you can really take a chase. Yes, it is nearby to 1 gen, but this one is very much out of the 3 gen. So you're fine to take the chase here if you're Spid. This isn't bad whatsoever. Meanwhile, Rocket's 50 on one of the gens. No doubt that Dan is heavily progressing another one. So it just holds this window. But we hold it a little too long there. We're eventually able to force the M1. The game of brinksmanship has eventually ended up with an M1, a relatively neutral trade. Rocket and Dan are doubling up a gen, so it looks like they're actually trying to break the 3 gen very aggressively. And meanwhile, Spitz is just running the pallet. No problems whatsoever. 3 gen very harshly broken. So remember, the survivors don't need outs here. They just need to get a generator completed. And
Wow.
that seems almost a given now how spaced out they are. And Spitz, the guy just turns it on for these finals. I don't know what it is. I don't know how he does it. But it's when the stakes are the highest and his backs are against the wall. He just turns into, like, Jesus or something like that.
Oh my goodness, what a beautiful fake on that window there. We are going to see the down come in here. Because, I mean, we were just able to mind game the tile well enough. But, man, he bought a lot of time in this chase. That was just beautifully played by Spitz. We are going to take this over to a Pain Resonance and just slow down the gen progress as much as possible. But Invictus has done themselves the favor of meeting the tie condition, which is good enough already to see this go to the tiebreaker if possible. But Invictus is not done yet. They want to take this to the win, and I think it's entirely doable, honestly, Egder.
I mean, you have pain reses left, I guess, but you know, you don't have the close-knit gens that Wesker profits off. There's still a good amount of resources on the map to work with to buy enough time if you do get into a chase. Again, the Survivors playing really heavily for this unhook. Maybe a little bit of a kind of difference of opinion there. Again, they don't need to play for life. They just need to play for another gen. Again, 4K 0 versus trying to get out, very, very different. And you can throw caution to the wind in the endgame if you're the Survivors, if it means getting that last generator done. Ward doesn't want Spitz to have anything to work with because he's a little traumatized after that last chase. So Spitz now has essentially a corner of the tar, in essence, a Z-wall, just with longer walls to work with. Not able to get quite so much work done on it. So it's a second hook onto Spitz. Not going to be a pain res, but it is going to be a pop goes the weasel. At the very least, you could try and dash over to a faraway generator. Maybe get some aggression with that one. The eruption will come back up when you do kick it, so it's slightly better for you. It will take a bit of a fumble from the Invictus Survivors to lose this one here. Like you can hear that the gen regression, or the gen progress is just good and reliable. Rocket down there to go heal up Spitz. They're playing this one very, very safe. Again, maybe a little too safe. We'll see how this goes. All it takes is Ward to hit a couple nasty flicks for things to change up. Look how tightly we're hugging the wall here. Dan is trying to avoid a throw at all costs. We do get the throw anyway, but it's not a far one. So Dan's still able to make it to relative safety over on the other side of things. And I think Ward recognizes that he needs to have these fresh hooks to play around the pain reses because, you know, it's the best amount of regression that you're going to get in this kind of situation.
Beautifully played by Dan, lasting as long as he can there at that Ormond tile. Is going to, yeah, I mean, like, it's just the pathing was beautiful from Dan. Really, really well played, and buying a lot of time for his teammates here. And like you said, yeah, Ward absolutely wants to play for these fresh hooks to get Pain Resonance on the board, because Pain Resonance is a very, very oppressive perk to have on the board in the 3v1. Now, this window is going to be blocked, so Dan will be taking it down here. Eruption's going to set off on Rocket's gen here. Actually, wait, no, this is not. Wait, Eruption's not on Rocket's gen? Wait, this is going to lead to the gen being completed here.
Yeah, Rocket's doubling the gen with Spitz that they just unhooked off. Yeah, Invictus going to win this one. They make it look pretty easy. Ward had some moments, some flashes of brilliance where I don't think anyone will soon forget Pedro exploding at the greenhouse, but it happens to the best of us, mate. But no, really good recovery from the Survivors. Of course, you cannot give enough credit to Pedro for putting in that fantastic Wesker performance. Again, on a map like this, what does it sound? Yeah, it's pretty good for the Survivors. Wesker can struggle on it quite a lot, so it's not uncommon to see outs being obtained even against a relatively decent killer, right? Of course, whether those outs do come out is all a matter of interpretation, and it's all cosmetic at the end of the day. But it is what I said earlier, right? You know, if you want to get the momentum back on your side here for Invictus, again, why settle for a win when you can try and play with your opponents a little bit, try and hit them with the, we could have won the whole time, we just didn't want to, and get some people out, make the scoreline not particularly close, Mental victories are the best kind of victories that you can get, right?
All right, yeah, with ending this with, looks to be, I'd say like 4 stages out of the door here, so 8 stages, 3 fresh, looking to be a pretty solid win, a pretty solid result here for ward, but not going to make the win condition. So really well played by Invictus. Let's go and send it back to the analysts that can talk about what happened in this match.
Yeah, definitely a crazy match. Again, for a killer that generally averages 5.75 hook stages. I mean, a strong killer performance, but off of the back of an even better performance from Pedro, Invictus is going to be able to stay alive. The clean sweep now off of the table. And I guess my question to you, Flightless, for an Invictus squad who did just have a relatively solid survivor performance, albeit it definitely feels like it was the killer side that got him across the finish line. Was that enough in trial number 8 for them to feel confident starting trial number 9 as we do move into set number 5 and trying to set the tone on this plague set?
I think so, mainly because of how different the results were. It is a complete turnaround from what's happened before. Before the last couple sets, the first one was really close, especially on the tiebreaker. They literally lost. I mean, technically they got 4K0 because Dan did die, but Dan was able to crawl out at any point. So in my heart, it was 10 stages compared to their 9 stage win condition. Super, super close. The second set also was really close, except once Invictus had already lost, Ward had already met the win condition, they just kind of gave up. And then Spirit set, it looked kind of close, but not really at the same time. So the fact that Pedro was able to get 4K1 and their Survivor squad is able to get stages just really, really shifts the momentum, I think, and is hopefully going to help their mental and going into these next sets and not be too frustrated. Because obviously, losing, you're always going to be a little frustrated, but hopefully, seeing how big of a win this is, they can make a mental comeback.
As Snipes, I know you were a believer in this Invictus squad at the top of the day today. However, we've seen that the clean sweep has been now been off the board. What does Invictus have to do from here on out to keep the momentum on their side?
They just have to keep up this phenomenal survivor performance they've been doing. I mean, Kexo, I'm looking at him right now in the lobby. He has been an absolute star today in some of these chases, and I I expect him to continue this as we go into this plague set, which is a very macro heavy, but like an M1 chase, as long as, Plague doesn't have her power with that corrupt purge. But Family Residence 2, a little bit of a smaller map, not normally the 3-gen map we see on Suffocation Pit 1, but there's that one corner that we're probably going to see, I'm sure the caster's going to talk about, that is very, very deadly. And if that comes into play, we could be seeing a very high 4K potential.
Well, let's go ahead and get down into it then, I suppose, here for set number 4. It is one thing is for sure that there is no turning back now. You've woken up the demon, so get up, come on, and let's get down with the sickness as we take off to Family Residence for the plague in set number 5 and take another trip back into the fog.
You know what, Q? I appreciate that one. We're allowing you back next time. Should be some sickening gameplay that we get to see here. This is a very different set from what we're used to. If you're used to the, high-speed action of the Blight and the Wesker from before, this demands something a bit more cerebral, right? Now, granted, this isn't where we normally see Plagues go to on Family Residence. Normally we send them to the Suffocation Pit instead. Place similar to Azrael's Resting Place, a very choke point heavy map, a bridge connecting two much larger sides. Obviously this one a bit more open. Survivors can do a smidge better in that sense. But the game plan is always the same for both sides. And, they're pretty simple but pretty opposite. Either you're the killer and you infect someone as quick as possible, or you're the survivor and you do everything you can to avoid the first infection. And I mean everything. That's why we have, I believe this is 2 survivors in the basement. And everyone just locker gaming. You know the bell curve where at the bottom end, it's like, yeah, I'm going to hide in a locker. Then the middle end of like, no, I would never hide in a locker. That doesn't make any sense. And now we're back at the top end. It's come full circle of, yeah, I'm just going to hide in a locker. This is the level of stealth that we're looking at. I guess we're looking to out-stealth the Corrupt, because you can obviously only infect... obviously, when there's only 4 gens to infect the survivors, it's a lot harder to avoid that infection. If you wait out the Corrupt instead, then there's 7 all of a sudden, and it's a lot trickier for Zaka to keep a lid on every single gen, right? The survivor's doing some fantastic stealth right now. Again, Zaka doesn't know where to look. And that makes sense. Why would you look in the basement lockers? We finally found Kexo. And, you know, if Kexo drops his pallet, an infection is going to take it, but a stun as well. The timer has now started where, just based off this one pallet drop from Kexo, this one infection, life is going to be very miserable for the Invictus survivors very quickly. And you can see, like, the moment Kexo's got infected, everyone's out hiding now. They're back on the gens. Nothing's stopping them.
Exactly. It's very important to note that the typical gameplay loop of Plague sets is it starts off with very, very heavy stealthing, and you can see that Invictus was very keen on doing exactly that, with hiding in basement, in lockers, urban evasioning around the map, etc., etc. But as soon as the first-person set was found, just like you mentioned, Egder, the gen progress was on the board immediately following that. So right now, what it looks like Zaka is intent on doing is spreading infections around the map. We did get Kexo infected, so as soon as Kexo goes full infected, that'll be 1 stack of Thanatophobia on the board, which is a pretty useful perk for Plague, I would say.
Kexo also, in an odd way, has a little bit of a burden lift off his shoulders, because now, if there's any gen that no one else really wants to work, like, we're just putting Kexo on it. You know, it's gonna be infected. Kexo needs to do everything possible to not allow that infection to spread. Like, eventually it will. There's nothing that can be done about that. But the longer that you can sort out, the better. Zaka has seen someone's feet just coming out of this... coming out of here, and yeah, we have been able to find Nightlight, go right into their face as well, so another infection spreading. This is where things turn into a little bit of an inevitability for the survivors. Are going to take an injury, so now that's 2 Thanatophobia stacks. Of course, it's not particularly worrisome until we get to that final stack. And then you have the permanent regression. And then that locks survivors into a weird spot, because generally you don't want to cleanse against play. You give her a very strong chase power. But, like, are you dealing with gens that slow, or just getting rid of it, right? No matter what way you slice it, it's a bad day to be a survivor.
So what I will say right now is that Invictus isn't in a terrible spot. They are going to find a gen being completed here pretty shortly. And with this first injury coming in, we are going to be progressing throughout the match here with pretty late first down, I'd say. We should be able to make it to the pallet in time, and this is a really nice read from Dan. Recognizes that if he throws the pallet, he's dead, and right now it is looking a little bit scary for... Oh, wow, a nice stun attempt coming through, but it's not going to land. Zaka was extremely patient with it and gets the down onto Dan. So 1 gen completed for 3 injuries and a down, I'd say, is not too bad for Zaka. But either way you spin it, this is still a pretty solid start for Invictus.
Yeah, first are going to come out, which means a pain res, which also means that unless Spitz comes for the save, the infection could continue to spread. Of course, Nightlight and Kexo, we just put them in their own corner of the map. We like to forget about them, the infected survivors. We still have our power-up, if for a brief moment here, for our Plague. So there is always the opportunity that we're able to get a sneaky little extra down onto Kexo or Nightlight. So you can see how, of course, Nightlight's going to play. We actually pick again, so we just utilize the Corrupt Purge. Now we get rid of it again as Dan comes off the hook. I mean, we're waiting out the endurance timer, or not. We're waiting out for that timer, and yeah, just getting the down again, right? It's so easy to tunnel someone out of the game with that power, especially if there's no nearby pallets or really anything that they can play around. You know, so Zaka takes another hook relatively free, one of the quicker timeouts that we've seen. Dan going to be dead as a doornail sooner rather than later if the survivors are not able to, you know, intervene in this one. Plus that phobia going to be... Right now it's only very slight slowdown, but that can continue to pile up as time goes on.
Very well said.
Oh, and we found Nightlight! There's still so much power left!
Oh, wow.
What?
What a
What's
hit.
that?
What a hit. Yeah, that was pretty insane, honestly. We get the down onto Nightlight, and now Dan is unhooked in the background. But one thing to mention is that this first down onto Dan came in at like over 4 minutes, which is in Plague fashion, but pretty slow overall, I'd say. Because I believe like the first down is usually like somewhere like the 2 to 3 minute range. So right now the survivors of Invictus are in a I'd say a pretty okay spot, albeit Dan being dead on hook is going to be difficult for them to work with. And it looks like Zaka is completely intent on leaving other survivors alone and wants to find where Dan is to get this tunnel out completed. But it looks like it's not going to be too doable, so we're actually going to come back to this hook and put some pressure on these survivors here on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and you've had to send Spitz of all people for the unhook, so that's another person that's going to be infected. Actually, Zaka might be flipping the script a little bit. You have an injured Nightlight, of course. Yes, going to be permanently injured, but at this caliber, survivors aren't too mad about that. Yeah, I am quite surprised that hit didn't come through. Zaka looking to Bloodlust here. We also have Spitz here ready to take a hit. Has a lot of infection timer left, so is willing to do that. Zaka actually just goes straight for the kill. Recognize, okay, another survivor here. Some more potential for me. This is a pretty tough palette for Zaka to play around. It connects into another one as well without the power. So you are going to... And it connects into the TNL wall as well.
Wow.
This is crazy work. Yeah, I mean, Spitz is juking really, really hard. Zaka right now maybe regretting giving up the chase onto Nightlight, but what were you going to do? I think we greeted that one a little too much, Mr. Spitz. We run to the window. Even with the fast vault, not going to be enough to get through there. So, another fresh hook. Another pain resonance. There is one in range that Zaka's going to be able to get. So, I mean, it was an active decision to give up the chase onto Nightlight. I guess it was to make sure everyone is injured. Therefore, the Thanatophobia can help out. And also, you think, oh, why not just heal Dan? Well, who's going to heal Dan? An infected survivor to infect and then re-injure Dan? Like, yeah, like, Thanatophobia is now a permanent fixture in the minds of these survivors, and they are going to suffer for it.
And we find Dan, our dead on hook survivor. We are at 3 gens right now, so if Dan does not last in this chase, this is looking like wraps for Invictus. So Dan needs to play extremely well in chase here and give Invictus a good shot at this 3v1 here going forward. And looks like Spitz is actually here to take it down for Dan as well, just kind of trying to make this tunnel as hard as possible for Zaka. With tier 2 Bloodlust, I don't know. Does Dan make the pallet? He does, just barely. That is a scary sight to see. A tier 2 Bloodlust Plague. That is terrifying.
I mean, again, the survivors are just denying Plague's power. Zaka did get some pretty good value out of the Corrupt, but not much anymore, right? And so you're forcing yourself to do a regular M1 chase against a fantastic looper at Shack. Now the pallet's gone, and you have been able to psych out this one. Perhaps if Dan had watched the DBDLeague check spots guide, he wouldn't be in that sort of predicament, but hey ho. But what can you do? I'm messing about. Dan would smoke me so easily. It's going to be dead, so we are entering in the 3v1. Again, so what confuses me now is how the rest of this game is going to go, because we do see outs quite often against a Plague. Like, you could argue for both sides it's looking good, right? On the one hand, you know, Dan's only just died, you know, they've spread out their hook stages quite a lot, they're not giving the killer power. On the other hand, you do have a tunnel out, you have been able to kill Dan. It's not impossible that with the injured survivors you can get some quick sneaky downs if there's any lapse in communication. This could still really go either way, even after this kill.
Very true, very true. Now, there is a generator with very high progress, so right now, it's not like it's the worst scenario here for Invictus. We are going to see this down come in, so Eruption going to set off on that very high progress gen, but it should be completed here shortly. There's only one Pain Resonance left, and I think it's easy to see who that is. It's going to be Kexo. So this is not going to be any regression. That generator should pop, and it does. So now, what other gen progress do the survivors have on the remaining 3 gens? I don't think there's much, but there is some. We do hear a generator with about 5 to 10% progress, but there should be another one with a little bit more than that, maybe like closer to 20%. But either way you spin it, this is going to mark a somewhat difficult 3v1, but not impossible to see outs, I would imagine.
$2,500 at stake for the winner of this one. So the decision making has to be on point because, hey, second place gets 1,000. Very rarely in your public matches is there, you know, $1,500 on the line. If it doesn't have anything to work with, so is going to be taken down. At the very least, Kexo utilizes the opportunity to get Nightlight off the hook. Not the worst hook stage that you can give up, right? It's not a pain res on account of it's not Kexo's final fresh pain res. And it's not a kill either, but it does get you a hell of a lot closer to it. So we're in a very desperate spot right now for the survivors, and it's a horrible one to work their way out of. To be honest, I'm not sure they can work their way out of it. And, you know, the only survivor position nearby is an injured Kexo, and Zaka's like, great, give me my pain res, give me my regression, man. This would be so awesome.
Yeah, it definitely would be very worthwhile for Zaka to take pain resonance for sure, but is it going to happen, though? I'm not entirely sure. We are going to hold this pretty well, though. In the meanwhile, Knowledge is just going to be sitting a generator in main, all while Kexo has to cleanse in order to play for Spit's pull. Otherwise, he's just going to take it down. A very unnecessary one as well. But it doesn't look like...
We found him!
What? And we get it off as well. So now this pull is pretty much free, I think. He should be able to make it in time to get the pull.
Yeah, but he just trades himself out, right? And then Kexo immediately trades it back with a pain res. Like, we barely make it. Kexo reinfects himself, so eventually we'll just be injured up again. Now we have some survivors very close to death. Nightlight has the gem with the most progress and is reasonably substantial, but obviously that's gonna get pain res, right? So it's mostly going to vanish. Very risky predicament, especially if Nightlight doesn't immediately pick that gen back up. It's not just the initial regression, but everything that follows from it as well, right? I mean, I don't think Kexo had any other options. I don't disagree with the play to cleanse there. But, you know, Zaka's forced circumstances to the point where, you know, this is what you're forcing the survivors to do. And now we have, like, what, Spitz broken, injured, with nothing to work with, except for a very suspiciously Tory Kane-shaped pallet, but it's one that only lasts for, like, 15 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, very true. But the down comes in regardless, and that will be actually giving a lot of time here to Nightlight to work on this generator in main. Of course, I mean, this also sets off alarm bells in Zaka's head, wondering, okay, what are the remaining two survivors up to? They're definitely working main, so I definitely need to go interrupt that. But aside from that, what is Spitz going to be doing? Now, Kexo isn't dead on hook, so this is a... Well, I mean, Kexo is now, but Kexo wasn't originally dead on hook. So, I mean, either way you spin this, this is going to be a lot of value for our remaining survivors. They are going to be on this main building generator, and if Zaka doesn't leave, which he is doing, which is very good for him, if he didn't, that gen would certainly pop.
I think the survivors really can bully out this final gen, but they would be sacrificing so much to do so. Kexo not able to get the fast vault, just a medium vault means that the injury can come through. Nightlight is back on the generator. There's so much progress that is onto it. Are they going to be able to complete it? It's all down to Spitz right now, and just barely by the skin of his teeth. Gens are the main win condition. Remember that, everyone. So, honestly, this is about the best that Invictus could have done. They're able to complete all of the generators. 4 kills, 0 gens remaining will be what the scorecard relies upon. Remember when I keep saying, oh, this match or this game could come down to a matter of seconds or milliseconds? Proof right there. 1 extra second in the entire game that the survivors had not bought for themselves, and that generator doesn't get completed. And the difference between 4K1 and 4K0 is a substantial one as well. That being said, it's still not bad for Zaka at all, right? We don't see Plague 4K a lot. It's not impossible, but we don't see Plague 4K a lot on this map. It's very open. The survivors can generally play it quite well and at least get a couple of people out the door. So this is not horrible for them. We really stand on a precipice right now, and I want to send it right back over to our analysts to tell us about that matchup and what we might expect to see in the next one.
Well, and look, chat, I know, I saw in chat even on the delay, I know people like to feel some type of way about the Plague set. I've always been a big fan of it, and playing out pretty well there over the course of the first half of set number 5. We did see Invictus do a pretty good job of doing kind of the old school wait it out, right? You stealth it out, try to play out of sight, out of mind. Unfortunately, though, Zaka just ended up being able to build up too much pressure there, Snipes.
Yeah, they ended up getting the very well placed corrupt purges and built up very amount of stages and was able to get that tunnel out pretty quickly off of the unhook coming in. And so going into that, yeah, Plague doesn't normally 4K, but if you're going to 4K, you would rather it with gens remaining, and the able for these survivors of Invictus to get the gens done is huge. Now, again, you're typically looking at stages out the door, so this is going to be all on Pedro once again on the killer side.
To put it into perspective, the average thus far here, as far as winner circuit is concerned, has been about 9.5 stages. So you do average a couple of stages out the door. Of course, these are the best teams in the world that have taken the stage. But with that being said, here, Flightless, do you feel like Praxis has done enough here to be able to carry this thing across the finish line? Because it just doesn't seem to me like it's the same Invictus we've seen all season long.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, Q. Invictus feel really underwhelming is the best way to put it today. Like normally, even in the 3v1, their gen pressure is insane. Their chase pressure is insane. And today, there haven't really even been games where they've gotten a quick tunnel out. Usually the tunnel out happens either really late or doesn't even happen at all. And even with all four survivors up, it just feels like there is not enough pressure on the map. And that Praxis's killer side is able to just get free pressure the entire time with quick chases and a lot of regression events on these gens. So I think I think this set should be out, and a 4K zero win condition is definitely doable for Pedro, who is going to be our play killer for Invictus. But I definitely see this going towards Praxis this time. Praxis have been on point today. Their gen pressure and the rotations have been insane. Even if they haven't had the best chases or whatever, that has been a huge factor with them. So if they can pop all five generators and then get even one stage out the door, Praxis are going to take this 4-1, which is almost a sweep, not quite there, but close enough.
Yeah, honestly, Pedro better thank his lucky stars that the survivors were able to crank out that last gen. It's a stark difference of being able to play around a potential end game versus needing to stop that fifth gen from popping. If there's anybody who can come back from a situation like this, I feel like Pedro can definitely help lead the charge for this Invictus squad. Unfortunately for Invictus, they are out of second chances. Those extra lives are all gone. It's now or never as we take ourselves another trip back into the fog.
Thank you very much for that, Q. And yes, we are ready to see how this next match will go. This could result in Praxis taking the win and taking this matchup 4-1, which would be pretty impressive considering these two teams are some of the best in the world. But Invictus has an opportunity here. While Plague doesn't 4K very often, we did mention that these are the best teams in the world, and anything can happen, honestly. It all depends on how Pedro will play this on Killer, what kind of pressure he can generate, and how the survivors play. If they make any mistakes, Pedro needs to capitalize on it in a moment's notice. But of course, that's going to be up for grabs, and we'll have to see how the teams play it. But we are loading in now. We have a very, very similar build here. We have double apple for extra pools on the map that spawn corrupted. And then, of course, we have the exact same perks, it looks like, with corrupt intervention, pain resonance, thanatophobia, and eruption. All four extremely good perks to have on a plague set. Now, we are going to see some very similar stealthing here from our survivors Not gonna see anyone in basement just yet.
Pedro, go into the basement. You know you want
Imagine.
to. You know you want to, Pedro. Oh god. Yeah, I mean, the double apple is a bit interesting. I mean, we did see a little bit of a difference. I believe we only saw one apple from Zaka with the purple amulet, essentially allowing a longer time on the Corrupt Purge. Instead, double apple means that you're just going to have more uses of the Corrupt Purge from the rip as well. So I was, again, stealthing. I do appreciate how, like, the locker strat is inherently very risky, so they're not going for it. And in a perfect world, they will just wait out Corrupt. They're already halfway there, so it's not impossible for them to do so. V1 hiding delicately in the corners. Everyone else hides delicately around the rest of the map. Also, a nice thing to note is the survivors, they're not stealthing in, like, traditional stealth spots, if that makes sense. Like, that bamboo on the corner of the map. If I'm stealthing, I'm thinking, oh, I go right there immediately. No, they play spots which are a little bit safe and a little bit unorthodox. So, you know, they still have something to play around in case they do get found. And if they don't, well, you know, that's fine for them. But even if they do, you know, they have a window or a pallet or something that they can make, right? Has Marco been spotted here? No, he has not. So it seems like, yeah, we are going to successfully weigh out all of Corrupt. Pedro doesn't really have any other option now aside from start puking on some gens. But again, 7 gens is a lot to lock down. I believe that by this point, Zaka had actually found a first survivor and gotten an infection. Now, not necessarily a down, but, you know, something on the board by the time Corrupt had gone. So, survivors have done their job. They've done it admirably. Of course, if they can stealth now, it'll be fine for them. Yeah, something like that's going to happen eventually. Ward takes up an injury. Thanatophobia going to start going on the board. Now it's all about Ward's chase. What can you make out of this? Because it has to be a good one. You need to lay the first down. You need to not let this early game stealth be for nothing. Remember, Pedro is just an M1 killer right now.
Oh,
What?
wow.
Huh? Excuse me? We
All
did
right.
what?
That just happened. We actually mind gamed Ward successfully at the jungle gym, and then afterwards we actually, oh my goodness, V1 greeting that pallet I think just gave Pedro so much pressure in this game here. But yeah, we mind gamed the jungle gym successfully. Played for an M1 down onto Ward. It misses, but blocks the prompt to vault the pallet, and then Pedro gets the down following that. That was a very bizarre string of events there. And then, of course, we get the injury and infection onto V1 following that as well. Like, what can you even say about this early game here? It's just very bizarre.
Yeah, and that's a 2.5 minute first down in comparison to the almost 4.5 minute that we saw on the other thing. And Pedro has pulled the power at the perfect time, right? Like, you don't have any respect for Ward's endurance. Arguably, you don't even have any respect for this pallet. We're gonna swing for it. We're not able to drop it to get the stun. Oh my god. Anyone here? Pallet save? No, unfortunately not. So Ward goes right back on the hook about as quickly as he came off of it. This is a disastrous start for Praxis. Pedro, you couldn't be happier, right? You know, you're doing what you can here to keep everything kind of delayed out. V1 goes down here.
Oh.
Ward able to wriggle off. Okay, so we knew the timing and we knew it was good. Does mean that V1 is on the floor. Ward, unfortunately, still dealing with the fact that Plague has the power up. You know, that kind of fall off the shoulder stun isn't quite going to do it. Eventually, we're able to get the down onto Ward. So we delay the hook onto Ward a bit. That is fantastic. But we also infect Zaka in the process because someone had to come pick up V1. Side grade, we'll call it.
Now, was that worth it in the grand scheme of things, do you think? That did buy enough time for Marco to get about 80% on a generator. I don't think it's going to get interrupted, so it should be getting completed here soon. But I question if that was actually worth it. I mean, obviously, this was going to snowball pretty hard very quickly if that didn't happen. But I still don't know if this was the right play necessarily. I mean, they had to do something, and this is like one of the options that was on the table. So I don't think it was necessarily the wrong one, but I don't know if it's going to give too much value. This did prevent Ward from going on to second hook super early in the match, but this is still very, very early. And with power still being up, it just was rough. And that's going to be possible 2-tap onto Marco as well. This is so scary right now, Hector. What is happening? Oh my goodness. This is this is terrifying for Praxis right now.
Total disaster. That's a total disaster. You cannot let that happen. There's power right there. I mean, we're able to get the save anyway somehow. Obviously, Pedro is going to have eyes on Ward. Marco, injured, again, has no realistic means of getting themselves healthy, so Thanatophobia going to continue to be a problem. Pedro tried to do what he did earlier, lunge at the window to block the vault, but it's not going to happen. Ward needs to have a better chase than last time. You simply can't not have that happen. Zaka actually cleanses himself early, tries to be maybe in a position to, take a hit or something like that. But it's not going to work. And then Zaka just gets infected again anyway. And now V1's here. Like, what's going on? I mean, I guess we're playing as hard as possible to save Ward, do anything that you can to prevent this tunnel out, but it could be a bit of an overcooking situation.
Okay, this is getting extremely dangerous for Praxis right now. They are in a position, they get the injury onto Zaka as well, so everyone's all injured, and we have 2 downs right now, one of them being the Death Hook survivor, and of course Zaka's just trying to play for the pallet save, but this can snowball into a 4K with high stages remaining. This is very scary for Praxis right now. I don't think that this is going to work out very well right now.
I can't agree. I feel like they got put into a bad situation, but they've not really done themselves any favors trying to dig themselves out of it in a very creative way. Zaka's fully infected. Like, what's happening over here? Marco's injured, can't possibly heal himself back up. Pedro is just gonna try and, mosey his way on out. V1 is able to get up, fortunately. So, at least we have someone a little bit alive, but in the meantime, what's happening with Ward? Just the existential hostage. Remember, Pedro can just let Ward bleed out. If this goes on long enough, which it could, it genuinely could if this is how it's going to keep getting played, if we just let the bleed out happen, then that's exactly how it works. We go a little further now. Zaka's downed. Has this bought the time for Ward to get picked up? Yes, it has. So, by some miracle, the survivors are still alive. And even more to the point, Ward is still alive. What is this?
It looks like actually we're going to switch gears here and play for a Pain Resonance. We have 2 different gens with very high progress. Praxis has just barely crawled out of this hole that they have dug themselves into, but they're not fully out of this hole yet. There is still a very high potential for Pedro to make a big impact on the result of this match, and it's looking very scary. This was like moments away from like a 4K4 if Praxis fumbled this this pickup onto Ward. Now right now with 2 different gens with very high progress and power being up right now, it could still result in a snowball for Pedro, but I don't know, it can go either way right now. They did do a great job picking themselves up, and it's just still looking very scary right now, Edgar.
And Pedro's in power as well, right? That's the problem, because Zaka cleansed earlier to try and assist. I don't believe that was necessarily the one that Pedro got, but it just gives him more power, more Corrupt Purge. And with every survivor injured, this is like a Plague player's dream. Every injured survivor and Corrupt pulls around the map and a survivor on hook that I can proxy, along with Keen Pressure on the gens. Oh my god, what could you possibly want? This also means that these gens are going to progress at a snail's pace because of the last stack of Thanatophobia. We are able to just about unhook Zaka at the last possible second. We do break the pallet in the corner. Marco is so dead right now. I've never seen a man more dead in my life, but, again, it's another fresh hook. It's someone not dead. Ward is still safe. So it is a pain res. It is a problem for the survivors. It's not like they can pretend it isn't, especially if it comes out before Ward's gen is going to get completed. That would just feel disrespectful. Ward's been holding left click
oh my goodness.
for so long. Oh my god. But, at least the survivors are still alive. It turns out all their shenanigans earlier was not so bad. And to be honest, there could be a bit of a rude awakening for Pedro right now, as a smattering of gens could all be popped at almost the same exact time.
That is also a very big potential here. We are going to see this hill gen finally being completed. V1's gen that he was on also had a ton of progress as well. And, of course, excuse me, Zaka's gen also had a ton of progress and gets completed, so we are just about at the win condition for Pedro. With just a few more seconds bought in chase, this could still be very disastrous for Pedro. Now, mind you, he needs to meet 4K1 in order to take the win, 4K0 for the tie, and any stages out of the door will be a loss. He does find Ward. This is looking like it's going to be a down. We should be able to catch up in time, I believe. We do, and that's going to be the 3v1 started here just shortly. Now, mind you, this was a potential 3v1 being started 2 gens prior, and of course, the hook coming in at this very high progress gen as well means that the eruption can come in onto this gen with a good amount of regression. But this will also be the loss of the 4 stacks of Thanatophobia. So this means that basically the full value of Thana can no longer be achieved with the 3v1 being started, and then a 50-50 being lost at the main building means that we're going to take another hook onto Marco.
I mean, you look at Zaka V1, they are still split on gens with a not insignificant amount of progress. And I believe that we've already used the pain res onto Marco as well. So not a terrible spot, to be honest, right? There's the chance that V1 is able to complete this generator. Depends who we end up going for here. It is Zaka, okay, who gets bullied off the gen, but of course Pedro has to be so careful, right? You know, the last thing that you would want situated like this is a tie, let alone people getting out. Now, ooh, 1 generator remaining. There's 2 with a decent amount of progress on it. You do have a little bit of a 3 gen for Pedro to work with as well, and we have a very, very sick Zaka over on the side. He's going to go down, but again, not a kill. Zaka still has a stage left. Zaka doesn't have a pain resonance left, right? Like, this is not horrible for the survivors, but I have just looked at this 3 gen. Oh, it's bad. Oh, this is a bad 3 gen, and we have a hook in the middle of it now. And Pedro could break that door, and it would be an even better 3 gen. Oh, this is gross. This is disgusting. This is a disgusting setup.
Yeah, the chances of this being a 4K1 just got exponentially higher, right? Pedro and the skill check being missed at main building, by the way. Just disgusting for Praxis here. They are in I would say, a horrible position to make any possibility of the win here happen. So right now, yeah, with chasing Marco here, him being a death hook is looking very difficult, honestly. Especially since this down should come in here pretty soon. And it does with just the tip of the lunge here. So this being the 2v1 starting here soon is Pedro Pikz. Looks like we're going to all but secure the 4K1. And then, of course, Zaka trying to bait the swing here as well. But not going to land, of course, because Pedro knows better. And, of course, we're going to go and harass the main building generator. The only generator on the map right now with any decent progress, of course. So,
and even then, it's only decent. Like, listen to that. That's really not that progressed as far as, you know, final last-minute gens go. Yeah, horrible 3 gen for the survivors have to break. And Pedro is taking every single advantage out of this that he can get. Yeah, I mean, it's so weird. The Thanatophobia did so much work. It felt like this gen that Zaka was just working on, it felt like that was a gen that realistically could have been completed not just a few minutes ago. And now it's like, where has it gone? It's vanished completely, gone into nothingness, dust, poof. Like, I did not know that there was that amount of regression onto it.
And the down comes in with multiple eruptions on the board here, and he has the aura on V1 as well. Looks like we're going to be securing the win here, unless this gen has like 99% progress and it gets popped in Pedro's face, which it does. It's so close, though. Okay, maybe it wasn't as close as I thought, but I heard multiple pistons going, and I thought there was a chance that Praxis actually takes this to the tiebreaker. But no, it doesn't. Pedro secures the 4K1, meaning the win condition is met for Invictus, meaning that we are now up 3-2, and we are getting ever so close to the 7th and final set being confirmed. But right now, we're going to focus on the next set coming up, which is going to follow the plague with the Nightmare, and this is going to be very interesting. But before we get too far into talking about anything else, let's go and send it back to the analysts so they can talk about what happened in this match and this set, because man, there's a lot to talk about. Take it away, analysts.
Well, definitely a lot to talk about indeed. I think first things that we should really talk about is actually looking back to the first half of that set. Invictus, they were able to full send on gen number 5 to make it so that the win condition, or at least the tie condition, should I say, was the 4K0, right? If they had not gotten that done, we could have very well tied up yet another set here on the day. And I almost feel like because of that pressure on that gen here, Snipes, it felt like that last trial there was incredibly sloppy on both sides.
Yeah, incredibly sloppy indeed. I mean, we had the double down at the pallet with, you know, V1 and Ward, who was death on a hook, and just a back and forth, no survivors on generators, and we were still sitting at 4 gens remaining. Now, there was a lot of progress on the board, no ruin to regress them either, so they were able to keep that progress. But the fact that, they were able to get out of that situation, I mean, incredible. But then that 3 gen at the end of the trial that we saw, just very brutal, in the eruptions were just too much. And then once we got that death into the 2v1, things just, yeah, they were inevitably going to be a 4K1. And they got so close. But in the end, Invictus will be taking that plague set away from Praxis.
Well, things have changed up quite a bit. They're in the middle for those, sets 2, 3, and 4, pretty fast paced games. We slowed it down quite a bit in set number 5. And now we're off to the Freddy set here, Flightless. Walk us through a little bit about how Freddy, the Nightmare, does challenge these survivors, especially for Praxis, who are looking to try and set a very obtainable win condition for their killer.
Well, first of all, Freddy is going to be on Sanctum of Wrath compared to his normal of Cold Tower, or sometimes Dead Dog Saloon. But it is a very killer favored map because it's another choke point map, but unlike the other choke point maps, which have tiles in the middle, think of like Azrael's Resting Place and Suffocation Pit, you have a lot of tiles in the middle connecting to each other, which makes the choke point a choke point, but a strong chase area. With Sanctum, you have a really strong choke point with a nothing burger of a main building. There is like at most, I think like 3 pallets on that building with a couple windows with such a long drop down that the amount of stagger you get makes the window vault almost not worth it, at least depending on the angle that you come from. So it is very, very weak for the survivors, meaning you have to chase on one side of the map. And if you are in the area of the 3 gen and you get started in chase, it's very hard to make it to the other side, so you might just die inside the 3 gen. As as long as the Freddy can cut you off or maybe hit a couple snares that slow you down. Also, on top of that, Freddy has the dream pallets, which don't seem that strong, but if you use the dream pallets not just for the hits but also for zoning and for redirecting the survivor, you can get a lot of value, especially on a map like this. Especially since you can put a couple of dream pallets on the main building, and depending on the pallet spawns on it, you can put a dream pallet right next to the gen that can hit on all sides of the generator.
Well, we were wondering as we got ready for set number 4 if Praxis was going to be able to complete the sweep. But there's this funny thing. Once you go down 3-0 in a best of 7, you are really never going to feel any more pressure than you feel in that following set. However, you do have the very, I guess you can say, revengeful type option where you can take that pressure and slowly put it into the laps of the opposition. And you win set 4, you win set 5 the way Invictus has. Now, if you go off to Sanctum of Wrath and win 3 straight, you'll be off to the Cold Tower for that 7th set with all of the momentum. We'll see if Invictus can indeed force that, or can Praxis prevent the use of that Joker set and end things here in 6. Let's go ahead and send things back on over to our casters as we take another trip back into the fog.
Welcome to Primetime Chat. This is exactly where we're going with Freddy. If there is any set that you don't want to be falling asleep to, it is this one. Not just because the stakes are so high, but also because that's kind of the entire gimmick, isn't it? Yeah, so this might be the first occasion that we see Pedro not taking things up for the killer mantle. Unk is back. They bought him out of the retirement home, and he's here to play some Frederick. Oh my lord. So, last time this happened, so I don't want to be a buzzkill or anything, because Nightlight's a fantastic Freddy player. Last time this happened, 4K2 tie against Umbrella ended up with Umbrella setting themselves a ridiculous Survivor win con, and then only getting like 4 staged. And this was the set that actually dropped. This was the set that dropped Invictus to the lower bracket. Of course, they did eventually get their revenge on Umbrella, but hopefully that's not a memory that's going to haunt them too much. In the meantime, Nightlight's going to show exactly what he can get done on this killer. Definitely no slouch already. Only putting V1 into micro sleep, and just going to try and progress from there. You do play very standard M1 killer on Freddy. Of course, the power is clearly an assistant, provided you can hit all of those. But aside from that, it's relatively straightforward and standard. We barely missed the M1 onto V1, and we're also barely able to miss the snare through the shack as well. So instead we teleport back to main building. Good central location. It's a good ability to kind of get everywhere. Look how yellow these survivors are going to be. They're going to be utilizing those alarm clocks at any given opportunity. Because, well, why would they not? You know, you completely deny Freddy's power if you do that. So it's exactly what we want to see. It's the game plan right now. Nightlight struggling to find a tag, and they're going to be extra lethal on account of the Sloppy Butcher as well. Such a damaging perk, especially on Freddy, who is one of the best killers at dealing with healing survivors. You know, the fact that they have to be awake, or else they physically cannot heal each other without being interrupted. It's a big, big deal.
Very true. We also do get the tag on to Overdose, and this also marks multiple survivors asleep, which is pretty good pressure, I'd say, for Nightlight. And we actually, oh, nicely done by Overdose. We actually called a bluff on the teleport there. And, of course, we also have the pallet, so we can last a little bit longer in chase, but it is looking a little bit scary right now for Overdose as he gets, wait a second, he gets the down as well. So, decent slowdown on the first down here. Didn't come in super early, but we also were able to spread some pressure pretty early on as well. A pain resonance coming in, and of course, like with multiple survivors zoned to one side of the map as well for that first chase onto V1, it was definitely looking pretty good for Nightlight in the early game. Now, as we move on from this first hook and go try to see what else we have in the area here, we're going to go and break up some pallets, get some roosters out of the way for the survivors. And of course, looks like Marco is going to be completing a gen rather soon. And Zaka's got some decent progress on another one. V1's probably setting up for the pull, I would imagine, as he's not currently indicated on the survivor UI to be on a generator at the moment.
Yeah, one gonna pop, so that's all that we have for now. Not like going to stick, you know, very attentively over to Overdose. That's not a hook stage that you want to let go. See where the survivors' heads are at, where they're going to prioritize just continuing to pick up gens, whether V1 is positioning for that save, as you have so said. Marco has fallen asleep, got off the gen. I assume that's, yeah, to immediately utilize an alarm clock. The survivors are just going to do that basically every single opportunity they get. And I am not actually thoroughly convinced that V1 is here. If they were, at least it was a slow kind of process. Was around but working on a gen nearby. Sort of the best of both worlds, right? You can pressure the unhook while pressuring a generator as well. You have been cut off in this loop by Nightlight. You are holding this spot very, very carefully while there's a pallet break, so V1 can utilize that to path back to the window. Now that the unhooks come out, I wonder if Nightlight is just going to straight commit onto Overdose. I mean, that is generally the game plan, but all the survivors are healthy. Altruism against Freddy is weird, because generally it works, but there are a couple of niche little tricks that you can do with the power, with losing collision with survivors, some really deadly and truly messed up things that you can do to prevent the survivors from body blocking. Overdose has been hit through the wall, and this time the drive-by works out in Nightlight's favor. So that's going to be a quick kill onto Overdose. No pain res at least, so, you know, another generator can get completed for the survivors. But who says Nightlight won't just instantly TP over to it, right? You know, whether it's Zaka or Marco, or perhaps both of those gens, which are going to be completed or bullied out or not. And yeah, that's exactly what we see. Zaka's gen taken off the board. Marco not quite so lucky.
Not only that, but also Marco and V1 were doubling that gen. So that's 2 survivors interrupted for the price of 1 there. And of course, we're going to get Eruption up on the board on that, I imagine. Probably going to be kicking it. I would think so anyways. And of course, now just kind of walking on the map and seeing what the other survivors are up to at the moment. And of course, not really finding too much at the moment, but the expectations are pretty high for the result of this match. Definitely expecting like a 4K1, 4K0 type situation in the current situation we're in. And of course, Nightlight wants to sit around this gen and make sure it regresses a decent amount before committing to anything else, of course. So right now with Marco actually heading back in to get back on another generator, and V1 actually switching onto a different generator by Shaq as well. The expectation right now, I would say, is that we are going to be taking this chase onto someone else at the moment. Probably not V1, since there's not much progress on this gen. Probably going to be looking for someone else.
So eyes are being surprisingly elusive, which is not something you'd expect in the... I would explain it. Oh, where's my survivor gone? Oh, there they are. I mean, that's going to buy you some good distance if you're Marco, sorry. You're not going to complain about that one at all. Of course, you are acutely aware of the amount of dream powers that you have around you. You're essentially zoned into nothingness. So eventually you're going to take the injury. Zaka able to bully out an extra generator for all of this, so not the worst thing in the world. We actually TP over to main building to try and inset Marco, and it is reasonably effective as well. No, we get stuck! Wait, that's actually massive! Are we able to make anything on account of getting stuck here? No, not quite, especially because Marco gets himself stuck as well. It's an even trade when all is said and done. But no, a decent amount of distance made, a fresh hook onto Marco. V1 and Zaka have done a good job of avoiding getting injured, and I mean, you look around for a gen split for Nightlight to control. The easy answer is he doesn't necessarily need it, right? We can see on account of Zaka having deja vu and seeing the final 3 generators, there isn't a 3 gen. But when you can get between them essentially at will in perfect locations, it's not the worst thing in the world. This is a rough spot for V1 to be in, but it's so close to this hook. Like, you don't really have an option aside from a trade here, but like, you're just going to trade this into an extra pain res, which is going to frustrate Zaka's ability to do that generator. So it's not exactly a positive trade regardless. This is just a cursed area of the map to be stuck in. Like, this was where the first chase was taken. There's nothing down there anymore.
And it looks like we're going to get this follow-up down onto Marco, so Zaka kind of needs to do something here. Nightlight's in a position to snowball this into a 4K1 if Zaka's not careful. As we can see, Zaka did get off the generator, and he's actually here going in for the pull. This is going to be a trade, I think. No, it's not. We're just going to get the tag. Wait, did we even get the tag? I don't even think we get the tag.
No, we're just going to keep body blocking this until V1. Of course, V1 has to be a bit careful here. You know, you only have Shaq window to play with, and you're being bombarded by pallet after pallet, just like, you know, it's like nuclear bombs going off when you're trying to run away from a killer, which is not ideal, but that means that Zaka is relatively safe, so Marco and Zaka now in a pretty healthy spot. V1, same can't be said for him, especially with basement right here, and the pain res has been used, so yeah, this is actually really tough. You can definitely see why this is a set that Invictus picked. Nightlight has been doing a fantastic job on Freddy thus far, so the survivors are going to take the brief window opportunity where they are not forced to sleep, and they can't reset! Nightlight interrupts it! That's some incredible game sense. And this has now thrown a wrench into the survivors' plans. How can they focus on getting last gen done if they can't even keep themselves healthy for a substantial amount of the match?
Yeah, this is looking pretty scary right now for Praxis. Nightlight definitely in a position to really snowball this once again. And of course, he wants to. Nightlight wants to catch and see where Marco is. Is he going in for the save, or are we going to be stuck with chasing down? Wait, we do get the save. Marco's down there. Wow. Okay. All right. We played that pretty interestingly, actually. And should be the trade. But of course, Marco's head on. Wait a second. And Nightlight remembers that. And he actually tries to bait it out. But of course, he's not going to fall for it. This is very interesting patience here. And he gets it off as well. What?
He was in the other locker!
And Zaka pops the gen in the meanwhile as well.
This is cinema! Don't go to the movies, stay in, get some popcorn, order a takeout, and watch some DBDLeague every Saturday and Sunday. Because this is what you get. Oh my god. Okay, so we do a little synchronized locker act in the basement. Nightlight plays a little game of roulette, loses it one out. Zaka, however, is the one in chase. This would be, as weird as it says, worst case scenario for the survivor. Zaka is an extra fresh hook, and for the purposes of the tie-breaking, that could mean 1, a fresh hook, a hook onto a unique survivor, and 3 extra stages if the save isn't able to come out cleanly. So, you know, this is not the survivor that you want going down at all, but considering how this game went, I think that you'll be grateful for getting anyone out the door here.
I would have to agree with that, especially since this map here is very heavily killer favored, and we do get the down onto Zaka as well. So if we can actually hook in a position where we can really contend for the unhook, yep, chemical trap gonna be making an appearance here, turning the Freddy blue for a little bit. And does he make basement here? If he makes basement, this is actually humongous for Nightlight. Because he can very easily defend it, but actually no, he does not make basement. So he's going to actually choose to hook bottom side of the map here and just play it safe instead of going for a hook that he doesn't know for sure if he can make. But he does have the main building here where he can kind of defend this pretty well. One thing for certain though is the fact that he did get all 4 fresh hooks achieved, and if anything, if Marco comes in for the save, which he's probably going to need to unless V1 intends on trading, which wouldn't be a bad idea, but if Marco does make an appearance, that would mean... Wait a second. They have to leave.
They might be forced out. Yeah, seems a bit...
But wait.
Actually, okay, right. V1 is running all the way to the other side for a save onto Zaka. This is bold. Very bold. Especially because Nightlight has done a TP to try and intercept. Like, V1... Okay, V1's going to cut his losses here. Too risky of a predicament to be in, right? That's the power of the sloppy butcher and the constant need to wake up against Freddy. They couldn't complete the reset in time. If they had both reset, you know, there's the chance one of them takes hits at gate and then the other one can mosey the way on over. Maybe there's, you know, help of save onto Zaka. Not going to be the case. I mean, you get outs against Freddy, which is quite difficult to do, but it's tenuous. It's 10 stages for fresh. It is, if we were to call it anything, it would be close to a 3K or something along those lines, right? So, I mean, good play all around. Surprising recovery from Praxis, which then led into an even more surprising recovery from Invictus to, you know, profit off of the set of circumstances that they found themselves in, right? We're going to take it over to the analyst, because I think there's a lot to talk about for that game. It was quite interesting from both sides, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely intriguing for sure. I mean, played their way into a 3-gen. It felt like a very strong performance from Nightlight, but at the end of the day, Praxis able to get a couple of stages out the door. The average for the Nightmare thus far through Winter Circuit has been 11 hooks, so only 1 stage getting out has been the average, so a little bit better than normal. I don't know, though. I feel like there is a point where Nightlight could have forced the 4, or maybe not forced the 4K, because this is still Praxis, right? One of the best teams in the world, but it felt like kind of got too involved in chase, didn't it, Flightless?
Yeah, it felt like had Nightlight played a little bit safer for that gen, it was basically a guaranteed 4K1. They had 3v1, 3 gen with Eruption Pain Res and Sloppy on a high chase killer with a lot of the pallets gone. Like it was looking very, very good for Nightlight. Then that miss swing on Zaka when he was going for the unhook on V1, and then not ever going to that gen to kick it and apply Eruption. He knew that Zaka had came from there. Like he knew that's the direction he came from. So it was very likely that he was working on that gen. So Why you never go and check, at least, I'm not too sure. But 9 stages really is not bad of a win condition whatsoever. Just based on how Invictus have been playing so far today, this might be a little rough. They're going to have to really, really switch on.
I guess at least the good news is you're coming out on the survivor side where it feels like mistakes aren't punished as much as say on the killer side. Ward definitely going to have their hands full on this one for sure. I mean, Snipes, are you feeling like enough has been done by the survivors of Praxis to be able to close the door here?
That's a difficult question here. Have they done enough? Absolutely. I think the set here is easily 4K, especially for Ward, who we've seen actually incredible things from today. But we talk about momentum a lot, right? In the earlier sets, Praxis had all the momentum, going up 3-0. Now, I would argue Invictus have brought back that momentum and pushed it into their favor, taking 2 sets. And now the thought in your mind, if you're Praxis, right? Do we get reverse swept? That whether it be conscious or subconscious, that's a thought crossing your mind as we're heading into what could potentially be the final trial of today. But that pressure leads to mistakes. And if Ward can just zone that out and just play how he's been playing, then Praxis will close this out 4-2. But if the survivors of Invictus can lock in and bring this back, and I mean, like you said, 11 stages, pretty average, but we've definitely seen some crazy results. So it's really all in the hands of Invictus right now.
Victus's survivors control their destiny. Can they force things off to a map number 7 onto the coal tower? That is truly going to be the test. And well, there really ain't no more to really talk about here. It seems like we have 5 players ready to take off to the server. And what, as you two have both mentioned, could very well be our last trial here in the winter circuit. It's going to be up to see if Invictus can get across the finish line here. Let's go ahead and send it back to Edgar and Metalbro and take another trip back into the fog.
Alrighty, thank you very much for that, Q. I am looking forward to seeing how this match concludes because, quite frankly, this could once again end up in a win for Praxis. They are staring right at the possibility as we go into this match here. But of course, with Ward on Nightmare and the survivors of Invictus, that being Rocket, Spitz, Pedro, and Dan, there is still a very difficult task ahead of Ward. Whether you look at this 9-stage 4 fresh win condition as an easy feat or as a troublesome task, either way, it's going to be difficult because these are still some of the best survivors in the world, and Ward, despite being a very, very incredible killer player, one of the best in the world as well, it's still not going to be easy.
Ward would rather not play a pure M1 chase at Shack against Rocket, right? Of all the people, right? So you have to put him to sleep and then go back to trying to find someone in a bit of a riskier position. Perhaps that could be Spitz, but Spitz is able to dodge out the snare quite easily. Drops a pallet here very early. It's going to be broken, of course. Every broken pallet just gives Ward another opportunity to utilize one for a dream pallet later on. And again, the zoning potential of those cannot really be understated. We are able to get a snare onto Spitz. The first injury is going to be coming out sooner rather than later. Meantime, of course, the survivors know exactly where their game plan's at. Stay awake for as long as humanly possible. Ward kind of recognizes, actually leaves Spitz just to try and apply more pressure. When you have something like the Sloppy Butcher, it's quite valuable to injure as many people as possible. You can play quite a hit-and-run style, especially because, as I've been saying, Freddy is so good at punishing healing survives, at least makes the process so difficult to do, right? So we see now that Ward is just in a different chase entirely. This time, thing not quite on his side. Pedro able to make the vault cleanly and try and continue to get around here and just, you know, doing a fantastic job of avoiding as much damage as possible. And we get the blind as well. Ward, however, does have functioning ears, so he's going to be able to follow pretty closely behind. They have healed up Spitz, but that was time off the gens that they had to do it on. Vault comes back. Ward doesn't go for the swing, though. Instead goes for the M2 with the snare, which, I mean, fine for some slowdown, but ultimately doesn't get you the hit. So it's a tough day at the office for Ward. Haven't been able to find much success early on.
That is also very true. It looks like we're actually going to fake a teleport here and still continue this chase onto Pedro. Might result in a hit here pretty soon, but we actually do make the pallet once again. This should still result in a hit. Actually, wait a second. We do. Barely getting the tag. Some really nice chase coming out here from Pedro. This first gen looking to be completed here shortly. And of course, another tag coming out onto Dan. So Ward forced to play for early game pressure, spreading damage onto multiple survivors. But look at that gen progress from Invictus. They are absolutely crushing the gen progress here. But with multiple injuries on the board right now, Invictus kind of needs to slow down and play this a little bit more careful for the fear of a snowball coming in. And Rocket just absolutely nailing this early game chase here as well.
Ward's playing a unique style. It's not very micro heavy, it's quite macro heavy, right? You're playing for the tags, you're playing for the hit and runs, I should say. The chases not really going in your favor. You're kind of getting cooked on those, my guy. So you look for what else you can get, right? You can look to burn resources from the map. You can look for other opportunities, right? You know, Spitz has a Pedro has a very good path straight into that window vault and into his pallet as well. This is obscene. What? You don't get that hit! Why don't you jump at the end of your claws? We get it twice as well. This is GG. This is so GG.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be over for Praxis here. Invictus. Excuse me, I had to sneeze again. Apologies about that. Yeah, Invictus is in a very commanding spot here with multiple gens with high progress. Pain Resonance just now coming out. Everyone got reset. And of course, just some insanely good chases here, denying Ward as much pressure as possible. That first down coming in at 3 minutes and 55 seconds. So a lot of early game time being bought for Invictus to sit on generators and get things done they need to. And now, of course, Spitz being found in this chase here, going to take this medium vault. Tag should be coming in here shortly, and unless, of course, something majestic happens here. But, of course, the tag comes through, and Pedro gets unhooked in the background as well. So, Pedro needs to have a pretty good chase. But either way, there's so much gen progress on the board right now, Egder, that kind of doesn't really matter at the moment how we play this.
Ooh, we take the vault. We do have, it's either a life or a bounce landing, something that's going to make us a bit of extra distance. I believe that Pedro's endurance would have worn off by now and is asleep and is playing a suboptimal pallet, but actually forces a break from Ward anyway. So, you know, fine to make some extra distance off the back of it. Pedro having a fantastic chase right here. It's had two fantastic chases, to be honest. And we have Dan, who was ostensibly here for a body block, but didn't have to get injured and still was able to allow Pedro to make distance. We do hit a Dream Snare there, so it's going to cut us a bit of distance, but like this, just going to force a drop of the Shack pallet anyway. I mean, like, Ward's behind schedule. There's no other way of saying it, right? And like, we're only just, you know, re-entering chase with Pedro. The power is being dodged like it's nothing, and the short swing through the pallet doesn't work because Pedro just sent it. Eventually, on account of a medium vault through that window, we're finally able to get something here. But right, like, you need someone dead, and you need him dead yesterday. This does not cut it. It just doesn't.
Yeah, this is, again, I'm gonna sound like a broken record here, but this is an extremely commanding position for Invictus. They are in command of this entire game right now. Everything that follows after this, Praxis, I mean, Ward just has to react to it. They can't be so proactive. They have to be very reactive with what's happening here right now. And honestly, it might be worth it to consider switching to playing for Freshes here, because this game is already just so much in Invictus.
But you need 11 stages. Like, what do you mean play for fresh? You know what I mean? Like, you need 11 stages for a win here. I don't think playing for freshers is going to cut it. I don't think much is going to cut it, right? I mean, you still have some injuries, and the gen progress, even though it is decent, you did force all those injuries earlier, and there was time that needed to be taken to, reset with alarm clocks and then reset each other with the heals as well. Spit, still an uninjured survivor, has to play a very wonky palette, we'll put it like that. Plays for the stun, trying for it really hard. Yeah, but eventually just goes for it, right? I don't think Spit's ever even had any pretenses of dropping that pallet. With a little bit of luck, could have called someone over. No, I mean, you get a pain res off the back of this. Pedro hasn't yet been reset, is still asleep, so it would be risky to do so. So it's a little bit of extra aggression, right? It's not all gone for Ward. This isn't a hopeless predicament to be in, but now going over to Shaq, it's actually where they are resetting. I don't think they interrupt the heal completely, but, there is going to be a tag forced for it. So this is actually not a terrible predicament to be in. Yes, the reset happens, but you're able to injure Dan. That'll demand itself another reset. Pedro likely going to still be in chase. And Rocket, of course, is going to have to go unhook Spitz at some point. So all the survivors are accounted for in that sense.
Very nice fast fall from Pedro there. And
How
with
did
him
he
being
get that?
just he just set himself up for it pretty well. I mean, it's just something to note
And
is
another.
that very good fast fall again coming in. But wait, we have another pallet here as well. This is such a good tile here for Pedro. Oh, the patience as well, not to take the vault there. Just really, really good. And he gets so much distance as well. That is just insane. The injury should be coming in here pretty soon. Wait, no, what? We lost so much distance on Pedro there. Wait, what? Okay, this is over for Ward. This is very, very, very in favor of Invictus here. There's absolutely no way that they don't get a win here.
And then, oh my god, Spitzer, it feels like Ward just hasn't won a 50 today. None of them. This is actually ridiculous how the survivors make the correct reads over and over and over again. And you're down onto Spitz. What's that going to do? It's not a pain res. It's not a kill. It's nothing. This is a nothing hook, essentially. Now, yes, of course, it does count towards scoring. It is helpful in that sense, but in the grand scheme of your game plan right now, hooking Spitz does nothing for you. It doesn't regress a gen. It doesn't get Pedro. It doesn't get anyone dead. It's oh my god. Okay, Ward. The fact that all the gens aren't completed is somewhat interesting, and also you look at the bottom side of this map. This is the 3 gen that Ward wants to play around, and that's his only option. Ward has to play this 3 gen here, or it is over. What was that? What's going on?
All right, so I'm going to say this much, right? We are in a position here right now that Invictus is very sure to take this win. I think it's pretty obvious right now that Invictus is just playing this extremely well. They're winning every single 50. 4 gens pop, 1 remains, and Pedro has a ton of progress. I mean, yeah, they've just done an insanely good job of splitting the map, taking chases in great locations. I mean, this is just very obviously the pressure that Invictus needed in order to pull this to match point for their side as well. Because right now, I mean, this is just looking insane for Invictus, and we're looking to be on the track to guarantee the 7th and final set, which is exactly what we need to see in the grand finals, right? We did not want to see a sweep in the grand finals. We wanted to see this go all the way to set 7, and that's what Invictus is giving us right now, which is just absolutely commendable. Praxis had the lead for so long, but Invictus is saying, no, that is not what our team is about. We are not about to take this to a sweep. We are going to see this to set 7, and they are giving us exactly that. So we're going to take it down onto Dan, the 3rd fresh hook, and in the meanwhile, this will be a pain resonance, but there is some very, very high gen progress on the board right now for Invictus, so the win shouldn't be very far away.
Survivors are in a fine, they're in a fine spot, in a very good spot. They can't get complacent though, right? Pedro's here. hidden for Dan. Obviously, it was a pain res that we were able to see, so a little bit of extra aggression for Ward. The only way that Ward gets the win here is if we find Spitz, I was about to say, only injured Death Hook survivor. Nope, Spitz is now healthy. Yeah, so Ward's going to have an incredible chase with... I mean, like, the problem is, what do you do when there's no weak links? They always say, oh, you know, drop chase if this one's not going well. You can only do that so many times, and if everyone is juicing you, then, like, then who can you drop chase against, right? Like, Ward can't really hold this section of the map. Spitz is injured, but has since used the clock, so it's going to be hard to track down in chase as well. You know, hook onto Rocket would be a final pain res. Cool. Pedro is uninjured, so again, that's not going to be an easy one. And Dan would mean literally nothing. So, you know, Ward is in... And speaking of a chase that means nothing, again, who is the survivor that Invictus present? The hook that doesn't really mean anything. It wouldn't be a pain res. It wouldn't be a kill. It would be nothing. And this is the only opportunity that Ward is being given. Right? Even then, Ward is still making this look pretty competitive. Like, this is just how much of a knife's edge these Freddy sets can be.
Very, very well said, Hector. And yeah, in the background, even though we're chasing Spitz right now with a high progress gen, Pedro was working this other generator in the meanwhile, so nothing really ever mattered at this point because Invictus was just in control, and the pallet stun comes through as well. So, like, right now we're looking at outs on a Freddy set, which right now in the winter circuit, Freddy has the highest 4K rate. Now, Dredge typically does, but right now, Freddy is in the lead at the moment with like an 87% 4K rate, which is insane. I mean, this map does him so many favors, and I mean, Freddy has also just been buffed in his most recent rework, and that's going to be the gate being opened, and with a fresh hook remaining as well, and the other two survivors here to kind of give Ward some trouble. This is looking like it's going to be multiple stages out of the door and not even coming close to the typical 11-stage result that we normally see on Nightmare. So Invictus is really sending a message with this win con.
I mean, this is so different, right? And this has been all Invictus. They've been playing fantastically. Their 1v1s are so good. Ward just hasn't been given any opportunities to perform, right? We were thinking, oh, well, you know, Praxis got stages out of the door against the team playing on the caliber of Invictus today. Not enough. And we are all tied up as we go to our 7th and possibly final set. There is the Joker set that Praxis do have in their back pocket, and I think with how close some of these sets have been, they're going to want to use it. But obviously they want to close this one out as soon as humanly possible. But a match this close against teams this competitive, we had to go the distance, right? We're going to send things back to our analysts to talk about this because this has been a ridiculous game of Dead by Daylight.
Back and forth we go, and it does indeed seem that we will be getting the 7th set that we were hoping that this matchup would indeed bring us. And man, I mean, it just feels like every time you think that Praxis start to figure it out, there's just something about these survivors from Invictus, Snipes, and man, they proved it again in that last trial.
Yeah. Wow, that is just absolutely crazy. I mean, I said that in the beginning of the day that I think we're gonna go the distance, and I think Invictus are gonna come out on top. Never did I imagine that it was going to be on the back end of a reverse sweep. I thought it was gonna be back and forth, but no. And again, I sound like a broken record, but momentum here. This is huge. You know, like they are completely in control right now, and them being Invictus, they have so much, and they're looking a lot better than they were in the first trials.
Looking a lot better for sure. And now we're going off to the Trickster, and you know, I was kind of curious, Flightless, especially knowing that this same Survivor squad is going to be coming out. I mean, it felt like in that last trial, it was more about what Invictus was doing right versus what Ward was doing wrong. And with it being the same 5 players going back to the server to start this thing off, I don't know if I see this next trial really playing out any different.
Yeah, the previous sets, it just looked like almost complete domination by Praxis. The chases on Invictus side were not great, while also the gen pressure not being great either. Usually you see one or the other. You see bad chases but great gen pressure because the survivors aren't helping each other. They're just focusing on getting the objective done. And in the opposite side, if you see gens going pretty slowly, that means that the chases are lasting a while because the survivors are helping each other and constantly having to reset and rotate and everything. So, with that previous set, it shows that the gen pressure was slow because the altruism that the survivors are having. Like, honestly, Praxis probably would have done those gens like 10 minutes ago, let's be honest. But maybe the chases wouldn't have been as good. But with Invictus, they were just making sure that they conserve as many stages as possible for as long as possible by using health states to help each other. But this upcoming set is going to be a lot different because Trickster is a very, very good chase killer. It's going to be all about their 4v1 play.
Well, let's go ahead and get down into it then, I suppose. Set number 7, as we are tied up 3-3. Reminder that if Invictus does win this one, Praxis does have the protection of that Joker set. They will get the option to go back and replay one of the sets that they did lose previously to try and turn the tide. That's the benefit they got from advancing through the winner's bracket. But man, Invictus seem to have certainly hit their stride as of late. They'll be out here on the survivor side, off against the Trickster, as we take another trip back into the fog.
If you ever wanted a killer that would rock your soul, well, we have one right here. The newly reworked Trickster back into DBDLeague. It's felt so long, and I mean, you know, I think this is going to be the first of the new rework to Trickster that we've seen as well. So a very exciting way to cap off, in a sense, of course, there's the Joker set, but for all intents and purposes, to cap off our set today. It's going to be on Cold Tower 1 as well. So the gimmick with Trickster. Sometimes, like, you just can't loop him. Now, on a map like this, if you're able to get to... There are a lot of tiles with high walls, and that is a weakness of his, right? Especially now being 110. But of course, some of these loops are just going to be cars, they're going to be low. Even though they are quote-unquote strong, you know, there's nothing stopping Ward from just landing knives through the craziest of gaps and crevices as well. Of course, the strength of this kill is something yet to be determined, and you know, of all the places to determine it, it's going to be on the biggest stage we got, the finals of the finals, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely an interesting match here to end the sets here with. The final set being Trickster just really is interesting, right? Especially with the rework, like you mentioned, being very recent, only happening like a week or two ago. But we're gonna be seeing that first knife hitting and already setting us to D rank. So if we can get up to S rank, we'll get the main event available. And yeah, definitely looking like it's gonna be still troublesome because, quite frankly, I've seen Invictus play extremely well on Trickster sets.
And Space makes its main building as well. Ward wants absolutely none of that shenanigans. It's going to be too tall a task, even if you get even if you get rid of some of those breakable walls. It's really not going to benefit you all that much. So we're just going to take a gander around the rest of the map. Of course, there's very distinct corrupt gen split on the top side, and if you can and if you can bully out these bottom generators while Ruin is still up, well, of course, that's just going to be free for you, right? Speaking of free regression, Deadlock as well, quite a strong perk, is definitely going to help a killer who doesn't get to gens as easily to apply things like Pop and Eruption, so a bit of a no-brainer pick for Ward here. Right now, really having to fish for any of these knives, right? Survivors are playing so safe, Chemical Trap as well, never fun as a killer. But the Survivors playing so safe, it doesn't feel like Ward has ever been given an opportunity to rank up or really make that much of a dent in the Survivors. Very patient gameplay from Invictus.
Absolutely. And this is just kind of like what feeds into the fact that Invictus is really solid on... the injury, very well played by Ward. Getting that injury was extremely, extremely good. And of course, now finding this chase over at this jungle gym, we need to reload and get our knives back because 10 is not going to be enough to work with. We expect some misses here. It's a little bit of planned obsolescence here in the Trickster's kit. You shouldn't be hitting every single knife unless you're just absolutely insanely cracked. But either way you spin it, right now Dan is, injured, but still having a really good chase right now. One gen does pop as well. So Invictus in a spot to really make a dent in this match.
Oh, we've caught Dan in a bit of a rough spot right now, though. This is the problem. You give this killer an inch, they will take a mile off you. Dan played that perfectly until the very final moments, and then, just gets deleted from the game, right? We have the S rank now. Main event is available. So I think these survivors are going to be very on edge, knowing that. They're going to be stealthing. They're going to be doing everything they can to avoid that. Especially in an unhook situation, just say that you want everyone to die if you try and unhook in front of a main eventing Trickster who is now laying the hurt onto Spitz. Has to hop into a locker just to try and force something, and no head-on is going to be a pick, which, I mean, at least we're able to unhook Dan, but this is going to be an extra pain res for Spitz, and it's getting found stealthing there. That's it's a bit of a mistake from Spitz. Obviously understandable that you want a position for the save, but in a spot like that, it doesn't quite work out. He mitigates it pretty well by hopping in the locker, but, a hook is a hook, a pain res is a pain res. So I'm not actually sure that was a pain res. We'd have to see it from the killer's POV, see if another one was utilized. Yes, it was.
All right, so we are getting some hooks in the map here, and of course, getting some more pressure as well. We do take the BT injury, the BT deep wound onto Spitz, but he's gonna make some distance away. It looks like. Actually, no, he's gonna stay the Orman tile. If he left, he would be risking more knives being hit, of course. But I mean, the line of sight blocking is pretty solid, but we're actually one knife away from going down. We need to be extremely careful with our next move here. And we do get the down onto Spitz. But right now, two gens completed. I don't think we're in a terrible spot. Now, mind you, there's something to note about the Trickster set that is a little bit different than the other ones. Trickster is actually allowed a special Ruin rule. This only applies to a few different killers. That would include Trickster, Doctor, Demogorgon, and Legion. Now, if Ruin is in play, and it's the only Hex perk on the build, the survivors are not allowed to cleanse that Ruin totem until either one gen is remaining or if one survivor is dead. So it is worth mentioning that, and of course Ward sees that opportunity to take the advantage of that rule, and with certainty, I would not blame him at all. Now with Spitz on Death Hook, we are actually getting closer to allowing the survivors to actually cleanse that. But of course, we need to have a very good chase. And wow, the throw rate really getting some nice value onto Spitz there. And the Rocket going down with an excellent display of the power of Trickster there. Getting that down, we're at A rank right now and very close to S rank. So main event is almost ready to be used again.
Wow, that's just a snowball effect, and we get the hook, we get into S rank, we get some tracking onto the survivors as well. This is ridiculous work coming out from War, and now I understand why the Invictus survivors were playing so patient, so cautious at the start, because this killer's just going to take everything from you if you give him an opportunity. Like, we have Dan, at least not in the open, but still in a bit of a predicament with an S-rank killer nearby. You can hear the music pulsing through his ears, which indicates that someone's going to have a horrible time right now. That being said, it's not Spitz, and, obviously that would be the worst-case scenario. We pop the main event. Dan is doing a very good job, however, of just zoning away, utilizing these walls and these line of sight blockers, so it actually gets essentially no value. Dan essentially survived all of main event there with only a couple of lacerations to his name.
Yeah, that was just very, very impressive from Dan. Able to outlast that entire main event without taking too many knives at all. No injury coming through whatsoever. Rocket finding himself at the Orman tile, playing these check spots pretty well. Takes the window, does take a few more knives, needs to be careful, of course, and is able to make it around without too many more knives. So we're able to avoid that injury, of course, and gets the stun as well.
And the blind.
That is incredible. Very well played by Rocket, and he's gonna set up for the head-on as well. Wait a second, he gets it as well. What?
No.
This is amazingly well played by Rocket.
I mean, yeah, what more could you want from Rocket, right? You know someone that's going to not be particularly happy about that, but his opinion doesn't really matter.
He's out of
And I think,
what?
oh my god, he just about ran out of knives, but he gets to swing through the pallet anyway. The craziest part is Invictus have denied the call out fantastically here, right? Ward's not been given the opportunity, right? We still have an injured Spitz, but, you know, still very much alive, you know. This was almost so close to being a like disaster for Ward, missing the last knife and not being able to down Rocket. Fortunately, on a weak pallet, was able to swing through it to get the down anyway. But now, yeah, Ward is just playing straight up M1, and not even M1, less than that with the 110. It's like you kind of have to reload at some point. You also really don't want to let this last gen go if you do, because otherwise the survivors can cleanse Ruin. Whether they even need to at that point is up in the air, right? Trying to squeeze every ounce of value from it as possible. And yeah, they're going to be completing that generator.
Yeah, Pedro
This
hops
really-
right back on it and like, don't mind if I do. And now Ruin's going to be gone here pretty soon if the survivors know where it's at. Really nice micro fake there from Pedro. Rapid response, getting a ton of value there. Pedro didn't even need a check spot. He was able to see through the walls what Ward was doing. So gets a ton of value from that perk. And right now, I'm wondering, do the survivors know where Ruin is? Are they going to cleanse it? Do they even care? No, not really. Because this gen right here is 99. What? Absolutely insane from Invictus. No need to cleanse Ruin at all because the gens were just done. This is looking like quite a few stages out, I'd say, on the new Trickster. This is masterful from our survivors.
Yeah, I mean, we were able to force an M1 onto Dan. It's better than nothing. The Dan wouldn't be the worst hook in the world, especially because unhook situations are really difficult against a Trickster, especially one with main event, right? So whoever you get now should be dead. But we reload, we let Ward go, and then there's a blind... Sorry, we let Dan go, and Ward gets blinded in the process as well. Oh, the gate's open. They're going to be getting out. This is going to be... Given how we've seen some flashes of brilliance from Ward, it's going to be a very disappointing end result for him, I can imagine.
All right, so as we progress towards the exit gate here with it open already, by the way, this is looking like we're going to be walking out the door with the amount of stages we have secured right now. There's absolutely no way that we get another down here, I think. I mean, it's possible, obviously, but is it likely? I don't think so, Egder. This looks like we're going to be getting out with only 5 stages on the board, 3 fresh. Now, I mean, like, we could make a fumble here if we don't get this gate open, but, I mean, okay, well, I mean, we're going to be getting 6 hooks now because we're just going to take spits. But, of course, Rocket's in the area, too, so 7's also possible. But, actually, I think he went somewhere else. I think he's gone. Unless, of course, he's setting up for
Always
head-on.
positioning for a flashlight save.
Or a flash... Wait a second. Do you think?
No.
No, they're just going to take the guaranteed outs. But the idea really lingered in my head. I was like, wait a second. Can you imagine? That would be insane. But 7 stages. Pretty solid result for Invictus. But Ward didn't do too bad here, I'd say. But you know what? I'm going to leave that job to decide how good or how bad this was to the analysts. Let's go and take it back over to them so they can dissect what happened in this match and what the expectations are for both teams going forward. Take it away, analysts.
Yeah, definitely an interesting conversation to be had because it didn't really feel like we had seen many mistakes. I mean, I know we had heard our casters talking about maybe trying to break chase, but the problem is everybody, as they were talking about, individually strong in chase 1v1. I mean, Snipes, do you feel like the stages that we just saw getting out the door was more based on what Ward did wrong, or was it more about what we saw Invictus doing right?
Yeah, I think it's definitely the latter there, Invictus, just stepping up when it matters the most. And I mean, Ward played very beautifully. You know, we saw a couple of 2 taps onto Rocket. He had some really good knives. And another thing I noticed as well, right when he was about to D-rank, you know, there's that little like yellow line that's ticking down. Right when it was about to happen, he did another action that leveled him up again, like kicking a pallet, or, you know, maybe just throwing one knife across the map and hoping it lands. but something just to delay him from deranking, which is all about what the new Trickster set kit is about. So he played really well. I think Invictus just they stepped up to the plate and yeah, they hit it out of the park here.
Well, I had said at the top of things that if there's anybody that I don't bet against, especially in situations like this one, it's Nightlight. Nightlight will indeed be coming out on the Trickster here, Flightless. What are you expecting from the GOAT?
Honestly, I'm kind of expecting a 4K with gens left. If I'm being totally honest, Nightlight is a very good trickster. He actually did some, I guess you could say, training. Maybe you call it practice with Vasek, who is
Did you
a
say
real
Praxis?
practice. Different word.
Practice.
Yeah,
We're talking about
practicing.
practice?
Yeah, practicing with Vasek, who is a really well known trickster main, and gave Nightlight some pointers a while ago with Trickster. This was before the update, but ever since the update, Trickster has gotten maybe not stronger, maybe not weaker, but definitely more mechanically advanced. It's all about managing your rank, and Nightlight is really good at that, especially with the add-on called Ripping Brace. Personally, I think that's one of his best add-ons, where you get 6% breaking and vault speed for every rank. So it's actually very fast. It is, you can get better than Brutal with just a couple ranks. And if you're managing it properly, and you're making sure that the survivors are not doing important gens, aka like a 3 gen, you can easily 4K with this killer. He is very momentum based. If you get a down, it starts picking up pace very quickly. It's a lot like Oni, in my opinion. Very high chase pressure, and once you get those downs, that's when the snowball starts happening.
Again, quick reminder, if Nightlight is able to come out and win this set here for Invictus, the Joker set will be initiated by Praxis, where they will be able to go back and pick one of the sets that they lost, one of the 4. So essentially anything but those first 3 sets in the day. They can pick one and it will be replayed out. However, if Praxis win this one, Invictus do not have that same benefit because Praxis were the ones that advanced through the upper bracket. It could potentially all come down to this. Trial number, well, technically 14. It's 15 after the one tiebreaker, but let's go ahead and do it one time for the one time and take another trip back into the fog.
Grandpa is back. Don't worry, he's not been gone for too long. We've given him his meds, and he's feeling pretty good. And I mean, he should, right? He's got a pretty simple win con to me, all things considered. Of course, let's not pretend that the Praxis survivors have been slouches either, right? We'll see whether they play with the same level of caution that we saw our Invictus brethren play earlier. Of course, the Ruin rule is going to be a significant problem to deal with. And V1 actually utilized the life, so getting the hell out of dodge does not want to be. Shack is a weird spot on Cold Tower, right? You have Shack itself, and like, okay, great, it's Shack, I can play around that. But also, like, you're not able to do a ton in the sense of like you're not able to do much because there's not much else around there. Ward eating up a couple of knives, like trying to progress up those ranks as quickly as possible. Of course, having an entire main building to play around is going to stifle your ability to hit knives. Turns out that, you know, walls in front of people can make it quite difficult to do that. Nightlight's still sniping through. Mostly right now, the focus isn't on, isn't on getting a fast down or anything. It's just on accumulating some extra stacks, slowly but surely, and then eventually you'll have a main event. Like, you just get one after another. You'll have a main event, and then everything just kind of snowballs from there.
Yeah, the accuracy of Nightlight is just insane. And of course, with an injury coming in, and now we're A rank, ever so close to S rank here. So main event is encroaching on the survivors here, and finding this chase onto Ward at Shack. It's looking a little bit scary. This down. Oh, nice stun attempt, but of course Nightlight read him like a book there. And of course, we're actually gonna wait a second. Basement is a play I didn't really think about here, because Trickster is really dangerous to unhook against in the basement. So Ward, unless Nightlight like leaves way too far and someone's already in position for the save, Ward is basically dead. There is not really going to be too much saving this. So like it would take a mistake from Nightlight for someone to get the unhook in basement, but I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, this is basically a guaranteed kill in basement.
I mean, it's odd because he is actually leaving quite far, and also Bamboozle as well is a lethal tool to utilize. You know, we dropped the pallet on the Ornament tile. There are some things against Trickster that you just can't loot, that he's just going to shut down no matter how well you try and play it. So Marco's been injured now. Zaka able to complete a separate generator. Right, we have the evil option now. Do they let Ward die? It genuinely might not be worth it to save because you'd be in such a chaotic basement unhook situation, at least until maybe main event is out and we know that the S rank is gone.
And he actually is going to use it for information more than anything. Has the killer instinct on Zaka over by the bottom right side of the map, so he knows exactly where he is. Ward goes second in the background as well. So right now, Nightlight is perfectly fine. What? That is a massive fumble. That is huge. He has a second hook in basement now. This is
okay. It's
no.
Over. It's over.
This is not good. Okay.
We like to keep people on the edge of our seat. I can tell you it's done. You don't recover this. You just don't win this. What happened, Zaka? Like we get grabbed? Oh no! Oh my god! Yeah, it's cooked. Okay. So Nightlight's won this essentially. We will be seeing a Joker set. I can tell you that already. Nightlight's gone off. He's like having like, I mean, he's not brought along the tequila moon rock, but he could be sipping on tequila right now for all we know, right? That would be a perfectly fine play, and you would still get a victory here. I mean, Ward's dead. Zaka's soon going to be dead. And then after that, all you need is one extra hook stage, one extra fresh hook, like just to make sure. And you'll be completely fine, right? Unbelievable work.
Yeah, and now Nightlight feels completely content to leave the basement and go pressure the rest of the map here. Another gen gets completed, so one remains. But I mean, like, this is basically confirmed, like, to be a win for Nightlight here. Now, I mean, someone does need to go in and get that save. I mean, if Praxis has any hope at all of meeting this at least high condition, they definitely need to get the save while it's uncontested. But Zaka does go second in the background, and now we are one stage away from the tie condition. So, and finding Marco here, who is injured, is just, man, Nightlight is in an extremely dominant position here, and I feel like there's just nothing that Praxis can do here. Nightlight has just played this so well. And, okay, all right, let's talk about that really quick. Really good firecracker there from Marco. Gave him the time to make the ornament tile palette without taking too many knives, so he's able to play this loop and make some actually good value out of it. So this is actually buying some really good time from Praxis. Marco, basically the savior of Praxis at the moment. If there's anything to be done at the moment, Marco is definitely going to be the hero to celebrate. But we actually do get the down, so this will be the fifth hook, tie condition being met, and a hill hook as well on top of it, and it's a pain resonance. So Nightlight is just thriving right now.
We're still hitting cross-map snipes. What are we doing, bro? Calm down, Polish grandpa. Okay, yeah, I didn't know this guy had that kind of dog in him, we'll put it like that. Zaka's dead on hook, still injured around Shack. Not going to be long for this world, Nightlight. Not quite with a full stack of knives, and of course Zaka going to be crouching in the corner into a bit of a unworkable spot. We're trying to land through these gaps. Fun fact, you land through these tight gaps, you actually get extra points to your style ranks as well. It's unbelievable. You actually do get extra points for being more stylish. Zaka somehow able to leave just 2 blades away from being fully lacerated and down.
All right, but he does get the down onto Zaka.
Soon to be instantly down.
Which is going to mark the win for Invictus, meaning that Praxis is going to going to go ahead and initiate that Joker set. But which set they're going to want to replay, I don't know yet. And I'm really curious on what your thoughts are about which set they're going to want to replay. It can be Plague, Mastermind. I mean, like, what are your thoughts, honestly, Hector?
Oh, Plague. Like, so I mean, you look through all of the losses here, right? You look at them. There's Wesker, which was Invictus' pick, and Pedro put in a oh my god, put in a really good performance, right? Freddy as well, very one-sided, right? Plague was so close, was Praxis' pick, and I would generally consider to be Praxis' set. That also lends itself to the question of Trickster was picked by Praxis, though I'm not entirely sure that was a wise decision. So I feel like it just has to be Plague that they go to, right? And that has to be the last hope. Of course, it is up to them. They have full reign for any of their lost sets to replay those, but, you know, we will have to see exactly what they decide.
Absolutely, yes. I'm very curious to see which one they choose. We do see Marco over at main building, who had a really phenomenal chase over at the top side of the map. But now that we're in the 2v1, this is basically guaranteed to be a 4K1. So not really too much that anyone can do about this anyways. But, I mean, the win conditions already been met. And, yeah, this is just looking like, oh my goodness, Nightlight is disgusting at many killers. But I don't think I've seen too many tricksters in comp that are this good with the knives.
Yeah, I mean, it's as Flightless was saying, got like the forbidden training. It's crazy. Went like to the mountains of Tibet to learn how to play Trickster. What a play. I mean, this is where we would declare a spectacular victory for Invictus. They have won 4 sets and Praxis have won 3. But, as we well know, it's not over until it's over. And there's still the Joker set, still the last chance that Praxis get as their reward for not dropping a single match going through the upper bracket. This is their last hope, and they need to have it now. We're going to send it back to our analysts to break down what could be a very tense play game that we're going to come up. And also, you know, talk about Nightlight's Trickster a little bit.
I don't know if you guys know this, but at the end of the Mori, it is indeed a Joker card that is thrown from the Trickster, so it's only fitting as we do get ready for the Joker set that we saw that Mori there to end trial number 15 at this point. And those 15 trials, not enough to determine a winner. It has indeed been Invictus who has been able to fight back from what seemed like the face of most certain defeat after losing the first 3 sets. They've won 4 in a row here. And I do got to point out Nightlight looking very, very good on the reworked Trickster. I know you and I were talking in the background about how much you've been enjoying the reworked Trickster Snipe. So break down that performance and what you were seeing.
Yeah, wow. I don't think Praxis are going to be choosing the Trickster set to replay because that was absolutely deadly. I mean, the accuracy that Nightlight was putting out with these knives and just wow, that's all I have to say. It left me speechless of how many cross-map knives he was getting just to up his rank and maintain his rank as well. And then on top of that, Bamboozle shutting down these windows that are really strong on Cold Tower. But yeah, this is going to be crazy. What a grand final we're getting today. I mean, in the beginning, it looked a little rough, a little scrappy, and it looked like, you know, Praxis was leading the charge and taking this home very cleanly, but we have gone the distance, and now it is time for Praxis to choose their Joker set. That is going to be exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're going to win in sweeping fashion the way that Invictus is trying to do here, at least we got to thank them for giving us some content by surrendering the first 3 sets first, I suppose. But of course, they still do have to win the Joker set now to make sure that they can get across that finish line. Again, in case we have anybody tuning in, or maybe you missed when we were talking about earlier, the Joker set is what Praxis has in their back pocket, thanks to the fact that they advanced here to the grand final through that upper bracket. What that Joker set means is now that they have theoretically lost this series with Invictus winning 4 sets, Praxis has the ability to pick one of those 4 sets to replay. So they lost the Wesker set, the Plague, the Freddy, and the Trickster. And I do think I've got to agree with what Snipes was saying. I think with the way that last set went, you're probably not looking, um, probably not looking to replay that one. So I guess my question for you, Flightless, it seems like a lot of people are thinking Plague and Family Residence is where we're off to. Are you in agreement?
I am actually, because like I said before, although my prediction was slightly wrong, I expected Invictus to win the Blight, Freddy, Trickster, and Wesker sets. And I was wrong about Blight, but I was right about the others. So Plague them losing, it kind of throws a little wrench in there, because Plague is one of Zaka's best killers, like plain and simple. And the survivor side is really good. And although Pedro's Plague is also really, really good, it felt like that was one of the sets that Praxis was almost supposed to win in a sense. And now that we do have confirmation, yes, they will be replaying the Plague set, which I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, have no idea who's going to win this, because I really thought that Invictus would be getting outs in their survivor side, and they ended up getting 4K0. Then I thought Praxis would be getting outs, maybe 7 to 9 stages around there, and they ended up getting 4K1. So I have no clue. In my eyes, this set should almost always be outs, but with how the teams played this set before, maybe not. We'll have to see. I kind of hope that this goes to tiebreaker, so that way we get another replay and we get another 30-minute plague match.
Well, before we started things, Flightless, you felt that it was Praxis who's going to come out on top. Are you still feeling that way?
After the first 3 sets, I was really confident, and then after the last 4 sets, I'm not so sure. Invictus have seemed to take getting almost fully swept out of this tournament really to heart, and have definitely locked in for the rest of this. And Praxis have seemed to maybe gotten a little bit comfortable with the fact that they won really early on and were in a really good position. They were at match point without dropping a single set. So I don't know. Maybe losing these last 4 has made them lock in as well. Maybe this has made Invictus too comfortable. Maybe Praxis is still feeling a little too comfortable. Any number of things. So I don't know. In my eyes, it's kind of a 50-50 at this point.
Taking the easy way out. Snipes, who you saying coming out on top here?
Oh, I've said it from the beginning, and I'm going to continue saying it. Invictus going to be taking this home, I believe. And them, they've have so much momentum. And I mean, Praxis has got to be feeling so much pressure now. They were so dominant in the beginning, and now we are facing the final set. And it is going to be the Plague set, which was a bit of a 50-50. But with mistakes happening, I see this going in the way of Invictus.
Yeah, I mean, this thing was most certainly close. First time we ran it back. But the world is indeed a scary place now that you've woken up the demon. So come on and get up and let's get down with the sickness. Let's run it back one more time on the Plague on Family Residence, and let's go ahead and take another trip back into the fog.
Alrighty, with the final set finally here, it's no longer in contention. This is the final set, so the teams are definitely going to be locked in. They're going to be wanting to take this win, and now that we're replaying this, the Plague, Invictus has gotten their second wind. They are feeling ready. And now we're replaying the Plague set. Zaka being one of the best Plagues in competitive DBD. It is now finally here. We're going to see probably one of the most ambitious matches from both sides, I would imagine. And now we're in game here. We have Zaka on the Plague versus the survivors of Invictus. That being Nightlight, Dan, Kexo, and Spitz. And everything is on the line here for first and second place. I am expecting to see a truly phenomenal match from both teams.
Yeah, this will be the last set that we play today. I know upon hearing that, you might be sad. Don't cry. Dry your eye and let's have a look at some of this gameplay that we can see. As we know, slow. Though this is new, Spitz actually hops immediately on an infected generator. Unorthodox. It's definitely different from what we saw before. Meanwhile, the rest of the gang, Nightlight, Dan, Kexo, are still playing as safe as they normally are. So I'm interested in this decision making. Again, it goes against the grain of what we normally see. If there's ever a time to pull out a crazy kind of new strat, I guess this is the situation it would happen in. Spitz, of course, coughing up by Shaq is going to be very known to the killer. Should Zaka go nearby, but actually no, just glossing over Spitz. I mean, we are going to get passive injury and some passive slowdown on account for Anatophobia, but you are going to get some early gen progress, so it could be worth something. We eventually find Kexo stealthing out, we vomit on the pallet. Again, you're not too worried about getting injuries or anything like that, you just want the infection. So even if Kexo slams a pallet in your face, you're fine with that. And Kexo, actually worst of both worlds, infected and injured. Not a fantastic time whatsoever. So now we have 2 infected survivors. Of course, Zaka's going to want to continue this snowball for as long as humanly possible. You can only hope that Spitz is at least making a good dent in the Shack generator, or else this would have been a very, ambitious early game play.
Alrighty, so expectations here, since we only have a couple of injuries, infections on the board, Thanatophobia is not getting its full value at the moment. Things aren't looking too bad for Invictus in the moment. Definitely in a position to really make some nice headway towards the towards generator completions, but at the same time, Zaka getting a few infections on the board isn't going to be too bad, I would imagine. We are going to chase, it looks like Spitz around Shack just to get some, oh wait, nice, taking the vault there with Lithe as well. So, going to be able to last a little bit longer and chase, playing these check spots very well, but Kexo's also here. So right now, the problem with this that I see is the fact that we have 2 survivors who are currently not occupied on a generator. They're both here at Shack. Now it looks like Spitz is going to take this opportunity to leave, and Zaka's going to follow this up with a chase. So at the moment, with the amount of survivors not on gens, this is a little bit scary. We are going to see a double come out though, and the down comes in as well. Wait, that's not a double? That's 3 separate gens. Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah, 3 separate gens all being worked on, right? Kexo, of course, working on infected one. Dan might be finishing top gen, I think should, before the pain res comes out. But the pain res is going to put a pretty decent dent into one of these regardless. It is some fantastic gen pressure from Invictus, though. That absolutely cannot be denied. I mean, what I'm looking at is the top side of this map. It seems like the survivors are doing their best to break it. I genuinely think there's a 5 gen up top. Yes, you heard me, a 5 gen. And the fact that the survivors have spotted that out and are trying to play around it and bully out some of those top generators as soon as possible shows good priorities and good decision making.
Very true, very true. Definitely want to break this gen split here, because it is definitely going to be a very big problem for the Invictus survivors in the later portion of the game here. But taking the heads up play here to get rid of those generators in such a bad spot is really, really, really good. And of course, with 2 gens completed here, Dan with another gen with high progress, and only 1 hook on the board, Invictus is in the position to really play for this win very well. So we're going to take power here with multiple injuries on the board. This is going to get very deadly very fast if the Invictus survivors aren't prepared to play against this power.
Yeah, but it's Kexo found, right? And Kexo is not really at much risk, and I say not much risk in terms of a tunnel out. Going down, yes, absolutely. Zaka just proved that right there. Oh, Zaka's going for a snowball, and we found another nearby survivor as well. They have held W until Kingdom Come. This is unbelievable work. But you're utilizing, the fact that you have an extended power, and you are utilizing it for good as well. The survivor, no scratch marks, but those pools of blood are giving you away. You ain't slick, Spitz, and you are now leaving yourself a nice little trail. Zaka still has the power, of course. Have to be very careful around these pallets, but, eventually, with enough patience, should be able to outplay them regardless. I mean, it's a risky predicament. Eventually, it's just the M1 for Spitz. Tries to get under the pallet, not going to be able to do so. So no stun that can come out. And it's Spitz has already been pain resed. There was the slug onto Kexo. Nightlight's going to be the last infected survivor. I mean, the gens are going. They really are. And this is only the second hook stage that's come out. This gen you just can't be interrupted on. Fortunately for the survivors, it doesn't seem like that is the gen by which Zaka is too interested in.
Very true, very true. And Nightlight is actually, it looks like that's going to be a change of plans. It looks like that's exactly where Zaka wanted to head, but it's going to be uncontested again after that as Spitz is unhooked in the background. And actually, wait, no, he's changing gears again. He's going right back to the generator. He wants to interrupt this and prevent it from popping because he recognizes that there's far too much progress on the map for him to ignore. So this is one of those things where, like, you have to understand as competitive players, and even players in, like, pubs, right? This is good information for players who play pubs as well, is that if someone's being tunneled out, work gens. Like, you have to split the killer's attention because, like, look at this. Zaka is definitely, like, he definitely recognizes this is a huge threat to the win condition. So right now, Invictus survivors are truly making this a very difficult task for Zaka to do much of anything here. He's got 2 hooks on the board, 2 gens remaining, and he's having to split his attention in multiple areas of the map, Hector.
Yeah, Zaka, it seems like has to do everything perfectly now, and the survivors just remain ever elusive, right? Zaka got the one use of the power, and it was fine. It was 2 down, but it wasn't anything groundbreaking. Spitz is going to be cleansing. Makes sense, dead on hook survivor. It will give power over, but provided that you do it in a fine location, it's not the end of the world necessarily. Zaka going to, you know, have Dan seemingly right where he wants him, injured up, eventually is able to wrap around. So we get an eruption and we should get some pain res as well, but like, in an ideal world, you need Spitz dead. You need anyone dead, but obviously Spitz will do, seeing as he's right here. Is Spitz playing for the unhook? You're dead on hook, my guy!
All right, hear me out.
I'm always interested to see what gets cooked up by Invictus.
Hear me out. The reason why I think, okay, this could be a sell, but I think the reason why he's being aggressive on the unhook is because there's enough gen pressure on the map to constitute going for the unhook. So, and I don't know if that's entirely true. I don't know for sure, but that's the usual reason why I would expect a dead unhook player to be playing so aggressively for the pull. Now, right now it looks like gens aren't flying at the moment, but there is good gen pressure on the map. So, actually, wait a second. No, I'm wrong. That is a very high progress gen. So, yeah, we're close to endgame here.
Zaka does have a nasty 3-gen purge. And obviously he has the corrupt purge up now, which is going to make it even deadlier. Goes for these kind of ranged snipes. I mean, there's no harm in going from, you know, the amount of value that they could get compared to, you know, the risk that you take in not sending them makes sense. Kexo should be going down soon, but is still buying as much time as humanly possible. I feel like the survivors are just doing that. Like, they know that when things might not work out for them, but they're making the best out of bad situations anyway. This is another fresh, and it's another pain res as well. Zaka, yeah, should make that pain resonance, though is seemingly second-guessing himself a little bit. I mean, if there's a body block, it doesn't get it, but also everyone's injured, so who's body blocking right now, right? So we are able to get that. It is an extra pain res, it is some more regression, it is going to cement this 3-gen a bit more, and Zaka has a moment left of the power. We'll be able to get everything with it. So we're kind of back to the drawing board here. 3 very difficult to progress generators, some very infected survivors with a crazy amount of Thanatophobia slowdown. And, I mean, things are just going to kind of keep ticking up that way, you know? We're playing for our last fresh onto Nightlight, seemingly. We're really valuing these fresh hooks at this stage, but, I mean, something's got to give eventually. Dan and Kexo are doubling a gen. Doesn't get hit with a... No, doesn't get hit with an eruption, but should soon get hit with the final paint res, which is far from ideal.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to hit Dan and Kexo's gen. It is, indeed. But the last 2 gens have pretty significant progress. Definitely can't be ignored by Zaka. I do think that the right decision here from Zaka was switching gears and playing for fresh hooks instead. But right now, Invictus is still benefiting from the amount of pressure they had in the early to mid game. And they're seemingly going to complete the last two generators, I would imagine. Spitz has a very high progress on his generator, and then of course Kexo and Dan were
Kexo's
doubling
doubling.
the generator as well.
Kexo was doubling on Spitz's gen, I'm fairly
Was he?
certain.
I think it was a different gen actually. They looked like they had two different amounts of progress. I could be wrong though. I could definitely be wrong, but there are definitely for sure two different generators with very high progress. Spitz is on a different generator, yeah, and these are two different generators. This is looking like it's going to go endgame very soon.
Spitz has completed. I mean, Spitz has completed his faraway generator. Kexo is now picking up the one that's just being kicked. It is still 3-gen, but it's not one that Zaka's holding particularly aggressively. You know, it's hunting around to exactly what you can get. Exactly what you can get with his power. Eventually finds Kexo, but he's actually more interested in kind of keeping Nightlight for a couple stages. Zaka might recognize that he can't actually hold on to the gens. He might be recognizing maybe my best shot is to camp out Nightlight, get as many stages as humanly possible. Right now, this is 6 stage 4 fresh, which, I mean, for Plague, you know, 9.5 average. You want a bit more than this. If Zaka maybe eke out 1 or 2 more in the endgame, it's not disastrous. But again, we're in the finals. We got some big money on the line, right? $2,500 for first place. You don't want to be playing just fine. You know what I mean?
Very true, very true. Yeah, it looks like we are definitely going to be trying to get this gen out of the way and force Zaka to commit to something. That way the pull on Nightlight is completely free. Which is exactly what is happening. It looks like Kexo is just working this generator very bravely in Zaka's face, and of course no one's gonna get the save because Zaka was not giving it up. So the gen gets completed. It's either one or the other, right? Zaka has to choose one and give up the other, and he rightfully chooses to just camp Nightlight out. I think that's the right play here, just to secure as many stages as possible, because the end game was going to happen no matter what. He is going to find a chase onto Kexo, who is going to play this top mid palette, looks like. How much time he can buy on it, though, I'm not entirely sure. This is a pretty decent loop, it looks like. And Spitz is actually here to take the down for Kexo, and misses because of auto-aim. What? That is rough, honestly. I think Kexo's out because of that, actually.
It's going to be a close one, though, right? We're getting all the way to this corner. Spitz can't quite come in for the last second body block. Zaka going to be facing a wall, going to be doing everything possible. I mean, you can cleanse in the end game, right? You know, it's not impossible. It's not impossible to save Kexo here, but it would require Dan and Spitz to cleanse, Spitz to heal. It's a tough time, and they're just going to leave it, so they feel confident. So I think when all is said and done, and if my math is correct, which it rarely is, that appears to be 9 stages that Zaka's got. 9 stages for fresh. So, in essence, the average, if slightly below average, result for Plague. Ooh, we're getting tense. Analysts, we are going into what will more than likely be our final trial of the day. So tell us a little about it.
Why do I feel like you're trying to reverse engineer some cursing more than likely last day and hoping that we run things back one more time? But yeah, it definitely feels like the stage has been set, and definitely an interesting approach this time around as opposed to the last from the survivors from Invictus. Last time around, we saw them really trying to do the more stealth out approach in the very beginning, whereas this time around, Snipes, they just got out and got their hands on some gens.
Yeah, we saw, Spitz getting infected almost immediately, and that kind of required the killer to leave and try and maybe get the injure onto Spitz, and it didn't work out. And I loved the aggression though coming out from Invictus. It shows confidence, and I mean, it showed them in their chases. They played phenomenally.
We know this set was close last time, but it was indeed Invictus who was able to come out on top flightless. What do you think changed this time around, just from not just like the early pressure, but what else changed for them to have a really strong performance this time around?
Well, I think obviously the aggression at the beginning is a lot better. Like, it's situational, of course. Sometimes stealthing out Corrupt is the right play, sometimes not. I feel like on this set, it does you good to play somewhat aggressively on this map. And they did that at the beginning, but also did it throughout the entire match. Like we saw, Nightlight was on the hook, pretty close to Kexo's gen, but not like right next to it. And Kexo actually stuck the gen the entire time. Although Zaka could have left and gone down Kexo, that would have given the survivors the chance to unhook, which would have saved them from going in the 3v1. And that was a really smart decision because I feel like before they wouldn't have done that. Before they would have tried to play safe, maybe double a gen and try to get it done, and that would have given Zaka the opportunity to go down or go for the survivor trying to get the unhook. So their overall aggression was much better, and they were definitely much more confident in each other. Like before, it felt like they were expecting chases to be quick and the death locations to not be good. And now they're finally having faith in each other to do what they need to do, and it's working out for them. They're getting a lot more gen pressure, which is helping them. Like before, they got 4K0, even with having really good chases. But now they're getting stages because they're more confident and they're, like I said, playing more aggressive, which is really, really good for a team of this caliber.
Well, I think we have just about everyone ready to get back into our servers here and run back this plague set one more time. Is the 9 stages, which, as our casters did mention at the end of that last trial, right about average for our plague. Is that going to be enough for Invictus? Can Pedro come out and pick up 10 stages here? Or can Praxis benefit from this Joker set, or maybe even see this thing ran back one more time? Man, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, chat. I wouldn't mind seeing it ran back again. Give us a nice tiebreaker set, but let's go ahead and get on down to it. Let's take another trip back into the fog and hang out with our casters one more time.
A trip into the fog, and something is different about it this time because everything has come down to this. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the 5-hour mark of continuous DBDLeague content and gameplay. The best players playing in the best tournament for the highest amount of stakes, right? What more could you possibly want? And it's all going to be decided here. The early game that we saw earlier from Invictus when they had their go around was a lot different. Do you think, Rob, that we're going to see a different look from Praxis as well? A little more aggression coming out? Or they're going to go for the stealth that served them well, but not well enough in the first game?
That is a great question. I think that that's a very good question to pose me with. It's definitely going to require a lot of thought. But either way, one thing's for certain. I think that nothing's going to change with a typical gameplay loop because it is tried and true. It is classic. It is traditional, and it works for a reason, right? So I think we're going to see a very similar gameplay start as we have been seeing from these players. But wait a second, I'm being proved wrong right now. We find Zaka at main building running and leaving scratch marks everywhere. What is the thought process here, I wonder? It could just be like, hey, chase me. I'm gonna loop you for as long as I possibly can. And
Pedro's not taking the bait. Pedro's not taking the bait.
He's not taking the bait. He wants to find out where every single survivor is. That way he can gauge what the plan is going into this. I mean, obviously the plan is going to be infect all survivors as much as possible. And we find Marco stealthing an edge map and get an injury as well, marking the first stack of Thanatophobia on the map here.
This is tough. Okay, where does Marco go now? You're an infected survivor, but the corrupt gens aren't even remotely close to being stopped. You're the first one in chase, and you're chasing within the progressed gens. Zaka's coming in for a body block against the plague. Okay, so infections are just going by the wayside, injuries as well. An intriguing spot for the survivors to be in so early on, right? Marco, should be fine. You have a full shack to play with and a pallet to boot as well. If you drop it on the other side, though, you are kind of zoned out. So, yeah, you're a bit zoned here. You know, Pedro kicks this from the inside. and there aren't too many places that Marco actually gets to go, so a regular M1 chase onto Marco could be all that Pedro needs to get things started here. You do play around the log, you're able to drop the pallet. It's a decent one to play around. What we really need to see is, can Marco maybe, you know, get this back, loop this back into the window, or is Pedro just going to bloodlust this? I think Pedro does, and then we're going to have a uncharacteristically early down, or not, because we just full send it, and Marco buying as much time as humanly possible. Not much aggression on the gens, but I do think that is 2 separate gens being worked on by V1 and Overdose. If they can bully out 2 gens off the rip, that's going to put themselves in some good standing. And I don't believe Pedro makes the pain res in time. At least not for V1's gen, maybe for Overdoses. Definitely for Overdoses.
Yeah, definitely going to be Overdoses. But actually, wait a second. Repressed Alliance going to be denying the pain resonance on that high progress gen. It's going to be eaten by Zaka's gen instead, which barely has any progress. Oh my goodness, that was such a good play, actually, from Praxis Survivors. That is denying very, very good pain resonance value. What a play.
No dose is more than consent, just go to another generator, right? Everyone sees the Repressed Alliance gen. It's the advantage that you get, one of the small advantages with that. Pedro has power and is chilling right next to Marco, and I don't see a reason why Pedro's going to leave here, right? At the very least, this means that these gens can't be infected, but also that's the heavily progressed gen that we really wanted to finish, right? Again, V1 and Overdose, and I think Zaka as well, just split on separate gens anyway. If Plague has power at this unhook, you're not going for the unhook. It's that simple. V1 can stealth and posture for it and try and wait till the last possible second, but at the end of the day, Survivors, they just need to bully out some generators here. That's a perfectly fine task for them to do. They do have to worry about a potential bottom side 3 gen over by Shaq. That's where the corrupted gens were, and I think those are the ones that Pedro is going to be having a very close eye on. Marco has gone to second stage as well. And Overdose actually being bullied off of his generator. So the gen progress, which was so staggering and substantial for these Survivors, doesn't actually seem to be progressing that much. And we get another Corrupt Purge right next to Overdose, who is just hiding and chilling right now. And Pedro, have we lost him? I guess we have.
I actually don't think that we were too interested in chasing Overdose at the moment. I think we were more interested in finding out where Marco went so we can just end this chase quickly with power. It looks like we might have an idea of where he is in a general sense, but we don't know the exact location. But we do now. We can hear him at Shack. We do find him, so this chase should be ending rather quickly. But at the same time, the gen progress is just phenomenal on the board right now. We're going to be ending this with 1 gen remaining, looks like, and Marco's going to be taking it down in basement, wasting as much time as humanly possible. Praxis is just locked in right now. I don't know if they're going to be able to make the win condition, but they are definitely on track too.
We've done an interesting trade here. We have traded one person's life for a significant amount of gen progress. Pedro does not have a 3 gen to work with, not in the slightest. Remember, Pedro needs 10 stages for a win here. Wait, that's the final generator! How is it so progressed? They're just gonna do this in the killer's face. There's nothing that can be done about it. What? And then we missed the swing onto Zaka. Oh my god, wait a second. Every gen's been completed. There's another Corrupt Purge over here. Oh, wait, if V1 gets out of the door, then there's not enough fresh hooks, because Zaka needs a fresh hook on everyone. V1 just needs to leave right now, and Praxis are going to win this one.
No
He gets
way.
out, he gets out, he gets out, and by the Joker set and by the skin of their teeth, they force the Kings to bend the knee, and Praxis take the crown for themselves. They're going to be your Winter Circuit 2026 champion. Oh my lord.
Wow, that is absolutely phenomenal from Praxis. Invictus fought tooth and nail to make it here, but Praxis taking the win just barely is by all means impressive. But I'm going to send it back over to the analysts really quick so they can take us out and talk about what happened. Thank you very much for casting me, Egder. It is a pleasure. Let's go ahead and take it away, analysts.
Wow. You know, Praxis on the verge of defeat, and we figured Plague would be a close set, but for it to end like that. Gotta give a big congratulations to Praxis earning their first crown over here at DBD League. Just when you thought that Invictus was about to go back to back. I thought maybe there was a chance there for a minute. Pedro was going to be able to pull it off, but then he pulls over Snipes. And that last gen, I mean, just knocking like an old North Star engine. There just wasn't anything he could do about it.
That is absurd. I mean, what an ending to an already intense day today. Going the distance, and then Joker set coming out. Really good win con that Invictus set for Pedro here on the Plague set, on this Joker set. The final trial of the day was looking really, really strong. Got the tunnel out, one gen remaining, and they just have gen efficiency. That is something Praxis and a lot of these top tier teams have, is their gen progress is out of this world. What a day. Sadly, Invictus will not be taking that first place off the reverse sweep, but congratulations to Praxis. They pulled through all odds against them in that momentum and that final trial. GG's to Praxis for taking this home.
Yeah, I mean, Flightless, talk about the mental fortitude, right? I mean, you lose 4 straight sets, and then you go back to a set that you fought tooth and nail through the first time around. And it feels like the survivors from Invictus put together a pretty darn achievable win condition for Pedro. But even with all of that, the survivors come out and get it done.
Yeah, it was extremely close. I actually noticed there that when Pedro was chasing Marco over at Shack, that V1 actually wasn't fully infected. And he only got fully infected like shortly after Marco died. So Pedro never really got his 4th stack of Thana value, meaning that they actually popped that gen because of that. Because V1 took a little too long to get infected, they popped the last gen and they're able to get out with 1 fresh. So that gives them the win, and that is really well deserved. And I would just like to point out once again, Flightless was right. I did say it would go to tiebreaker, that Invictus would win, and that Praxis would pull out the Joker card and win that set. And I will be expecting my money anytime soon, Zaka. You are welcome.
I mean, also, I think worth noting for this Praxis team, I mean, they came in and while they had been to finals before, like this is their first tournament over here at DBDL where they're able to come out on top, and for them to be able to do so in this fashion is just honestly quite crazy. You did call it. You thought that they were going to be able to do so here. I'm just kind of curious as far as for you, do you think that as far as seeing now a full season over here at League, right? Like you have the main season, All Hallows League, and Winter Circuit. We've now had 3 separate champs, right? It was Elysium for season 10, Invictus for All Hallows League, and now it's Praxis. Are we entering into a new stage of competitive DVD where there's not just one team sitting at the top?
100%. It is a little different because, as I pointed out at the beginning of this stream, that Zaka isn't actually on Praxis anymore. They were simply
Mm.
playing out this tournament because he was on this roster for the beginning of this tournament, and you're not allowed to switch rosters. And he is on Elysium, the Season X winners. So, kinda, but Praxis have been doing really, really well, even without Zaka. Like I said before, they beat Umbrella, they beat Mercy, they almost beat Elysium, in fact. It was very, very, very close. It came down to the tiebreaker set, and I believe they even lost by like 1 or 2 stages. It was extremely close. So Praxis are definitely still a top 3 team, in my opinion. And after today, I think Invictus are going to have a little bit of uh, the good kind, but an ego moment where they realize that in their minds they definitely should have won this. Like in their minds, they are the number 1 team and they should have won guaranteed. And the fact that they didn't is hopefully going to make them more locked in the future. And I think that is going to cause even more competition for other teams like Elysium and Praxis.
Yeah, Snipes, I think to past winners of tournaments in DBD League, especially over on the killer side of things, I feel like usually is like something that like solidifies people as being like towards the top, especially over on that killer side of the server, whether it's the Xenos or whether it's the Nightlights, the Zakas, Pedro when he made his mark. Is this now Ward officially saying I'm here and deserve my name at the top of the killer side of the pool as well?
I have to argue, yes. I mean, we saw some incredible and exceptional gameplay from him. You know, we mentioned that we didn't really see him on the Blight much, but he pulled out some really crazy mechanics on Blight. And while the Wesker set didn't go his favor, he still played pretty well in the chase. So definitely have to consider Ward as one of those top tier killers, and definitely someone, if you're looking at that lobby screen and you see him on the killer, definitely a little bit to get nervous about.
Well, with that, again, big congratulations to Praxis, their first of who knows how many DBD League tournament championships that they are going to hoist, taking that title off of Invictus, the reigning champions themselves. So, going to be excited to see what the future and the rest of this year does hold. Of course, we've had the exciting announcement of the LAN later this summer, the main season, season 11, off on the horizon as well. We really appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in over the course of Winter Circuit, and of course, here today on Easter for the grand finals. Big shout out to Behavior and specifically Mandy Talk for their support over here for DBDL as well. And I do invite each and every one of y'all, if you haven't already gotten involved in the Discord, use exclamation point DBDL now. Come in and check out the community. We got the LAN, we've got season 11, we've got so much on the horizon when it comes to competitive DBD. And I do also want to thank each and every one of you guys, especially our new viewers who came in since we are over on the official DBD channel, for having an open mind. Comp isn't trying to affect the casual players. We love everyone. We appreciate you guys. And again, of course, for every one of you guys who've been tuning in along the way, we hope to catch you back for season 11. Make sure you guys are getting excited. Get involved over on social medias as well. But we are going to wrap things up here for now. And until we do catch y'all back for the next one, man, don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all? It's your boy Q. And from the rest of the crew here from the front to the back, y'all have a great rest of your week. Peace. We're out of here.